Chapter 42:12. Great! Xiao Hua was overjoyed and almost clapped his hands. His 5 doppelgangers originally didn't have any human emotions, and Xiao Hua didn't know how this human emotion was born. Now that he saw the dragon vein, Xiao Hua, like the other doppelgangers, gradually gaining more human emotions, he was happier than anything else. His previous anger also gradually dissipated. He nodded and replied, "Since fellow Taoist says so, then we'll do as fellow Taoist says." However, these 5 youngsters bullied fellow Taoist. They can't be forgiven. We have to let them suffer a little. Yes, as long as we don't take their lives. The dragon vein Xiao Hua slightly nodded and handed it over to Xiao Hua to deal with. Xiao Hua's change of mind, but the 5 youngsters didn't know. Seeing the skyrocketing light falling down, the 5 youngsters' eyes were filled with determination, and they respectively used their divine abilities to meet it. Just as the 5 youngsters were about to turn into ashes, all the light suddenly stopped in midair, and the air wave that suffocated the 5 youngsters hung above their heads like a huge rock. While the 5 youngsters were stunned, they heard Xiao Hua's voice transmission, "You all, do you want to live?" "Yes." The 5-colored phoenix was the first to answer. Her tone was filled with ecstasy. You deserve to die the most." Xiao Hua coldly snorted and berated, "You're the 5-colored phoenix, seeing that your opponent also has the phoenix bloodline? How can you be so ruthless?" The 5-colored phoenix was somewhat wronged and argued, "We just came to snatch the weapons, not to take their lives. They gave the things to us, isn't that enough?" Xiao Hua knew that these beasts might not have any kinship in their eyes, so after berating a few words, he looked at the others. The golden toad, black and white tortoise, and black sky white tiger all admitted defeat and begged for mercy. On the contrary, the black jade qilin that had always been arrogant looked at Xiao Hua and gritted its teeth. "Don't make fun of me. If you have a kind heart, you can let them go. This trip to the Imperial Palace was invited by me. If you want to kill them, just come find me." "Damn it," Xiao Hua sneered, "you're not convinced." "Of course I'm not convinced. All of you have weapons in your hands. If you don't, I won't be afraid even if there are 10 of you, no, 5 of you." When Xiao Hua heard this, he simply did not say much either. He waved his hand and instructed the scattered nascent soul to put away the spirit artifact. He casually pointed at the 5 scattered nascent souls and said, "You guys go and teach this guy a lesson." "Yes." The 5 scattered nascent souls agreed. Thunderbolts erupted from their hands, and the thunderbolts transformed into sharp weapons that attacked the black jade qilin. The black jade qilin had already spoken ruthlessly. At this moment, it was hard to retract the blade of shame. It swayed its broken horns and charged forward. Rumble. In just 5 minutes, the black jade qilin was ravaged black and blue by the 5/8 tribulation's scattered nascent souls. Although its 4 hooves were still stepping on flames, it was almost unable to stand steadily in midair. Xiao Hua faintly asked, "Are you convinced?" The black jade qilin gritted its teeth and said, "I'm not convinced. If you have the ability, come and fight me yourself." Ha! Xiao Hua laughed heartily. He waved his hand to signal the 5 scattered nascent soul cultivators to withdraw and said, "If you want this old man to make a move, that's fine too. However, if you lose, you'll have to be my mount." The black jade qilin said disdainfully, "You have the nerve. I'm already injured like this, so what if you win?" "Don't worry," Xiao Hua said with his hands behind his back. "I don't need to make a move at all, nor do I need to use magic. I can naturally subdue you." "I don't believe you." The black jade qilin said angrily, "You can't use weapons either." Of course. Xiao Hua smiled like an old fox and answered very decisively, "If I use weapons, I'll be your mount." But the black jade qilin answered almost without thinking. "Stupid donkey." The black sky white tiger hurriedly shouted, "How can you agree to him like this?" "What about me?" The black jade qilin had a brainless face and said angrily, "I just agreed like this, what about it?" Xiao Hua frowned. His gaze swept past the black jade qilin, and then looked at the chaos 4 little ones, revealing a thoughtful expression. The black jade qilin shook its head and said, "I'd like to see how you're going to do it." Woo! Without waiting for the black jade qilin to finish speaking, Xiaohua's divine sense hit the black jade qilin's head like a hammer. Boom! With a loud sound, the heavily injured black jade qilin was suddenly knocked down from the sky by Xiaohua and fainted on the ground. Damn it! The black sky white tiger was furious. It flapped its wings a few times, but it was in so much pain that it couldn't move. Multicolored light appeared under its feet again, and it wanted to pounce on Xiaohua. Don't you know the black jade qilin's painstaking efforts? Xiaohua glanced at the fainted black jade qilin on the ground and transmitted his voice unhurriedly. If you make a move, won't your lives be left here? Then wouldn't the black jade qilin's plan to use its freedom to exchange for your lives fail? What? The Chaos Four little ones were naturally not truly brainless. Hearing Xiaohua's words, how could they not know the black jade qilin's painstaking efforts? The five-colored phoenix said somewhat incredulously, "When did this stupid donkey have such a scheming mind?" Enough. Xiaohua waved his hand and replied somewhat impatiently, "You five little things work together to trap my fellow Taoist and injure him. This old man originally wanted to take your lives. Since the black jade qilin has the heart to save you, and this old man just happens to be lacking a mount, I'll reluctantly take him in and let you all live. If we're going to die, we'll die together." The black sky white tiger was unwilling and shouted stiffly. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said, "This old man also didn't intend to let the black jade qilin die. You all just heard that he lost to this old man, so he wants to be this old man's mount. You won't let him become a chaos beast that doesn't keep its word, right?" The black sky white tiger turned its head to look at the black and white tortoises and didn't know how to answer. After all, this was the black jade qilin's own choice. "Can we wait for the black jade qilin to wake up before leaving?" The golden toad probed. Xiaohua nodded. "Of course you can, but you all have to pay a small price." Hearing this, the golden toad was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, "What do you want?" "A copper coin on your body." Xiaohua's gaze fell on the golden toad and replied with a smile. The golden toad didn't understand what Xiaohua was saying, but it still nodded. Xiaohua waved his hand and the copper coin fragment that he previously obtained in the ruins flew out and landed on the golden toad's back. Then, Xiaohua waved his hand and a copper coin-like vein flew out from the golden toad's back along with its flesh and blood, fusing with the copper coin. The golden toad let out a blood-curdling scream and its expression became a lot more dispirited. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to the golden toad. Several hand seals struck the copper coin, but the copper coin was suffused with a strange brilliance and disappeared. Xiaohua took the copper coin, then waved his hand and took out 4 rejuvenation pills and gave them to the golden toad, saying, "Okay, you've paid the price. You all can wait here for the black jade qilin to wake up. This old man won't take advantage of you too much. These pills are some compensation." The golden toad didn't know what rejuvenation pills were, but when the rejuvenation pills landed in front of it, the golden toad, who was good at identifying treasures, immediately knew that these were good things. It opened its mouth and very nimbly put one of the pills into its mouth with its tongue. Then, a wonderful scene appeared. The golden toad's body was suffused with a golden color, and all the copper coins on the surface of its body were spinning. Different fluctuations came from different copper coins, and at the spot that Xiaohua just took away, a new copper coin vein appeared again. The profound sky white tiger, the black tortoise, and the 5-colored phoenix were all ancient beasts like the golden toad. How could they not know what was happening to the golden toad? All of them looked at it with envy in their eyes. After half a cup of tea's time, the golden light around the golden toad's body slowly dissipated. The golden toad's gaze fell on Xiaohua with a rather complicated expression. However, after a moment, the golden toad opened its mouth and blew on the remaining 3 rejuvenation pills. The 3 pills fell in front of the other 3 strange beasts. The profound sky white tiger and the other 2 beasts were wild with joy. They all opened their mouths to consume the pills, and each of them showed the advancement of their divine abilities. "Can you give me another one?" The golden toad saw the strange fluctuations around the 3 beasts and begged Xiaohua again, "I am willing to give you another piece of flesh." "Why do you want another one?" Xiaohua asked knowingly. For the ink jade qilin. The golden toad did not dare to hide and answered honestly. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "No need. It is my mount, so I will naturally give it to him. And I will also give him other treasures." "And I understand." The golden toad nodded and landed beside the ink jade qilin, quietly waiting for him to wake up. Xiaohua looked at the scattered souls in the air and nodded with satisfaction. He kept these scattered souls in his dantian, and then landed on the other side of the ground where the phoenix body Xiaohua was still guarding the dragon vein Xiaohua. "How are your injuries?" Xiaohua looked at the two clones, and was extremely satisfied in his heart. He asked with concern. "I'm fine." The phoenix body Xiaohua said with a smile, "These injuries are nothing, I will recover after resting for a few years." "Good, what about you?" Xiaohua looked at the dragon vein Xiaohua. "I am afraid you are not that simple, right?" "Hee." The dragon vein Xiaohua smiled bitterly, looked at the injuries on his body, and then looked at the ground and answered, "I's injuries are not light, but with the dragon cleansing liquid, I will be able to recover within 10 years. It is a pity that I's dragon chi fell into the ground for no reason and can no longer be retrieved." Xiaohua's heart moved, and he said with a smile, "If the dragon chi fell into the ground, it should be able to form the dragon vein in the future. This dragon vein will definitely be able to bring blessings to a place. It is also your merit." I hope so." The dragon vein Xiaohua did not understand karma, and only answered casually. He then looked at the ink jade qilin in the distance and lowered his voice and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you know what I and Phoenix Body Taoist obtained this time?" Chapter 42:13. "Oh, what is it?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Could it be some heavenly treasure?" "Fellow Taoist, guess?" Dragon vein Xiaohua said mysteriously. Xiaohua thought for a moment and didn't get anything, so he shook his head and said, "I can't guess. However, there are a lot of heavenly treasures in this great wasteland continent. Something worthy of fellow Taoist's hand should be some kind of spirit weapon, right?" Hee. Dragon vein Xiaohua smiled and said, "If it's a spirit weapon, I'm afraid it won't be worth the great wasteland 5 little ones fighting with I here. Those powerful characters wouldn't have left in advance." Xiaohua understood that the powerful characters mentioned by Dragon Vein Xiaohua were the powerful auras he sensed at that time. Those auras were much more powerful than the Great Wasteland 5 little ones. However, in this Great Wasteland continent, there were many strange things. Xiaohua only knew that the Great Wasteland beasts liked powerful magic weapons. As for the other things they didn't care about, how could Xiaohua know? He could only shake his head again. "Actually," Dragon Vein Xiaohua said something that almost made Xiaohua fall from the sky. "I also don't know what it is." "I also don't know." Phoenix Body Xiaohua said with a smile, "But based on intuition, this thing must be of great use to fellow Taoist." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua's heart warmed as he cupped his hands and said, "You're welcome." Dragon Vein Xiaohua patted his dragon horn. The dragon pattern on the dragon horn bloomed, and a strand of strange purple gas floated out. When this purple gas fell into the air, it immediately reflected a purple light in the surroundings. Within the light, countless jade talismans flashed, and within these jade talismans, there seemed to be endless mysteries surging. Whether Xiaohua looked at the purple gas with his naked eyes or his divine sense swept through the purple gas, it was as if he was facing a mass of profound meaning. Countless inexplicable cryptic thoughts gushed out from his mind. "What is this thing?" Xiaohua was shocked. Why is this cryptic thing similar to heavenly Tao Xiaohua's comprehension? "Who knows what this is?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua said with a smile, "I only feel that this thing is similar to the things that fellow Taoists occasionally pass to us." Other Great Wasteland beasts looked at it and turned around. Only the Great Wasteland 5 little ones didn't give up and insisted on pestering us to take it back. Xiaohua faintly nodded. His mind wrapped around the purple gas and was about to store it in his space. However, the strange thing was that the purple gas was like a world of its own in his mind. It was unbelievably heavy, and his mind couldn't absorb it at all. Xiaohua thoughtfully looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was also somewhat shocked. Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment before releasing his invisible nascent soul. Xiaohua's formless nascent soul faced the strand of purple gas, and an indescribable joy appeared in its eyes. Its entire body even turned into the shape of a starry sky within the purple light. There was almost no need for Xiaohua to do anything. That strand of purple qi naturally fell into the center of the starry sky. It was precisely the dantian of the nascent soul. Just as the purple qi entered, Xiaohua's formless nascent soul uncontrollably expanded. His spirit body transformed into an endless starry sky, filling up the entire space in an instant. Boom! As if the world was splitting apart, whether it was the inverted space or the normal space, everything was shattered by this explosion. An irresistible force emerged from the shattered space and pushed out Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, the awakened Ink Jade Qilin, and the rest of the 5 beasts of the wilderness. Even to the extent that within a range of 10,000 li, there were 10 lion kings, mosquitoes, and other beasts of the wilderness squeezing out of the cracks in space and nervously flying to various parts of the wilderness. On the ground, many monsters also rushed out in groups and flew in all directions. 2 fellow Taoists, go back and rest. Xiaohua looked at the formless nascent soul that had transformed into a starry sky that was growing bigger and bigger. Not only did it cover an area of 1,000 li, but it also had the intention of merging into the starry sky. His face was also somewhat nervous as he instructed. Okay. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was naturally even more nervous. He didn't know whether it was a misfortune or fortune for him to obtain this purple qi. He only nodded and agreed, then followed Phoenix Body Xiaohua into Xiaohua's body to cultivate. The 2 clones had just entered Xiaohua's body when another obscure comprehension from the starry sky fell into Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and comprehend, the distant Ink Jade Qilin flew over again. I sent them away. The Ink Jade Qilin was already somewhat obedient. He held a long crystal in his hand and said, "This was left behind in the imperial court?" Xiaohua didn't have time to dawdle with him. He raised his hand and gave him a rejuvenation pill, then waved his big sleeve to cover him and said, "Don't resist. This old man has some urgent matters to deal with right now. Everything can be discussed later." Seeing that he came over to promise, but Xiaohua was still so cold, the Ink Jade Qilin was rather disappointed. It was as if his warm face was stuck to someone's cold butt. He only nodded slightly and allowed Xiaohua to take him into the space. The Ink Jade Qilin looked at the unfamiliar scenery around him and didn't say anything. He swallowed the rejuvenation pill in one gulp, and dark green flames surged out from his body, taking the Ink Jade Qilin as a mount was merely a thought in Xiaohua's mind. He himself wasn't too sure why he had such thoughts at that time. Of course, this was also an extremely appropriate reason to let go of the desolate land's 5 youngsters. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't take it too seriously at this time. If it weren't for the fact that the desolate land's 5 youngsters would be harmful to the Fortune Gate's disciples, Xiaohua would have waved his hand and let the Ink Jade Qilin go. He put away the Ink Jade Qilin and sat cross-legged. His eyes were focused on his nose, and his nose was focused on his heart. Those obscure comprehensions were like a meteor shower, crashing into Xiaohua's mind. As time passed, these comprehensions were like a tsunami, crazily crashing into Xiaohua's mind. It was as if Xiaohua had integrated himself into the desolate land. At this time, the heavenly Tao had opened up all its mysteries to him, and Xiaohua was as weak as an ant. In front of these mysteries, he was truly insignificant and helpless. Xiaohua's face was pale, and his heart was trembling with fear. How could he not know that he had encountered an extremely great danger? The origin of this purple qi was definitely not something he could come into contact with his current cultivation. What was more, he was a newborn calf that was fearless enough to use his nascent soul to absorb this purple qi. What was a nascent soul? It was a spiritual body between heaven and earth. It was a bridge between a cultivator and heaven and earth. If his physical body absorbed the purple qi, he could rely on the laws of heaven and earth to restrict the purple qi's mysteries. However, when the purple qi entered his nascent soul's spiritual body, especially on the desolate land, the mysteries contained within the purple chi couldn't be restrained by any laws. Of course, it would surge out. Of course, if it was an ordinary Grand Ascension stage cultivator's nascent soul, it wouldn't be able to contain this kind of purple chi. When it came into contact with the purple chi, it would immediately explode. Xiaohua's nascent soul was rather special. Its core was the nebula. When the purple chi entered, it could be said to be integrated into the nascent soul's spiritual body, or it could be said to be integrated into the nebula. Therefore, Xiaohua's nascent soul was able to escape this calamity. However, even so, Xiaohua's nascent soul couldn't contain the laws of heaven and earth contained in the purple chi. His body expanded uncontrollably. As his nascent soul expanded, the mysteries in the purple chi naturally had to impact Xiaohua's body through the spiritual body. This kind of impact that Grand Ascension stage golden immortals and even gods dreamed of, and now that it was placed on Xiaohua's body, it became a torrent that was enough to strangle him. Fortunately, Xiaohua had previously coincidentally started to comprehend the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao Xiaohua had also stepped into the Grand Ascension stage. Xiaohua himself had benefited a lot from Heavenly Tao Xiaohua's comprehension. This beginning impact was similar to the comprehension that Heavenly Tao Xiaohua had passed on to him. Xiaohua was already on guard. Seeing the mysteries crazily surging towards him, his mind had already fallen into the space while he was comprehending. Now, Shenhua continent was full of vitality, and all kinds of things in the world were revealed. Xiaohua didn't dare to cause a change in Shenhua continent, and his figure directly fell into the Heavenly Tao starry sky. Unlike before, when Jade Archive Xiaohua stepped into the void with tide-like fluctuations, a seemingly vast and boundless will was born in his mind. Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned, then nodded. His figure flashed, and his mind returned to his physical body. However, at this time, his mind was filled with bright starlight, and a majestic power of the Heavenly Tao protected his mind tightly. Heavenly Tao Xiaohua, who had never left the space, actually stepped into the chaotic continent for the first time. As soon as Heavenly Tao Xiaohua appeared, Xiaohua's physical body immediately disappeared from midair. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. However, in the entire sky, the starry sky formed by the formless nascent soul had already stopped expanding and rising rapidly. Now, it was slowly expanding and slowly merging into the starry sky. Inexplicable fluctuations between heaven and earth appeared chaotically, and chaotically fell into the spirit body. As the spirit body absorbed these fluctuations, the mysteries fell into Xiaohua's physical body. Xiaohua's body gradually turned into a star. As his nascent soul rose, the star also grew bigger and bigger. An indescribable aura was emitted from the star and spread towards the starry sky, towards the great desolate continent. At this time, time seemed to have no meaning. In front of the mysteries of the Heavenly Tao, everything was nothingness. Xiaohua seemed to have stepped onto the path to the heavens. As long as he fell into the starry sky, he would be able to obtain the purple gas, and all of his cultivation would come to an end. However, at this time in the starry sky, a star that was 1,000,000 times brighter than Xiaohua's star appeared in an extremely strange manner. As soon as this star appeared, it immediately caused a change. All of the fluctuations came to an abrupt stop, and all of the mysteries stopped attacking. This was because the brilliance of the star condensed into a ball of light in the starry sky. This ball of light didn't have a specific shape. It looked like a cauldron, like a winding dragon city wall, like a majestic academy, and in the end, like a scroll that covered the heavens and earth. Under the brilliance of the star, endless clouds appeared. These clouds were 9 colors, and they supported the scroll. Strands of auspicious aura rushed out from the clouds and fell into the formless nascent soul's body. Chapter 42:14. This auspicious chi was so familiar, carrying the gentleness of human nature. The nascent soul spirit body that was about to lose consciousness instantly stopped expanding. At the same time, the star below the nascent soul spirit body also withdrew its auspicious light, revealing Xiaohua's physical body. The physical body opened its eyes, its emotionless gaze swept over the star and scroll above its head, Then it spat out two words very cryptically, "What a pity." Then, Xiaohua's physical body closed its eyes again, and the aura that looked down on all living things disappeared along with the closing of its eyes. In just a short moment, Xiaohua's physical body opened its eyes again, its silver-white eyes flashing with starlight. After the starlight, two balls of flames burned fiercely, and within the flames, human emotions appeared again. Phew! Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position, and he first let out a long breath, then shouted, "Lucky." When the word lucky came out, Xiaohua's heart moved. It seemed that many years ago he already had this kind of experience. If he had any worries, he would have already reached the end of his cultivation. However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. His gaze fell on the star, and his eyebrows wrinkled. He muttered to himself, "Huh? This seems to be the literati star? Would it appear here?" The literati star stopped in the starry sky, covering the brilliance of all the stars. Xiaohua was puzzled, and he lowered his head to look below him. Thousands of auspicious signs were born in the sky, and it was very colorful. Strange, could it be that fellow Confucian cultivator had some kind of breakthrough? Xiaohua couldn't contact Confucian cultivator Xiaohua at this time, so he could only guess like this. Then, Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment, and his face revealed an indescribable loneliness. He sighed again, "Heaven glimpse. This purple qi actually contains the truth of this world, and even heavenly Tao Xiaohua has to come out of the space to comprehend it. Just by this moment of comprehension, just by these 10 years of comprehension, I stepped into the unimaginable realm of heaven glimpse. Damn it, if I can comprehend the profound meaning of this purple qi, wouldn't I be able to reflect the heavens, or even merge the heavens? Heaven glimpse, is to comprehend the heavenly Tao. And heaven glimpse, this is to peer into the heavenly Tao. I, Xiaohua, have the qualifications to peer into the heavenly Tao as a cultivator. It's really hard to imagine. Then in the future, heaven reflection, heaven fusion. Just how mysterious would that be? However, when that time comes, will this Xiao still be able to remain so calm and sigh with emotion? Feeling his heart becoming harder and harder, Xiaohua sighed slightly. He raised his head to look at the invisible nascent soul and muttered to himself, "It's only been a dozen years, but this Xiao's 8th tribulation nascent soul has taken a huge step forward. It's comparable to ordinary thousands of years of bitter cultivation." The Tao sect realm of this physical body had actually reached the peak of the late stage of the Mahayana realm. It was close to transcending the tribulation. If this literati star did not appear, this Xiao would have directly flown to the celestial world, right? Transcending the tribulation? How was this Xiao's tribulation? Although this Xiao's physical body is close to transcending tribulation, which is the so-called end of the late Mahayana realm, the beginning of the tribulation. In other words, it was the end of the tribulation transcendent stage and the beginning of the Mahayana stage. Damn it, even my human race's Tao sex cultivation method has so many entanglements. Even this Xiao is dizzy, let alone this Xiao's scarlet nascent soul technique. Now, it should be the 9th tribulation. This tribulation is also the last tribulation in the cultivation world. Although only 1 in 10,000 can successfully transcend the tribulation, if one successfully transcends it, then it will be a real scarlet nascent soul. The nascent soul body will grow flesh and set foot in the celestial world. The celestial world, what is it like? Xiaohua's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The invisible nascent soul under the literati star slowly withdrew its incomparably huge starry sky spirit body. After a dozen days, it returned to the size of 9 feet and fell into Xiaohua's lower dantian. Now, the invisible nascent soul's body was covered in light purple stripes. These stripes were somewhat faint, but there was a purple glow inside, illuminating the entire lower dantian. Under this purple glow, the other 100 or so nascent souls in the lower dantian were surrounded by tens of thousands of whirlpools. All of the nascent souls sat cross-legged, surrounding the invisible nascent soul in the middle, absorbing the faint mysteries of this glow with all their strength. Although these nascent souls did not dare to rashly merge with the purple aura, This faint glow was an opportunity that absolutely could not be encountered in the cultivation world. These nascent souls cultivated with this as the foundation. If they were able to set foot in the celestial world in the future, they would not be comparable to ordinary celestials. Xiao Hua withdrew the invisible nascent soul. After waiting for half a day, he saw that the literati star was still nailed in midair. In the entire starry sky, even the sun star was not as bright as it. Under the sky, endless auspicious signs came one after another, showing no signs of stopping. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly had some realization. He urged his body to land on the auspicious signs. When the seemingly solid restriction touched Xiao Hua, it immediately produced a layer of auspicious clouds, wrapping Xiao Hua up. A kind of serene and festive feeling emerged from Xiao Hua's heart. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up, and his body landed on the auspicious signs. As Xiao Hua's figure entered, countless strange phenomena appeared within the auspicious signs. Perhaps it was the human race's cultivators standing there proudly, or perhaps it was the human race's warriors standing alone in the wind with golden helmets and silver armors. The historical records that had never been recorded in the ink of the brush, and the memories that had never been left in the hearts of the people, were all revealed here. When he was about to reach the end of the auspicious signs, the figures of the saints recorded in the ancient records appeared one by one. Xiao Hua almost cried out in surprise, "Confucius? Mencius? Sunzi?" These saints of the human race all stood there with smiles on their faces, as if they were looking at their own nephews. The saints all held sacred brushes in their hands, and the brushes were covered in crystal-clear ink. The saints' literary song. Suddenly, a very unfamiliar word appeared in his mind, and the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua's voice faintly sounded, "That's right. Fellow Immortal, this is the legendary saint's literary song of our scholarly cultivators." At this moment, Xiao Hua's body landed on the auspicious signs. The entire sky was covered by endless auspicious clouds and multicolored light. The auspicious clouds and multicolored light were filled with saints, and behind these saints were auspicious dragons and phoenixes, abundant grains, picturesque territories, and other strange phenomena, and all of these strange phenomena were clustered around the head of one person. The gazes of all living beings also fell on one person. This person was the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, fellow immortal. After passing the saint's literary song, you can set foot on the literary song." That's right. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua looked at the auspicious signs that filled the sky and said somewhat emotionally, "This little one has cultivated the scholarly cultivation for tens of thousands of years. Although I encountered many dangers and obstacles from the scholarly cultivator to the literary saint, I always had a plan in my heart. After reaching the literary saint level, this little one's heart was anxious, because this little one never understood how to set foot on the literary song. After this little one enlightened all living beings, this little one suddenly understood in his heart. The so-called literary song is not something that can be obtained through cultivation. There must be the merit of enlightenment. This merit of enlightenment must be approved by the saints, and only then can the literary song be obtained. This kind of saint's approval cannot be written down in ink, and even more so, it cannot be passed down orally. If it is not a coincidence that truly becomes the power of enlightenment, there will definitely be no opportunity to set foot on the literary song." At this point, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua looked at the ground again and said somewhat emotionally, "I'm ashamed. Speaking of the merit of enlightenment, the most important is Buddha Bodhi, but I don't know why. Until now, the Buddhist phenomenon has not appeared." No need to care about him. Xiao Hua's heart slightly ached. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone has their own fate. Immortal friend, first take this half step and then we'll talk." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua bowed and said, "I'll have to trouble immortal friend for everything." "No need to thank me." Xiao Hua cheerfully nodded his head and took half a step forward. He raised his hand and patted his head. The five-colored true qi gushed out and covered the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. When the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua entered Xiao Hua's body, boom! The entire world rumbled. The auspicious signs in the sky shook and turned into words. The words condensed into lines of poetry. The lines of poetry condensed into articles. The articles condensed into scrolls. An ancient and mysterious voice came out from the scrolls. The literati star above the sages' heads suddenly lit up, and an identical illusory body of the literati star fell down from the literati star and smashed into the scrolls. Countless data fell into the illusory body of the literati star, and the illusory body of the literati star gradually solidified. In just a moment, the literati star that was emitting a resplendent brilliance actually appeared above Xiaohua's head. Heaven, earth, king, family, teacher. Different accents, different languages, each voice louder than thunder came out from the sages' mouths. Every time they shouted a word, the sages' holy brushes pointed at the void. Drops of star-like ink fell on the literate star. The literate star fell 1 foot above Xiaohua's head. After the 5 words were said, the literate star fell on top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua activated the 5 Qis unification. The 5-colored true Qi rushed out of his head and turned into a cloud that supported the literate star. At the same time the 5-colored true Qi rushed out, the 9 continents cauldrons were also unwilling to be left behind. They flew out from the middle dantian and immediately surrounded the literate star. It was as if the stars were revolving around the moon. Whoosh! The literate star produced a 9-colored radiance and fell on top of the 9 cauldrons. Rumble! The 9 cauldrons violently vibrated and flew below the literate star. They turned into a huge 9 continents cauldron in the 9-colored clouds. Woo! The 9 continents cauldrons emitted a glaring halo and supported the literate star to fall on top of Xiaohua's head. After it fell into the middle dantian, the 5 elements true Qi in the middle dantian rushed into the literate star and condensed into a 5-colored seed body. The 5-colored seed body with the face of Xiaohua was precisely the image of an inner sage and an outer monarch. After the seed body gently raised its hand and patted the 9 continents cauldron below it, the cauldron emitted a crisp, clang sound and shook Xiaohua's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. In the midst of the shaking, the literate star disappeared without a trace. The 5-colored seed body also disappeared without a trace. Even the auspicious signs that filled the sky and the smiling sages also disappeared without a trace. Only the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua had his eyes tightly closed. The 5 elements true Qi around his body slowly flowed like the literate star, as if he was in seclusion. Chapter 42:15. Xiaohua understood something in his heart. He knew that his 5 Qis unifications were already close to perfection. He raised his head to look. That literary star that had suppressed all the stars to the point of dimming flashed with a brilliant light, turned into a shooting star and rushed into the void, also disappearing. It was like a banquet that had come to an end. The sky was clear, and the earth was empty. The terrifying auras above the desolate continent began to sweep towards them. Let's go! Xiaohua chuckled. His figure had already turned into a gust of wind, leaving behind a dreamy silhouette in the night sky. After flying for several days, Xiaohua saw a towering mountain in front of him. He descended and waved his hand, taking out the ink jade qilin from his space. The black jade qilin landed on the mountain rock. The raging fire beneath his feet melted the rock into liquid. Then he raised his eyes and looked around. A cloud appeared beneath his feet and flew into the air. Then he transmitted his voice, "Zhenren, please, he." Xiaohua did not mount the ink jade qilin. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "No need. This Xiao knows that was just a temporary measure. You want this Xiao to let the other desolate beasts go. This Xiao has already left the imperial palace. You can go by yourself." The ink jade qilin was stunned for a moment, then a trace of pleasant surprise appeared in its eyes. But it only lasted for a moment before it shook its head and said, "No. Since I've already promised, I must do it. Even if I'm your mount for a day, it's my promise." "All right." Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Then you can be this Xiao's mount for a day." With that said, Xiaohua landed on the ink jade qilin's back and sat cross-legged. "Dao Master, where should we go now?" the ink jade qilin asked. Xiaohua smiled wryly. How could he know where the Fortune Gate's disciples were? Moreover, Xiaohua was currently in seclusion. He couldn't disturb him for no reason. Go find the heaven-devouring beast. Xiaohua casually sent a voice transmission. Heaven-devouring beast? Oh, I understand. The ink jade Qilin was dazed for a moment, then immediately understood. There was no need to determine the direction. A cloud appeared under its feet and it flew towards a certain direction. After flying for a while, the ink jade Qilin thought of something. It opened its mouth, and a long crystal flew out. Xiaohua knew that it was obtained in the imperial palace. He waved his hand and caught the crystal. As soon as the crystal landed, a strange voice immediately rang out in Xiaohua's mind. 100 years, heaven-connecting peak, divine artifact arrives. Oh! Xiaohua was taken aback. His gaze landed on the crystal, but he saw that the crystal was sparkling and translucent. Inside the crystal, there was a sparkling light, but that was it, there was nothing else. Xiaohua used his divine perception to scan it again. This crystal was still ordinary, and he couldn't see anything strange about it. Xiaohua asked the ink jade Qilin via sound transmission, Tongtian Peak, where is it? I don't know. Black Jade Qilin answered without hesitation, none of the mountains on untainted land have names. That's strange. What does the Gatha inside the crystal mean? Xiaohua frowned and transmitted his voice. The Black Jade Qilin shook its head and wagged its tail. It's very simple. 100 years later, a divine artifact will appear on the heavenly connecting peak. Nonsense. Xiaohua laughed and scolded. I naturally know this sentence, but the key is that no one knows where Tongtian Peak is, so how can we find the divine artifact? I don't know about this. The Black Jade Qilin replied. There's still some time before the 100-year deadline. Maybe we can go out and look for it. Take this crystal stone. Xiaohua threw the crystal in front of the Black Jade Qilin's head and said with a smile, maybe this divine artifact is yours. Taoist, you can go by yourself. The Black Jade Qilin didn't catch it, but shook its head and said, I also obtained this crystal before, and it also mentioned Tongtian Peak. Previously, I was too frivolous, thinking that the entire untainted land was our world. But in the last 10 years, I calmed down and carefully thought about it. Only then did I realize that I was too shallow. Those powerful beasts didn't bother to lower themselves to our level. We only bullied some weak beasts. Not to mention the entire untainted land, we were nothing even in this area of 1,000,000 miles. We were able to enter the imperial court a few times and obtain some weapons, but those were all things that other beasts looked down on. And this time, for that inexplicable thing, we almost all lost our lives. This so-called Heavenlink Peak is probably an extremely dangerous place. How can we possibly survive if we go there with our strength? When I obtained the crystal before, I even discussed with the Black Sky White Tiger how to find it. But I'm determined not to go. Hearing the Black Jade Qilin's words, Xiaohua really had a feeling of, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. But thinking about it, the Black Jade Qilin followed the other 4 little beasts of the untainted land all day long and acted domineeringly on the untainted land. Who would teach them? I unintentionally imprisoned him for 10 years, precisely giving him the opportunity to meditate and let him see himself clearly. This harvest is more important than obtaining some weapon. Good. Xiaohua slightly pondered, clapped his hands and said with a smile, if you have this idea, your future is immeasurable. Alas. The Black Jade Qilin heard and couldn't help but sigh. It shook its head and said, I really don't dare to think about the so-called future. To tell you the truth, I did bully that sky-devouring beast some time ago, but I only wanted to snatch a weapon from him and obtain the cultivation method from the weapon. However, my luck wasn't good, and the others weren't good either. We obtained some weapons, but we never obtained the cultivation method from them like in the legends. At this point, the Black Jade Qilin said self-deprecatingly, if you didn't mention sky-devouring beast, I would have long forgotten about him. On the untainted land, there's only the strong preying on the weak. There's no such thing as bullying. Xiaohua's heart moved as if he thought of something, but he held his chin with his hand and was somewhat hesitant. He didn't speak. It wasn't just a day since he arrived at Sky-Devouring Beast's lair, but unfortunately, Sky-Devouring Beast wasn't there. Xiaohua released his divine perception and scanned several tens of thousands of li, but he didn't find any trace of Sky-Devouring Beast. Xiaohua shook his head slightly, knowing that his fate with Sky-Devouring Beast should be over. He floated down from the black jade Qilin's back and patted its head. Although the black jade Qilin slightly tilted its body to dodge, Xiaohua's hand still fell. After patting it a few times, Xiaohua said, "Your so-called cultivation method, this old man has it. And it's absolutely suitable for you to cultivate." "Really?" The black jade Qilin was wild with joy and transmitted, "Can you give it to me, Taoist?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "This old man is a human. My human race has a saying, cultivation methods can't be imparted lightly. Moreover, this old man doesn't understand you, so how can I give such an important thing to you?" Then, the black jade Qilin was somewhat anxious. "Then, how about I follow you and be your mount? This old man is different from you. I won't stay in the untainted land for long." Xiaohua evaded. "And you belong to this land. I can leave with you." The black jade Qilin answered without hesitation. "You don't understand." Xiaohua still shook his head. "The place I want to go is beyond your imagination. There aren't any untainted land beasts there, and there isn't such a vast and boundless untainted land. Moreover, that place is full of humans like me, so many that you don't dare to believe it. They might not kill you, but they might use you to kill others. Especially, that place doesn't have such good cultivation conditions as the untainted land. Then, why don't you impart the cultivation method to me?" The black jade Qilin didn't understand and asked. "This way, I can cultivate here. Teaching you the method to kill the heaven-swallowing beast is the same as me killing the heaven-swallowing beast." Xiaohua could only explain like this. "So I can't easily pass this method to you. How can it be the same? Understand that I killed it. If I don't teach you, you naturally can't kill it. But because I taught you, the heaven-swallowing beast was killed by you. This is the karma I'm talking about. I don't understand. If you don't want to teach, then forget it." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "If I don't want to teach, I'm afraid I won't even tell you. I just want to let you know that in this untainted land, you may be free and unfettered, but you will never be able to stand at the peak of all living things. If you leave with me, perhaps it will be far more difficult than you think. But when you have the chance to return here, you will discover that the previous peak is merely a mud ball under your feet. However, this difficulty will make you lose your life, will make you regret, and will consign you to eternal damnation. I'll go." The ink jade Qilin's blood boiled after hearing Xiaohua's words, and it shouted without any hesitation. Xiaohua smiled faintly, and an unfathomable expression appeared on his face. He transmitted again, "Don't be anxious, slowly think about it. This old man probably won't be able to leave for several decades. During this period of time, follow this old man. It won't be too late for you to make a decision after this old man leaves." "All right." The ink jade Qilin nodded vigorously and asked, "Now, where are we going?" "That direction, to the stone giant's nest." Xiaohua seemed to be in high spirits as he raised his hand and pointed in a direction. "That's right," abducting a ink jade Qilin back to the hidden immortal land as a mount, sitting on the back of a demonic beast race great sage, his grandmother, who would dare to challenge Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua's direction might be wrong, but under the ink jade Qilin's guidance, Xiaohua easily found the Fortune Gate's disciples. Xiaohua met the Fortune Gate's disciples and asked about the stone giant's location. He rode on the ink jade Qilin and returned to the hidden immortal land. In less than 10 days, Lu Yi came over with Jianghu. Seeing that Xiaohua was safe and sound, the two of them were very happy and came to greet him. Xiaohua helped the two of them up and asked about the Fortune Gate situation before nodding slightly. In the 10 years that Xiaohua disappeared, the Fortune Gate's disciples also taught the desolate continent. The stone giants, waterfish people, golden armored people, wood giants, and earth giants, as well as the wind beasts, armored beasts, void silver monkeys, and other low-level desolate beasts learned how to read and write under the teachings of the Fortune Gate's disciples. They also learned the basic cultivation method. They no longer needed to look for spirit stones to fill their stomachs. Instead, they could directly absorb the heaven and earth origin energy to survive. They also didn't need to gesticulate, but could communicate with words. Some of the desolate beasts could even write records. Chapter 42:16. In the beginning, the Fortune Gate's disciples were taught by laying them flat, but later they felt that this method was too slow, so under Wang Bianfei's suggestion, they decided to teach them by scattering seeds. This was to divide the Fortune Gate disciples into many groups and scatter them all over the desolate mainland like fire seeds. Then, they would educate the surrounding desolate lands' variant races. When these variant races learned how to read and write, and how to cultivate, the Fortune Gate disciples would lead these variant races to other places to educate them. This method of teaching that a single spark could start a prairie fire spread across the entire desolate mainland like a star storm. It was precisely because of this that Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua was able to accumulate enough merit points to teach the All Saints Point Out literature in 10 years. Hearing Lu Yi and Jiang Hong's words, Xiao Hua nodded and praised. The ancients have said, many people gather firewood to make the fire taller. If Master did this alone, I don't know how long it would take. It is really this old man's fortune to have disciples like you. Isn't this all thanks to Master's teachings? Lu Yi laughed. If Master didn't establish the Fortune Gate, how could us disciples be where we are today? Master? Jiang Hong, who had been wanting to ask, finally found an opportunity to ask, where is disciple's master? Disciple, master is fine. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's voice came from Xiao Hua's body. Wait for master to cultivate for a few more years, then I will be completely healed. Yes, disciple understands. Hearing Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's voice, Jiang Hong was completely relieved. She looked at the black jade qilin under Xiao Hua and smiled. This is master's new mount, right? Not yet. Xiao Hua laughed. This thing is too powerful, it can even injure your master. Master is still considering whether to keep it or not. Hearing that the black jade qilin could injure Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Jiang Hong's beautiful face paled, and vigilance rose in her eyes. Xiao Hua did not mention this matter. Instead, he waved his hand and took out the copper coin. This coin, along with the golden toad's blood, flesh, and stripes, Xiao Hua had kept this coin in his space, but who would have thought that several years ago, when Xiao Hua was comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, Phoenix Physique Xiao Hua took this coin out of his space. Although Phoenix Physique Xiao Hua was not good at refining magic tools, this coin was repaired by the laws of heaven and earth after it left the space. It merged with the golden toad stripes. Xiao Hua passed the copper coin to Lu Yi and said, Disciple, this is a magic artifact that I obtained in the ruins, right? Its original power was extremely great, and it wasn't something you could control. Earlier, in order to kill the demon emperor, it had self-detonated, causing its grade to drop significantly. Now that I've refined it, I should be able to use it. Since you don't have a suitable artifact yet, I'll bestow this to you. When Lu Yi heard that this item could kill the demon emperor, his eyes immediately lit up with joy. He reached out to receive it and bowed, Disciple thanks master. May I know the name of this item? This. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment before he said, This thing can cause a myriad of treasures to fall, so let's call it the copper coin of treasure fall. Disciple understands. Lu Yi held the copper coin in his hand, but his tone was filled with joy. Xiao Hua withdrew another jade slip and placed it on his forehead for a short moment before he passed it to Lu and said, This is the method to refine and control the copper coin of treasure fall. Comprehend it yourself. Lu Yi respectfully received the jade slip and carefully hid it. Master, disciple still doesn't have a suitable artifact. Seeing that her husband had obtained an ancient artifact, Jiang Hong couldn't stop smiling. However, she still acted coquettishly and said, The demonic spear that you bestowed to senior brother Yunya is really too powerful. Disciple is very envious. Xiao Hua glared at Jiang Hong and said, How can I have a dragon artifact here? Even your master doesn't have one. Wait for a chance in the future. Alright. You must remember it in the future. Jiang Hong giggled and said, You must pay attention to it for disciple. Oh, that's right, master. Lu Yi naturally thought that Jianghu was being petty. At this moment, he interrupted her and took out a few spatial rings from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua. These are the things that disciple obtained from this continent in the past 10 years. Xiaohua took the spatial ring and saw that there were many things inside. Some were ordinary giant trees, some were rare spirit grasses, some were strange materials, and so on and so forth. Xiaohua casually glanced at the spatial rings and said, "Not bad. The things here can't be found in the hidden Immortal continent. No one knows what they will be used for in the future. All of you can do whatever you want to him." "Hee, disciple will do just that." Lu Yi covered his mouth and laughed. As Lu Yi and Jianghu chatted with Xiaohua, they brought Xiaohua towards the lava where the stone giant was. The ink jade qilin beneath Xiaohua asked via sound transmission, "Taoist, these two, are they also humans? Why did you give them that weapon?" "This is my disciple," Xiaohua explained. "That is a magic artifact used by my human race. I taught it to him so that he can protect himself." Can I be your disciple?" the ink jade qilin asked somewhat pleadingly. Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't want to accept any more disciples now. However, even if you are my mount, I will still teach you cultivation methods and bestow you a magic artifact. You don't have to worry about this." "That's good. That's good." The ink jade qilin heaved a sigh of relief, and the envy in its voice faded a little. After flying for a few more days, Xiaohua's divine sense swept through many places. Just as Lu Yi said, although there were no Fortune Gate disciples in these places, he saw some low-level strange beasts interacting like humans. There were also some strange beasts absorbing origin energy to cultivate. It was completely different from 10 years ago. It was clear that the arrival of the Fortune Gate had indeed changed the desolate continent. Seeing that Lu Yi's words were true, Xiaohua was even happier and praised him. Just as Xiaohua rewarded Lu Yi and Jianghu with some cultivation methods and secret techniques, his brows raised. The green-robed Xiaohua's voice sounded in his ears, "Fellow Taoist, why are you only back now? I's transmission array has already been completed." "Good." Xiaohua's heart dropped. He looked around and said to Lu Yi and Jianghu with a smile, "You two bring the ink jade qilin to the stone giant's lair first. Master still has some matters to attend to, so I will be back soon." "Yes, Master." Lu Yi and Jianghu bowed to send Xiaohua off. Xiaohua gave some instructions to the ink jade qilin before disappearing in a flash. "Fellow Taoist." After Xiaohua's figure left, Lu Yi and Jianghu looked at each other. Lu Yi smiled and said to the black jade qilin, "Are you willing to let this poor Taoist teach you how to speak words?" Xiaohua teleported to a mountain peak, which was precisely the place where he had crashed into the mysterious desolate continent. On the side of the mountain ridge, there was still a small hole there. However, before Xiaohua could stabilize himself, caw-caw, a few bird cries came from the inside of the cave. A goshawk-like bird of prey flew out from the cave. This bird of prey looked at Xiaohua with extreme vigilance. It was not in a hurry to spread its wings and fly high. Instead, it surrounded the cave and sat cross-legged, as if it was preventing Xiaohua from snatching its territory. If it were not for the terrifying aura on Xiaohua's body, this bird of prey would have already attacked him from the sky. "You beast!" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at the bird and scolded, "This hole was created by this old man, you still dare to leave? Namo Mithriya Buddha." As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, Buddha Bodhi's figure quietly appeared beside Xiaohua. He put his palms together and said, "This poor monk greets you." Xiaohua turned his head to look at Buddha Bodhi. There was no change compared to 10 years ago, but Xiaohua was clear in his heart that the number one teaching merit on the desolate continent should be Buddha Bodhi's. Moreover, Buddha Bodhi must have obtained a lot of merit with the help of Namo Mithriya Buddha's Buddha light. Since the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua could obtain the all-living beings point song, Buddha Bodhi must have obtained even more. It was just that the cultivation of Buddhism was different from that of Confucian cultivators, so the Buddhist vision did not appear on the desolate continent for the time being. However, thinking that the more merit Buddha Bodhi obtained, the closer Namo Mithriya Buddha's Buddha fruit would be to Buddha Bodhi, and the less the pitiful Jianghu would obtain, Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. "Greetings, great master." Xiaohua put away his distracting thoughts and bowed in return. Seeing two enemies suddenly appear in front of him, that bird of prey no longer dared to hesitate. With a low cry, it spread its wings and flew away. However, after flying 100 feet away, it still turned its head to look at Xiaohua and Bodiyu. As long as a bird has its own nest, it must do its best to protect it, lest it be taken away by others. How can ordinary people not have such thoughts? Buddha Bodhi did not know whether he understood Xiaohua's thoughts or felt the pain in Xiaohua's heart. Looking at the bird of prey in the distance, he said in a faint tone, "This Namo-Methria Buddha fruit is the Buddha fruit that Luer cultivated for who knows how many lifetimes. If this poor monk snatched it away for no reason, how could he be willing? Therefore, Sandalwood, you don't have to worry too much. This poor monk has already thought it through. When this Buddha fruit returns to the hidden immortal continent, I will definitely return it to Luer. Then I will go to the blood sea on the inside of the space and transform into a devil." Buddha Bodhi's words had actually been said long ago. Mentioning it again at this time, Xiaohua also had mixed feelings. He nodded and said, "No need to mention this matter again. Let's talk about it after we return to the hidden immortal continent." Yes, this poor monk knows that green-robed Sandalwood has already built the teleportation formation. However, Soul Cultivator Sandalwood has not been able to obtain the mark marked by the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense. Buddha Bodhi replied, "And according to green-robed Sandalwood, this matter may be very difficult. Passing through the barrier between the two worlds is naturally extremely difficult." Xiaohua nodded. This matter has already been discussed with fellow Taoists in the ruins earlier. Previously, I thought that the divine sense mark here was the Great Snow Mountain. I didn't expect it to be this mysterious Great Desolation continent. Although I still don't know why, but... At this point, Xiaohua took a deep breath, looked up at the starry sky, and said, "As long as there is a trace of hope, we must use all of our strength to do it. Otherwise, when the opportunity comes and we're not ready, it'll be too late for regrets." Chapter 42:17. Yes, this place is not bad, but it is not your home. Buddha Bodhi sighed softly. The people and things you are familiar with are all on a distant continent. Buddha Bodhi's words immediately touched Xiaohua's heart. He raised his head to look around the wilderness and sighed, "What is home? Is homeland? Family? Or is it a childhood memory?" What fellow Taoist said is right. While they were talking, the green-robed Xiaohua also arrived with a solemn expression. There might be fellow Taoists' spiritual sense mark here, it might be related to fellow Taoists' home. However, there are no humans on this continent, even if it is fellow Taoists' home, it is a matter of billions of years later. The current desolate continent has nothing to do with you. The same people, the same place, but the time is different. This place and the people are different. Xiaohua sighed. Perhaps this is the place where I am closest to my dream, but with the law of time, I am the furthest away from my dream. Knowing where your dream is, doesn't that mean you have a direction to pursue your dream? Soul Cultivator Xiaohua also stepped out of the void and said, "Even if we work hard, there will be a day when we can break through the chains of the law of time and capture our dreams." Xiaohua smiled and saluted, "Many thanks, fellow Taoists. With so many fellow Taoists on the road of life, this road is no longer lonely." "You're welcome, you're welcome." The green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand. "Everything can wait until we return to the Great Snow Mountain." "All right." Xiaohua nodded, then asked Buddha Bodhi, "Where is fellow Taoist Tempered Bones?" The Fortune Gate's disciples encountered some problems while educating. They seemed to have encountered a very powerful desolate beast. Yuanya and the other disciples couldn't handle it, so Tempered Bones Sandalwood rushed over to help. The transmission array has been built. With the Great Snow Mountain spiritual sense mark, we can use it at any time. Can the Fortune Gate's disciples return to Shenhua continent now? Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice. The Fortune Gate's disciples could naturally return to the Shenhua continent at any time, but Xiaohua was worried that the desolate continent's teachings would be abandoned halfway. However, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Oh right, This Taoist asked the Fortune Gate's disciples to look for a suitable place for the human race to thrive. Is there any news? Before Buddha Bodhi could speak, the green-robed Xiaohua asked, "Fellow Taoist is looking for a suitable place for the incense cult's disciples?" "That's right." Xiaohua explains, "The disciples of the fragrant order came from the ruins. Their techniques are different from those of the hidden immortal continent. They might not be suitable to follow us to the hidden immortal continent." It's not that it's not necessarily. It's definitely not suitable. The green-robed Xiaohua resolutely and decisively said, "When we arrive at the hidden immortal continent, how can the incense cult's orthodoxy be preserved? If they weren't killed by the Confucian cultivators, then they would die because they couldn't adapt to the environment of the hidden immortal continent. The desolate continent, the Shao? Cloud desolate heaven and earth Shao? The world heavenly world? The best part is that there are no sects fighting with the incense cult here. Unfortunately, the desolate continent is very different from the ruins." Buddha Bodhi shook his head and said, "There are desolate beasts everywhere. How can there be a place for the human race? If the incense cult's 30,000 disciples were placed here, they would become the desolate beasts' food in a few days. We can help them build a defensive formation," Soul cultivator Xiaohua interjected. "Help for now, but not forever." Xiaohua ancestor Xiaohua disagreed. "How can a defensive formation help the incense cult defend against the endless desolate beasts?" "Not necessarily," Soul cultivator Xiaohua retorted. "If the defensive formation is strong enough, and the incense cult's disciples can cultivate into a few high-level cultivators before the formation collapses, they may be able to establish a foundation on the desolate continent." "Not likely," Buddha Bodhi said. "This monk has been enlightening the desolate continent for more than a decade, so I have some understanding of the desolate continent. If the Fortune Gate's disciples are not strong enough and do not have the advantage of numbers, it will be very difficult for them to take even half a step on the desolate continent." Xiaohua's original intention was to ask Buddha Bodhi, and now that he heard Buddha Bodhi's words, he somewhat understood. However, he still asked, "So, in these years, the Fortune Gate's disciples have not found a suitable place for the human race to reproduce?" Buddha Bodhi nodded, then said, "As for the Fortune Gate's disciples, they have spread the fire seeds of enlightenment everywhere the human race can reach. With these fire seeds, the prelude to enlightenment has already begun. Since the prelude has already begun, the person who started the prelude is naturally no longer needed." Xiaohua had already asked Xiaohua about the situation of the Fortune Gate's disciples, and from Xiaohua's words, he understood the significance of the Fortune Gate's disciples spreading the fire seeds. Hearing Buddha Bodhi's words, he immediately ordered, "In that case, Grandmaster, please pass down the Fortune Gate's order for all Fortune Gate's disciples to return. Prepare to return to the Shenhua mainland." "Yes, this monk understands." Buddha Bodhi did not dare to delay. After listening to Xiaohua's order, he stepped on a Buddha cloud and left. Xiaohua then turned to the green-robed Xiaohua and said, "Let's go, fellow Taoist, let us see how good the transmission array you built is." "Ha, fellow Taoist, please." The green-robed Xiaohua was as proud as when he was in the ruins. He led Xiaohua to the foot of the mountain, but when he saw the capital star formation at the foot of the mountain, Xiaohua chuckled. He pointed at the formation and asked, "If our grand formation can't protect the lives of the incense-spreading cult's disciples, how can this grand formation protect the transmission array?" "The grand formation is secondary. The main thing is that fellow Taoist is here." The green-robed Xiaohua was very sophisticated, and he flattered Xiaohua, leaving Xiaohua speechless. When they entered the grand formation, they saw a transmission array standing in midair. It was much smaller than the grand formation they built in the ruins. Moreover, there were 9 grooves on the grand formation, which seemed to be used to place spirit stones in ordinary transmission arrays. Seeing this kind of transmission array, Xiaohua was really surprised. He frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist, what we said before. I thought it was a joke. To be transmitted from the great desolate continent to the great snow mountain, we have to pass through realms. This realm is even more solid than the moon god realm and Taibai star realm, that Could be the barrier between the higher realm and the lower realm. Fellow Taoist, can this kind of transmission array work? The green-robed Xiaohua replied with confidence. The ancients said that the meat in the bun is not in the folds. Fellow Taoist, don't think that I's transmission array is small, it is more powerful than the previous ones. Soon after, the green-robed Xiaohua explained the advantages of this transmission array and finally pointed to the 9 grooves and said, when the transmission array is activated, it can reduce the interference of the barrier between the 2 realms and establish communication with the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark. When the location of the transmission array is confirmed, fellow Taoist and fellow Taoist soul cultivator can use the south opposite north technique to stabilize the transmission array. Moreover, soul cultivator Xiaohua continued the green-robed Xiaohua's words and explained, the barrier between the 2 realms sounds very difficult to break through, and ordinary cultivators can only pass through it when they are ascending. If it is from the higher realm to the lower realm, it should be called a reverse passage. It is even more difficult than passing through. However, fellow Taoist seems to have forgotten, if we can feel the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark, what does that mean? It means that the reverse passage between the 2 realms has been opened, and we only need to control the transmission array well, and can accurately find the location marked by the divine sense mark. Good. Xiaohua clapped and said, I understand what you 2 fellow Taoists are saying. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoists. Now, everything is ready, except for the east wind. This east wind is really hard to blow. Green-robed Xiaohua spoiled the mood. Who knows when the reverse passage will open? We will wait here and cultivate. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua didn't care, and said with a smile, it's better if we can wait, but if we can't, then we might as well cultivate until the end. Xiaohua's heart was moved, and he nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist soul cultivator is right, we all have our own cultivation techniques. If it really can't be done, then we will settle down here. Xiaohua had just finished speaking when Buddha Bodhi entered the array and said with his palms pressed together, Sandalwood, the order has been passed down, the Fortune Gate disciples will return in a few days. We will wait here. Xiaohua looked around and said with a smile, as long as we leave a divine sense mark, we can use the south opposite north technique to rush back at any time, so why wait here? Why don't we take advantage of this time to travel around the desolate continent? That's right, it should be like this. Green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed. I haven't gone out since I arrived here. Of course we can leave a divine sense mark, but a divine sense mark is also a kind of hidden danger. I have many soul cultivator secret techniques that can be used with divine sense marks. Soul cultivator Xiaohua suggested, why don't we let I leave a temporary mark that can be used? When we return, the mark will disappear. Naturally, Xiaohua agreed. After Xiaohua cast his spell, the group arrived at the bottom of the lava where the stone giant resided. Seeing that Xiaohua had returned, the little stone giant who had been saved by Xiaohua became somewhat timid. However, he still bravely stepped forward, bowed and saluted. This little one thanks Taoist for saving my life, and also thanks Taoist for everything you've done for my tribe. Looking at the stone giant that was much bigger than him, Xiaohua thought of the past, and then looked at the present. He felt that everything the Fortune Gate disciples had done in the past 10 years was more valuable than anything they had done before. He smiled and nodded, little guy, although you and I don't belong to the same tribe, or even not the same race, I feel that everything in the world has a soul and must have love. Today, I helped your stone giant tribe with the help of the human race, and I also hope that your stone giant tribe can help other races in the future. Moreover, if there are any humans in the future, I also hope that you can treat them well. This little one will remember Tao Master's words, and will certainly take action. The little stone giant's words made Xiaohua happy. Chapter 42:18. A while later, the stone giant patriarch also came over to greet Xiaohua. He chatted with Xiaohua for a while before leaving respectfully. However, from the beginning to the end, the stone giant patriarch did not look at the Buddha shrine they had been worshipping. Xiaohua stood in the lava and scanned the area with his divine sense. He saw many stone giants in the distance. Some were cultivating, some were busy, and some were looking for newly condensed essence stones. The lava no longer looked like it was on the verge of death. Xiaohua's mood became better. However, when his divine sense fell on the Buddha shrine, his heart skipped a beat. This was because even though the Buddha statue was sitting cross-legged in the niche and was complete, the crack from the top down was still very clear. There were even 2 streams of crimson lava flowing out from between the eyes of the Buddha statue, like 2 streams of blood tears. "Let's go outside and wait for a while." Xiaohua's tone was cold as he said this. He then flew out of the lava without looking back. Confucian Xiaohua and his other avatars were confused. Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist sense swept over the Buddha shrine. He put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name as he followed Xiaohua to the surface. At this time, there were already some disciples who were relatively close to the mountain. When the disciples saw Xiaohua and the others standing on the mountain peak, they were very happy in their hearts. They didn't dare to come over and greet them, so they bowed from afar and then went to their own place to sit down cross-legged. Xiaohua stood on the mountain peak, but he did not release his divine sense. He only looked at the red sunset in the distance and did not speak for a long time, allowing the orange sunset to illuminate his face. Seeing that the curtain of night was approaching, Xiaohua spoke. "When I'm cultivating or running around, I don't feel anything. But when I'm idle and calm, looking at the setting sun, there's always a kind of hesitation in my heart. It's as if something has left, or as if I'm one step closer to the end. Sometimes I don't want night to fall, and sometimes I don't want dawn to come." Xiaohua's words were profound. The green-robed Xiaohua and the others stared at each other, not knowing how to answer. Buddha Bodhi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, they turned into Namo Maitreya Buddha. "How are the casualties of my Fortune Gate's disciples in the past 10 years? Xiaohua asked another question out of the blue. Buddha Subhuti was slightly taken aback before he shook his head and said, "This penniless monk does not know. Sandalwood, you can ask Fujiwen. However, this penniless monk believes that there should be not too much." Soul cultivator Xiaohua felt a little awkward and hurried to help Huang Xiaolong out. After all, the Fortune Gate's disciples went out in a battle group. It's already good enough that they didn't bully other beasts. Just as they were talking, a divine sense swept over from afar. When it landed on Xiaohua's body, it immediately withdrew. A voice called out in pleasant surprise, "Master, you've returned?" The one who came along with the voice was Wang Yifei. "And Master is back," Xiaohua said with a smile. "What have you gained in these 10 years? Of course there is." Wang Bianfei smiled as he took out some universe bangles from his bosom and said, "There are treasures everywhere in the prehistoric continent. I want to take everything I see." Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that even his own disciple was clear about his little problem of being greedy. As soon as they met, he wanted to hand over the things he collected to him. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Master is asking about your cultivation." "Don't worry, Master." Wang Bianfei was still smiling mischievously like the little boy he used to be. He answered, "Others may not know about this disciple's talent, but how could Master not know? Even if this disciple doesn't sleep, I can still cultivate." Xiaohua glared at Wang Bianfei and scolded, "A person must be humble. Don't you know that there is an ancient saying, pride makes people regress? Disciple is only speaking the truth." Wang Bianfei rolled his eyes and said with grievance, "But if Master also gives this disciple a spiritual treasure, this disciple's cultivation will definitely be more powerful." Xiaohua knew that Wang Bianfei was envious of Yuanya's bone spear, so he waved his hand and said, "Everyone has their own opportunities. Your 2 senior brothers will naturally meet each other when their fate arrives. When your fate arrives, you will also get it. Other than senior brother Yuna, which other senior brother has such good fortune? What kind of spiritual treasure did he get from Master?" Wang Bianfei stomped his feet in exasperation. Xiaohua laughed, "It's Louis. It's just a copper coin of treasure fall, it's nothing. Why don't you ask him for it?" Wang Bianfei had always had a similar temper with Lu. Hearing that Lu Yi got a treasure, other than envy, he didn't have any other thoughts. He still begged, "Master, you are too biased. This disciple still doesn't have a suitable spiritual treasure. There are so many good things in your Kunlun immortal realm, can't you give this disciple one? As he spoke, Wang Bianfei handed the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand to Xiaohua and said, "This disciple will exchange these things, okay?" Tise. Xiaohua waved his hand. "Keep these things for yourself. Don't you know what a spiritual treasure is? How can it be so easy to get it?" At this point, Xiaohua smiled and said, "How about this? If you find a dual cultivation partner, I can consider giving you a spiritual treasure." "Master, are you sure?" Wang Bianfei jumped up again. "There is no human race on this primeval desolate continent. Where do you want me to find one? Are there few female cultivators on Shenhua continent?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Don't you like any of them?" "I don't feel anything, I just don't like them." Wang Bianfei shrugged, as if he was very familiar with them. Xiaohua understood at a glance. Lu Yi and Jiang Hong probably played matchmaker for Wang Bianfei, and Wang Bianfei definitely didn't like any of them. "Don't tell me you want to ascend to the immortal world and find another fairy?" Xiaohua casually scolded. "Oh, right, Master, if you didn't mention the immortal world, this disciple forgot one thing." Wang Bianfei suddenly woke up and hurriedly lowered his head to search the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand for a moment, and took out a 3-inch long phoenix hairpin. As soon as this phoenix hairpin was taken out, it immediately emitted an aura that Xiaohua had never seen before. However, this aura gave Xiaohua a vague sense of familiarity. Xiaohua looked at it again and saw that the phoenix hairpin was sparkling and translucent. It was neither gold nor wood, and was made of a material that Xiaohua had never seen before. Moreover, the phoenix hairpin was covered with spots that resembled stars. Each of the spots emitted an indescribable fluctuation. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "What is this? Where did you get it from?" "This was picked up by this disciple from a huge tree in a valley 3 years ago. This disciple doesn't know what it is, but this disciple..." Wang Bianfei's face was slightly red, and he whispered, "After this disciple got it, he occasionally met an extremely beautiful female cultivator in his dreams. She seemed to be trapped somewhere and wanted to say something to this disciple, but this disciple couldn't understand a single word." "Oh!" Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He raised his hand, and the phoenix hairpin fell into his hand, and he said, "You wouldn't be like Fujiwen meeting an immortal palace female official imprisoned in this phoenix hairpin, right?" However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, the phoenix hairpin seemed to be invisible, and his divine sense couldn't detect it at all. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and raised his hand. A thick lightning thread stretched out from his finger, and the lightning thread wrapped around an extremely thin crystal wire. However, when the lightning thread fell into the phoenix hairpin only trembled slightly and didn't even release any brilliance. Strange. Subsequently, Xiaohua tried soul cultivation, Confucian cultivation, and other methods, but the phoenix hairpin still didn't move. "Forget it." Xiaohua helplessly returned the phoenix hairpin to Wang Bianfei and said, "You'd better keep this thing for yourself. Wait, when this master ascends to the immortal world, immortal world, wait." Speaking until here, Xiaohua cried out involuntarily, "Yes, this is an item from the immortal world. The markings on this phoenix hairpin are the immortal world's runes. These markings are very similar to some of the immortal world's cultivation methods that Master obtained." Damn it, could it be? This phoenix hairpin really is a fairy from the immortal world? It can't be, right? Wang Bianfei also looked at the phoenix hairpin in Xiaohua's hand in disbelief. This disciple casually picked it up. After Xiaohua recovered from his shock, he stuffed the phoenix hairpin into Wang Bianfei's hand. Fujiwen's female official wife was also picked up inside the mountain rocks. "Your luck has come, you actually picked up a fairy from the immortal world. You'd better keep this phoenix hairpin for yourself. Wait until the day you ascend to the immortal world, maybe you'll be able to open the restriction, and you'll finally be able to marry her." Wang Bianfei looked at the phoenix hairpin in his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry awkwardly. Xiaohua might not know, but he was very clear in his heart. Several of his martial brothers often joked about Fujiwen's matter, saying that his was picked up. He didn't expect that he would also be involved in this kind of matter. Enough. Xiaohua rolled his eyes at him, pointed in a direction and said, "Don't laugh, silly. Louis is back, you go and pick him up." "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei hurriedly put the phoenix hairpin into his bosom. Just as he was about to fly, he stopped and said in a low voice, "Master, you can't tell this to the other martial brothers." "I know." Xiaohua nodded. "Master will keep it a secret for you." "Thank you, master." Wang Bianfei happily left, but just as he flew 100 feet, the green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, If you don't tell your martial brothers, you can tell your martial sister or martial sister." When these words fell into Wang Bianfei's ears, Wang Bianfei almost fell from the sky. "Go, go," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Don't listen to your martial uncle's nonsense, he's just joking with you." After Wang Bianfei flew away, Xiaohua thought of something. He gave the green-robed Xiaohua the secret sound transmission technique that Devouring Heaven gave him, and said with a smile, "The cultivation world is vast and boundless. There are also many cultivators in it. However, there's a language barrier between them. It's quite troublesome. This secret technique should be very useful, fellow Taoist. Take a look and see how you can modify it so that ordinary cultivators can use it. At the very least, you can let Wang Bianfei cultivate. That female immortal should be using the language of the immortal world. We can't understand. If Wang Bianfei understands, maybe he can discover something. It's useful for us to leave the great wasteland continent." Chapter 42:19. Oh, is there such a magical technique in this world? Quickly, let me take a look. The green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed. He hurriedly received the jade eyes and sat down cross-legged to study them. Buddha Subhuti asked from the side, "Tanyu, what about Dragon Vein Tanyu and Phoenix Physique Tanyu? How are they? Why haven't they come out?" Xiaohua answered indifferently, "They were injured in the imperial palace and are still in seclusion. Maybe they will come out in a few years." "Namo Mithriya," Buddha Subhuti chanted, then sat down cross-legged without saying anything else. Half an hour later, the black jade Qilin's silhouette appeared on the distant horizon. The dark green flames around him looked very strange in the dark night. The black jade Qilin's soul force swept over the surroundings, and when he saw so many humans he was shocked. He was even more respectful when he saw Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned when he heard the black jade Qilin's words. "Master, if you don't accept this lowly one as your disciple, this lowly one is willing to be the demonic beast guarding Master's cultivation dwelling." Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi behind the black jade Qilin and asked, "Do you know what guarding a cultivation dwelling is?" The black jade Qilin didn't seem to understand Xiaohua's words. It pondered for a moment before stammering, "No." Obviously, the black jade Qilin's first sentence was taught by Lu Yi. The black jade Qilin could recite it very well, and its flattering tone was similar to a black bear's. Xiaohua only wanted to kidnap a demonic beast to be his mount, and Lu Yi wanted to trick the black jade Qilin into guarding the fortune gate. "Like teacher, like disciple," Xiaohua chuckled, waving his hand. "We'll talk about this later, you wait at the side." "Yes." The black jade Qilin pondered for a moment, then stood not far from Xiaohua. Several hours later, the moon gradually set, revealing the first glimmer of dawn in the distance. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and saw a group of Fortune Gate's disciples flying back, but there was no sign of Yuanya. Xiaohua's brows furrowed as he ordered, "Lu Yi, Jianghu, Wang Bianfei, go greet Yuanya, they seem to have run into trouble." "Yes, disciple understands." Lu Yi didn't dare to be negligent. He took Jianghu and Wang Bianfei and prepared to fly away. However, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He looked at the ink jade Qilin and sent a sound transmission. "If you have nothing to do, you can also go with them. You are extremely familiar with the desolate continent." "All right." The ink jade Qilin was standing in midair, feeling bored. Hearing Xiaohua's words, it hurriedly flew to Lu Yi's side and followed the three of them to step on the clouds and leave. In the following days, Fu Jiwen and the other Fortune Gate disciples returned to the Fortune Gate. The group of Fortune Gate disciples organized themselves and handed over the spoils they had plundered on the desolate mainland to Fu Jiwen and the others. Fu Jiwen then distributed the medicinal pellets, secret techniques, and other treasures that Xiaohua had given him according to each disciple's harvest. After a few more days of work, Xiaohua finally took out the Kunlun mirror and sent all the Fortune Gate disciples into his space. I'm afraid there's trouble again. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua had not returned for a long time, and Lu Yi and the others had not returned, Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. He asked Fuji Wen, "Have all the Fortune Gate disciples returned?" Other than the fallen disciples and the disciples who followed junior brother Yuana, the rest have returned to Shenhua mainland. Fuji Wen knew that Xiaohua was soft-hearted, so he obediently avoided mentioning the number of fallen disciples and answered. N. Xiaohua nodded and asked again, "Do you know where Yuanya and the others went?" "Disciple knows." Fuji Wen replied, "Our respective locations were arranged by Martial Uncle Bodhi and Martial Uncle Wenxiu. We all know each other's location." "Then you lead the way." Xiaohua stood up and urged, "Master just happens to want to gain experience on the desolate mainland. Why don't you take a look at what kind of powerful opponents your martial uncle Bonehoning encountered?" Fujiwen was Xiaohua's eyes and ears on the hidden Immortal mainland. Now that he heard Xiaohua's words, he naturally understood Xiaohua's meaning. He pointed in the direction Lu Yi and the others went and respectfully said, "Master, let's go there." Fellow Taoists. Xiaohua looked at the green-robed Xiaohua and the others who also stood up and said with a smile, "How about following I to explore the desolate mainland?" Good. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi responded. One went to the mysterious dark clouds, while the other went to the Naiwan Palace. On the other hand, the green-robed Xiaohua did not rush to enter the space. Instead, he went to Xiaohua's lower dantian. However, just as his figure entered his dantian, a purple light shone and a wave of profound energy rushed into his body. The green-robed Xiaohua was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly escaped from his lower dantian and cried out in alarm, "Fellow Taoist, what did you do to our invisible nascent soul?" "Hee, fellow Taoist, don't worry." Xiaohua replied with a smile. The invisible nascent soul had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a wisp of purple qi. This purple qi was not recorded in the Tao Gate's ancient records. It should be an item from the upper realm. The invisible nascent soul just came into contact with this item and has already stepped into the late stage of the Mahayana realm. It can enter the tribulation at any time. Oh, it should be said that it is not too far away from the 9th tribulation. You are still not familiar with this purple qi, so you naturally can't control the invisible nascent soul. The green-robed Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, do you think our luck is too good? This kind of divine item is rare even in the upper realm, but we actually obtained it so easily. Don't tell me you don't know that this item is related to the heavenly Tao. Even if our luck is good, it is also a blessing in disguise." Xiaohua said with a smile, "If not for the heavenly prison's tribulation, how could you and I come here? For us cultivators from the lower realm, everything on this desolate mainland, including the stones under our feet, is precious." "That's true," the green-robed Xiaohua said. Xiaohua's mind entered the space. "I will first modify this sound transmission technique and see if I can comprehend the profound meaning released by the invisible nascent soul. Then I will try to control the invisible nascent soul." After arranging several clones, Xiaohua's mind came out of the space. He looked at Fujiwen who was flying in front of him and said, "Just fly like this." Fujiwen replied, "It should be in this direction." "Alright." Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and covered Fujiwen with the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Then his figure swayed, leaving behind a string of afterimages. Xiaohua teleported into the distance. Unfortunately, after a few times, Xiaohua had no choice but to let Fujiwen out and let him point out the direction again. That Fujiwen indeed had this ability. No matter how complicated Xiaohua's teleportation was, he could still find the direction without any sign of getting lost. In fact, Xiaohua couldn't be blamed. The entire desolate mainland was filled with incomparably huge mountain ranges. On top of the mountain ranges were craggy rocks and occasionally huge trees. There wasn't much greenery, most of them were needle-shaped leaves that were greenish-yellow in color. Any cultivator who flew thousands of li and took a closer look would find that the scenery was not much different from before. Other than the blazing sun in the sky that allowed them to identify the direction, other aspects were really hard to identify. Master? After flying for several days, Fu Jiwen said in a low voice, "This desolate mainland is a little strange. Disciple feels that wherever it is called a lower realm, the 5 elements of heaven and earth are abundant and balanced, and the yin and yang energies are clearly separated. Why is the water element energy here so scarce? How did this desolate mainland form?" Xiaohua had naturally thought about it. He smiled and said, "Master also thought about this that day. But this place is different from the hidden immortal mainland. It is a higher realm, and there are many mysteries that we don't know. Anyway, we won't stay here for long, and the Fortune Gate won't establish a sect again. Why should we care so much?" Yes, disciple understands. Fu Jiwen was already used to Xiaohua's laziness. While nodding his head, he thought of something and hesitated slightly before saying, "Master, disciple doesn't know if junior brother Lu has reported to Master." "What is it?" "When Master met him earlier, he told Master a lot of things. I don't know which one you're talking about." Xiaohua urged his body and didn't pay much attention to it and casually replied. Fu Jiwen sighed and said, "AI. It seems like Louis didn't mention it to Master. After this guy got married, he started to have many thoughts." He, isn't that normal?" Xiaohua secretly laughed and replied with sorrow in his heart, "There is a saying in the ancient times, after getting married, one forgets his mother. Although Jianghong's character is very good, she is after all a dragon and also a woman. Her heart is definitely small. Lu Yi must have discussed some things with you and the other senior brothers and also reported to Master. Now, the first person he wants to find is Jianghong. Some things involve the interests of the family. Jianghong will think a lot, and he may not report to Master. Don't worry, when you marry by an, I'm afraid it will be the same." Speaking of this, Xiaohua's heart naturally thought of Fairy Hong Xia, who was far away in the Xiaoyu continent. Wasn't it because of Fairy Hong Xia's small heart that things got to this point? After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, what was the difference between her and Xue Xue? Some things can be left unsaid, but some things can't be reported. Fu Jiwen had never seen Xiaohua's dual cultivation partner. Seeing that Xiaohua's words were full of experience, he knew that Master felt something and smiled slightly. Moreover, women are different from women. N is a female official of the Immortal Palace, so she should be very clear about this. Xiaohua knew that the woman Fu Jiwen was talking about should be Xen. He didn't explain and asked, "N, what does Louis want to report? Is it the dispute between the Yu family and the Lu family?" That kind of small matter happens every day in the Shenhua continent. What kind of trouble could the elders of those 2 families cause with them keeping watch in their families? Fu Jiwen's face turned serious as he replied, "This kind of small matter is not worth mentioning." "Then what is it?" Xiaohua frowned slightly. Previously, Lu Yi mentioned to Disciple that when he just came out from the Shenhua continent, he had a feeling that he was being spied on. Fu Jiwen replied, "It's just that this feeling of being spied on was really vague and even disappeared in a flash. Lu Yi wasn't sure, so he didn't dare to report it to Master." Chapter 42:20. Fu Jiwen peeked at Xiaohua's reaction and continued, "However, Disciple feels that we should be careful since we are far away from home. Although Master's magic power is boundless, even a wise man can make mistakes. If Disciple finds anything, it's better to tell Master as soon as possible." Therefore, Disciple asked him to report to Master, but he felt that if he could find it, Master would definitely find it too. Moreover, there are many strong people in the great desolate continent. It's normal for some strong people to spy on us. What? When Xiaohua heard this, his figure suddenly stopped. The feeling of teleportation was like a stormy wave crashing into Fu Jiwen's Naiwen Palace. Fu Jiwen suddenly felt dizzy. Of course, with Fu Jiwen's cultivation, this dizziness only lasted for a moment. When the secret technique circulated, Fu Jiwen immediately returned to normal. When did this happen? Later, did Lu Yi find anything else? Xiaohua naturally knew about Lu Yi's talent. This kind of strange talent was innate, not acquired through cultivation. What Lu Yi could detect, he really might not be able to detect. Moreover, after he arrived in the great desolate continent, he did not find any consciousness secretly spying on them. If there was a great enemy nearby, Lu Yi found such a strange situation and did not report it. It was really a crime worthy of death. Fu Jiwen saw Xiaohua's face change greatly and hurriedly comforted. "Master, don't worry. This is something that happened when we just started to educate the strange beasts. It has been more than 10 years now, isn't there nothing wrong?" Presumably, Lu Yi did not find anything unusual and did not report it to Master. Xiaohua nodded and did not speak much. His face was a little gloomy. Fu Jiwen said again, "When Disciple and Lu Yi went in different directions, I asked him again. He was a little hesitant. He should not have that kind of feeling again, right? Otherwise, he would definitely report it." "I hope so." Xiaohua had some indescribable feelings in his heart. It was like a child that he had painstakingly raised, who had always listened to him, suddenly grew up one day and had his own ideas. He did not particularly listen to his words and began to have his own secrets. The 10 spirit clones began to gradually become independent. Now, these children like disciples began to have their own forces. However, Xiaohua immediately smiled again. Even though the Fu Jiwen in front of him didn't look any different from the Fu Jiwen he met in the past, he was still thousands of years old after all. Wasn't Lu Yi the same? How could he possibly ask her to be the same as before? Can't you let her have her own thoughts? He was changing and so were his disciples. As long as they were loyal to the Fortune Gate and were filial to him, what else could he ask for? Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly from his nose and scolded, "Lu Yi's wife is from the Dragon Clan. I won't say anything, but your wife is a female official of the Immortal Palace. When you marry her in the future, paying respects to her in the morning and evening is indispensable. Otherwise, I won't give any betrothal gifts." "It can't be, Master." Fu Jiwen's face was full of bitterness. Momo was controlled by the princess in the imperial court. Can't she be free at home? Heaven, earth, monarch, family, teacher. Xiaohua curled his lips and said word by word, "Teacher has taken up quite a few. If you want to marry me, you have to be obedient." "All right." Fu Jiwen naturally didn't understand the true meaning of Xiaohua's words, but seeing that Xiaohua's mood had improved, he could only agree with a bitter face. After a few more days passed, Xiaohua's divine consciousness swept across the mountain peaks in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Disciple, go back to Shenhua continent. Master will help your uncle Master." "Yes, Master." Fu Jiwen had long been used to being carried around, so he casually agreed. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror, and in a flash of light, Fu Jiwen was sucked into the space. 10,000 li away, there was a plain rarely seen in the desolate continent. The land stretched as far as the eye could see, and at this moment, it was covered in thick vines. These vines were bronze in color, and there were faint cloud patterns on them, as if they were natural patterns. They emitted faint fluctuations, and when these fluctuations fell into the air, they actually flickered with sparks. The vines were scattered with broken stones and wood, and it looked very messy. Among the broken stones, there were many bones and flesh. Some of these bones were very big, while others were very small. Occasionally, there were a dozen or so human skeletons hidden among these bones. These human skeletons were without a doubt Fortune Gate's disciples. In the sky above the vines and bones, within a radius of several hundred li, there were loud battle cries. Thousands of lizard-like beasts surrounded and attacked several hundred Fortune Gate's disciples. At this time, the Fortune Gate's disciples were in a battle formation, each of them holding a magic artifact and spirit artifact. They circulated their magic power and fought against the lizard-like beasts. Outside the group of Fortune Gate's disciples, there were several dozen lizard-like beasts surrounding a cultivator, and they were also madly attacking. These cultivators were none other than Lu Yi, Jianghu, Yuan Ya, and Wang Bianfei. At this time, Jianghu had already revealed her true form. Dragon patterns flickered all over her body, and her huge dragon claws could tear a mountain apart. However, when such a powerful attack landed on the lizard-like beast, sparks flew everywhere. The lizard-like beast fell 100 zhang in the air, but it immediately flew back up as if nothing had happened and blocked Jianghong's attack. This was also the strange part. The several dozen lizard-like beasts only surrounded Jianghong and did not take the initiative to attack, as if they were afraid of her. The other Fortune Gate's disciples were not so lucky. Yuanya was surrounded by the most lizard-like beasts, and his physique was the largest. Yuanya had already activated his avatar, and a bronze luster surrounded his body. He held the devil hammer with both hands, and every time he swung it, the void cracked. When the lizard-like beasts saw the devil hammer coming at them, they dodged to the side, not wanting to meet the devil hammer head-on. However, when the devil hammer missed, the surrounding lizard-like beasts either spat out wind and fire as they pounced on Yuanya, or swung their tails at him. It looked like they were evenly matched. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were no match for Yuanya, as they could not win by brute force. Although Lu Yi had just obtained the copper coin of Treasure Fall, it could not be used in this battle. Like Wang Bianfei, he had no choice but to use his previous treasures. Although those treasures were sharp, when they landed on the lizard-like skin of these lizard-like beasts, they could only produce sparks, unable to cause any real damage. However, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were relieved that they had the black jade Qilin by their side. This Qilin was well versed in the desolate continent's way of fighting. While fighting against the lizard-like beasts, it did not forget to help Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, greatly reducing the pressure on them. The battle between the group of Fortune Gate disciples and the lizards had already caused a change in the heaven and earth's origin energy. Gusts of wind rose within 1,000 li radius, and countless pillars of origin energy fell into the battle. Countless pillars of origin energy condensed and exploded in mid-air, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling light. However, all of this paled in comparison to the battle taking place several thousand li away. On the ground several thousand li away, Tempering Bones Xiaohua had revealed his 10,000 zhang tall avatar. Although it was only 10,000 zhang tall, standing on the ground, his momentum pierced through heaven and earth, more impressive than the desolate continent's giant mountain peaks. Around Tempering Bones Xiaohua, there were several lizard-like beasts that were several thousand zhang in size, standing on demonic clouds as they attacked ferociously. These lizard-like beasts' bodies were covered in lightning and fire patterns. Between their attacks, not only were there surging lightning and blazing flames, but there were also endless thunderclaps. Especially these lizard-like beasts, and when they opened their mouths, their roars sounded like dragon roars. The space within several thousand li was under the control of these lizard-like beasts. Countless lightning bolts and blazing flames tore the void apart. Chaotic energy fluctuations rushed out from the void, rushing towards Tempering Bones Xiaohua like a tempest. Tempering Bones Xiaohua did not use any magic tools, he merely clenched his fists. As his fists danced in the air, the space within 100 zhang exploded, and everything within the space turned into nothingness. Perhaps the energy fluctuations could pass through the void, but when they landed on Tempering Bones Xiaohua's body, they could only extinguish a small amount of light. However, there were too many energy fluctuations. At this time, Tempering Bones Xiaohua's body was already mottled with light. Many parts of his body were torn apart by the lizard-like beasts, revealing his green body. Seeing that Tempering Bones Xiaohua's fist had missed, a huge lizard-like beast pounced over and bit his arm. Tempering Bones Xiaohua's wrist hooked and hit the lizard's chin in a split second. The lizard's body was flipped over, and the lizard's tail swept across Tempering Bones Xiaohua's waist with a paw. Tempering Bones Xiaohua's body was unstable, and he staggered slightly. Beside him was a hill that was several hundred zhang tall. This hill in the eyes of ordinary people was just a pellet in Tempering Bones Xiaohua's eyes. With a sweep of his left foot, he broke the hill with a boom, and the entire hill flew up. Tempering Bones Xiaohua's left foot did not stop, and it bounced smoothly like flowing water. Woo! With a piercing wind, the hill flew and hit the lizard that attacked Tempering Bones Xiaohua just now. In the end, that lizard was no match for Tempering Bones Xiaohua. The hill hit the lizard's abdomen with a boom. Although the several hundred zhang tall hill turned into powder under the lightning of the lizard's abdomen, Tempering bones. Xiao Hua's strength still pierced deeply into the lizard's abdomen. The dark golden abdomen split open with a bloody scar that was several hundred zhang long, and the lizard let out a mournful wail like a dragon's roar. Seeing that several huge lizards were about to attack at the same time, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. A huge, suffocating aura came from afar. Then, light and shadow distorted, and Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the sky along with a stream of light. Master, be careful. Xiao Hua's figure had yet to completely reveal itself when Jianghu immediately sent a sound transmission to the group of lizards. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, several lizards opened their mouths and roared, actually shaking Jianghu's sound transmission and scattering it. At this moment, the vines on the ground suddenly moved. Shua! The vines were 100 times fiercer than the lizards. They flew up from the ground and headed toward the space where Xiao Hua was. Chapter 42:21. Not only that, as the rattan vines shook, the ground shook as well. In places where Xiao Hua's gaze could not reach, more rattan vines emerged from the ground. The originally flat plains were now covered in deep ravines, and the rattan vines in these ravines soared to the sky, leaving behind several hundred zhang deep pits. The rattan vines covered an area of 10,000 li, each of them resembling a ferocious horned dragon, emitting a strange energy fluctuation that completely sealed off the space. Not only was the heaven and earth origin energy unable to enter, even sunlight was unable to pass through. These tens of thousands of rattan vines exuded killing intent, and at the end of this killing intent was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered. As soon as he saw Lu Yi and the others being besieged by the lizards, he had already understood. Yuanya might not be so scheming, but people like Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei would immediately think of countermeasures when they saw the slightest disturbance. With so many lizards besieging them, as long as they saw that the situation was not good, they would definitely escape first and send a message to him. Since they could not send a message, then they must have been trapped before they could send a message. Since that was the case, other than the lizards, the only thing that could trap them was the rattan vines on the ground. Since Xiao Hua dared to show himself, he had already paid attention to the rattan vines and had come up with a countermeasure. While Xiao Hua was sneering, he had already released his divine sense. Wang Bianfei and the others could already hear Xiao Hua's voice in their ears. Don't resist, Master will send you back to Shenhua mainland first. Therefore, before the rattan vines could reach them, the group of Fortune Gate disciples surrounded by lizards had already disappeared. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, there were actually some lizards that were able to attack his mind when his mind passed by. Just as the Fortune Gate disciples disappeared, the rattan vines had already reached them. Some lizards were unable to dodge in time and were caught by the rattan vines. The lizards' bodies glowed brightly as they resisted the rattan vines' attacks, but the rattan vines twisted in a strange way, firmly entangling the lizards. As the rattan vines streaked across the sky, a powerful force was generated. Although the lizards' bodies were unharmed on the surface, the insides of their bodies were unable to withstand the rattan vines' force. Their bodies were forcefully twisted, and large chunks of flesh and blood flowed out from the lizards' bodies. Amidst a series of dragon roars, the lizards were ground to death by the rattan vines. The black jade qilin didn't care about the lizard siege, but when it saw how powerful the rattan was, the lizards that were besieging it scattered. Flames immediately surged around its body, and it opened its mouth, spitting a scarlet flame at the rattan that was pouncing at it. At the same time, its two front legs danced, and several sharp rays of light flashed, slashing at the rattan that was sharper than flying swords. Woo! When the flames landed on the rattan vines, the cloud patterns on the rattan vines flickered, and strands of lightning appeared, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Moreover, the lightning did not slow down, and continued to attack the black jade qilin's attack. Clang clang clang. When the lightning struck the black jade qilin's attack, it actually emitted a metallic clanging sound. The black jade qilin's attack only lasted for a few breaths before it was extinguished. However, as the lightning was extinguished, the rattan vine's force had already sealed the space around the black jade qilin. Seeing that it was no match for the rattan vines, the black jade qilin's body surged again, forming a ring that expanded outward. A void passage was quickly formed within this ring of light. Boom! Just as joy appeared in the black jade Qilin's eyes and it was about to jump into the void passage, a rattan suddenly stretched out from the void. When the rattan pierced into the void passage, the entire rattan coiled around the passage. Under the huge force, the void passage shook violently with a rumble and suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the passage caused the black jade Qilin to be blown away, and the ring of light was also scattered. At this moment, another rattan strangely appeared and hit the black jade Qilin's back. Layers of lightning and flames appeared on the black jade Qilin's back to block the rattan, but the rattan coiled around the black jade Qilin and was about to trap the black jade Qilin. The black jade Qilin turned pale with fright. It naturally knew that if it fell into this trap, it would not be any better than the lizards. Almost without hesitation, the black jade Qilin transmitted its voice. "Spiritual Master, save me." Xiaohua originally wanted to take the black jade Qilin, Lu Yi, and the others into Shenhua continent, but when he saw the black jade Qilin using its divine ability to resist, he could not take it in. Therefore, his consciousness stopped near the black jade Qilin. After seeing the black jade Qilin speak and transmit its voice to not resist, his consciousness swept towards the black jade Qilin and took it into Shenhua continent as well. Just as Xiaohua took the black jade Qilin, the rattan came across the sky. This rattan was really strange. Not only did it sweep across the sky and kill another lizard around the black jade Qilin, but it also flashed with lightning-like brilliance and cut off Xiaohua's consciousness. Xiaohua was shocked and rubbed his hands. Boom! Tens of thousands of thunderbolts were like raging tides. They appeared in the void within 1,000 miles and roared as they drowned the rattan. However, where the lightning surged, the rattan within 1,000 miles was hit until it trembled violently. The cloud patterns on it quickly dimmed as if it was in pain from being hit. The rattan shrank and hid in the void. Of course, it only hid in the void and was not destroyed. Even after the lightning within 1,000 miles was annihilated, the rattan once again rushed out. Roar! Not far from Xiaohua, the situation of the bone-honing Xiaohua was not good. He was originally fighting with the giant lizard on the ground. The rattan had already wrapped around his bare feet. The bone-honing Xiaohua dodged the rattan while fighting with the giant lizard. What surprised him was that the giant lizard was not afraid of the rattan. The rattan also avoided the lizard. Therefore, when Xiaohua just took the black jade Qilin, the rattan had already wrapped around Xiaohua from all directions. This rattan was very difficult to fight. Not only was the surface tough, even harder to break than the lizard, the rattan's strength was also swift and violent. When it waved, it sealed the entire space. What gave the bone-honing Xiaohua the most headache was that the rattan was extremely soft and flexible, like a python. Although the bone-honing Xiaohua tried his best to dodge, the rattan still wrapped around his waist, hands, and arms. Big head and no brain. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua was entangled by the rattan, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and scolded, "Can't you take back your avatar? With such a big body, other than showing off, what else can it do? Isn't it just being entangled by others?" Although Xiaohua was angry at the bone-honing Xiaohua's slowness, when he saw that the bone-honing Xiaohua could not break the rattan with a wave of his arm, he naturally could not ignore it. He raised his hand and a golden light flashed. The soaring dragon scissors appeared out of thin air, turning into a golden dragon and chopping at the rattan, entangling the bone-honing Xiaohua. Ka-ka! The soaring dragon scissors was extremely fast and nimble. It dodged the rattan that filled the sky and landed on the rattan around Xiaohua's body. The sound of metal rang in an instant, and several feet deep cracks immediately appeared on the dozens of rattan. Of course, it was only these few feet of cracks. The soaring dragon scissors could not completely cut the rattan. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that this rattan was a foreign object from the desolate continent and was not easy to cut. However, he still did not expect that this rattan was so tough that even his sharpest magic treasure, the soaring dragon shears, could not cut it. However, with the help of the soaring dragon scissors, the bone-honing Xiaohua waved his hands rapidly. As if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, He broke the rattan entangling him. The avatar hurriedly shrank. Just as the bone-honing Xiaohua's figure moved, the lizard's huge tail fell from the rattan shadow. The bone-honing Xiaohua was caught off guard and hit the left side of his ribs. Boom! With a loud sound, the bone-honing Xiaohua's left side produced thunder and fire, extinguishing the golden light protecting Xiaohua's body. The huge force even threw him into the trap of the rattan. At this time, Xiaohua was also surrounded by dozens of rattan. For the time being, he could not find an effective way to stop the rattan. He could only urge the soaring dragon scissors to dance in the air and block the attacking rattan. Then, he relied on the Imperial Thunder technique to cut the rattan. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua was once again thrown into the rattan, Xiaohua was shocked and cursed, "Damn it!" His mind hurriedly urged, wanting to put the bone-honing Xiaohua into the space. Unfortunately, the rattan was really fierce. It sealed the entire space. When Xiaohua's mind was released, it was immediately blocked by the rattan. Not only could it not touch the bone-honing Xiaohua, it was also swallowed by the cloud patterns of the rattan. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and waved. The Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, the Kunlun mirror produced a 5-colored beam of light. The beam of light fell into the air and gave birth to a fist-sized vortex. The vortex rapidly expanded and tore the void apart. The beam of light fell into the void and disappeared. Looking at the space around the bone-honing Xiaohua, there were wave-like ripples. A void passage was about to appear. Boom! Within the vortex, several rattan appeared and frantically stabbed into the void passage. However, the 5-colored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror blocked the rattan. The void passage steadily took shape in the void, swoosh. Just as a similar vortex appeared above the bone-honing Xiaohua's head, the sound of flowing water suddenly came from the top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and hastily raised his head. He saw a pitch-black crack appear in the void. The sound from the crack was like the sound of flowing spring water. At the same time, a vast and terrifying aura that made Xiaohua's body tremble suddenly appeared along with the sound of flowing spring water. Xiaohua almost didn't hesitate and slapped his head. Woo! 5-colored true energy mixed with the power of starlight gushed out. A huge executioner's hand condensed from 50 true energies grabbed at the aura. But in the void crack, a dozen rattan flashed with golden light and emitted a terrifying aura. It was like a huge hand grabbing down. It collided with Xiaohua's executioner's hand. Boom! Qi waves surged into the sky. Xiaohua's executioner's hand was grabbed by the huge rattan hand and turned into 5-colored true energy that drifted in the air within 1,000 li. This huge wave of qi not only swayed the light protecting Xiaohua's body, but also sent the dozens of rattan flying. Chapter 42-22. Suffering the backlash of the rattan's power, the true qi in Xiaohua's dantian churned violently. The flying sword that was about to condense and attack also stopped in the middle of the true qi. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Lightning flashed around his body as he prepared to retreat. At this time, the dozen or so rattan once again imprisoned the space within 100 li. The lightning that Xiaohua had just activated was instantly annihilated. Even the domain power activated by magic power was defeated. The rattan was even more unexpected to Xiaohua. It ignored the space and fell towards the Kunlun mirror. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Seeing the Kunlun mirror's 5-colored light beam being crushed by the golden rattan and the void passage that rescued bone-honing Xiaohua was also annihilated in the void, Xiaohua suddenly woke up and cursed angrily. It turns out that all this trap was just to seize this Xiao's Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let the rattan succeed. His divine sense hurriedly urged the Kunlun mirror to retrieve it. However, the space was already imprisoned by the rattan. This imprisonment was so tight that it was comparable to a seal. Xiaohua's domain power couldn't be used. How could his divine sense contact the Kunlun mirror? Seeing the Kunlun mirror's brilliance disappear, it slightly flipped and was about to fall into the rattan's hands. At this critical moment, Xiaohua coldly snorted. His hands suddenly formed seals and the clear water bottle appeared in his hands. Swish! With the sound of flowing water, the clear water was like a sword. A water light like a shadow streaked across the sky and chopped at the dozen or so golden rattan. Whoosh! A subtle sound was almost inaudible in the air exploding. However, following this almost negligible sound, the dozen or so golden rattan were actually cut off. Lightning and fire poured out from the cut rattan. Swish, 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 swish. The dozen or so golden rattan seemed to be in pain and rapidly trembled. This trembling shook the world. At the same time, the rattan within 10,000 li also began to tremble. The sealed space showed signs of collapsing. Withdraw! Seeing a flaw in the rattan, Xiaohua was overjoyed. With a sweep of his mind, the Kunlun mirror in the air immediately disappeared. At the same time, the soaring dragon shears rushed out and once again chopped the rattan around Xiaohua's legs. Oh! The bone-honing Xiaohua roared angrily and broke the vines around his legs. Then he spat out a four-colored light beam from his mouth and sent another lizard flying. His body shrank again. Seeing that his guess was right, Xiaohua sneered. His hands formed a seal again, and the Buddhist seal was mixed with the sword-controlling technique. Swish swish! Hundreds of small swords rushed out from the clear water bottle. These small swords flew out silently and pierced into the pitch-black crack above Xiaohua's head. Boom! Strange noises were produced in the void, as if the void was exploding and collapsing. The space near the pitch-black crack began to ripple rapidly, and a strange phenomenon of wind and thunder appeared. Immediately after, the dozen golden vines retreated into the void crack. The pitch-black crack also disappeared. As the earth trembled, the vines within 5,000 kilometers also slowly retreated into the ground. The lizards seemed to be puzzled when the vines retreated. The lizards besieging the bone-honing Xiaohua pounced on him again. Even the hundreds of lizards that were hiding at the side when the vines were flying also attacked Xiaohua. Xiaohua defeated the vines with the help of the innate true water. How could he dare to stay here for long? At the same time, he used the soaring dragon shears to force back several lizards and put away the bone-honing Xiaohua. His body surged with lightning and he had already forced his way out of the lizard's encirclement. When he got out of the lizard's encirclement, Xiaohua immediately teleported and disappeared without caring about the direction. However, although Xiaohua's figure was fast, in the sky, a huge eye faintly appeared. It faintly swept across the place where Xiaohua disappeared, and then strangely disappeared again. Xiaohua flew for several hours. From time to time, there were powerful wills and auras on the entire continent, blocking Xiaohua's flight path. Xiaohua didn't dare to get too close to these auras. He avoided them and turned around. When a mysterious ice plateau appeared in the distance, Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw that there weren't any powerful characters nearby. Only then did he slowly fly down. After landing, Xiaohua first took out the ink jade qilin and asked, "This old man wants to ask you, what is that vine? Why is it so powerful?" The ink jade qilin smiled bitterly and said, "Master, this vine is a kind of ancient variant called the profound heaven thunder vine. It was born from the essence of thunder and usually swallows lightning. According to this little one's knowledge, this profound heaven thunder vine has never taken the initiative to attack unless other ancient variant beasts provoke it. To tell you the truth, today is the first time this little one has seen the profound heaven thunder vine show its power." "Then what about the lizards?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a frown. "A lizard is a lizard." The ink jade qilin replied, "They can't be considered powerful, but because they often appear in groups, we generally don't like to provoke them. Back then, this little one and the golden toad even worked together to kill 4 lizards." Xiaohua nodded. "Do you think this profound heaven thunder vine is driven by other ancient variant beasts?" "Impossible." The ink jade qilin immediately shook its head. "This little one has never heard of any ancient variant beast that can drive the profound heaven thunder vine. How many variants like the profound heaven thunder vine can there be on the continent?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, asking thoughtfully. The ink jade qilin hesitated and replied, "Master, This little one usually lives in an area of several million li. No matter how far it is, I've only heard about it from other ancient variant beasts. I've never been there. I'm afraid no one knows how big the continent is. Who knows how many powerful variants there are on the continent? Hee hee. Xiao Huan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "In that case, are you willing to follow this old man to the depths of the continent to take a look?" The ink jade Qilin's eyes lit up and said happily, "If Master has such thoughts, this little one will definitely follow Master. This little one has always wanted to go to other places to take a look, but unfortunately, this little one's strength is really not enough, so I don't dare to go far from here." You go to the Kunlun paradise and wait for a while. After this old man has arranged everything, we'll go and take a look together," Xiaohua said and took out the Kunlun mirror. The eyeball looked around and saw that there was nothing unusual, so he put the ink jade Qilin into it. After putting away the ink jade Qilin, Xiaohua immediately took Lu Yi out. Lu Yi saw Xiaohua's face was not good and hurriedly bowed. "Disciple greets Master." Xiaohua stared at Lu Yi and did not speak, making Lu Yi's hair stand. "Master Fu?" Lu Yi really did not understand and asked tentatively, "Is there something you want to ask this disciple?" Xiaohua nodded. "Master wants to ask you, is there anything you are hiding from me?" "Hiding?" Lu Yi was stunned. Obviously, he didn't know what Xiaohua was talking about. He thought for a while and said with a smile, "This disciple really has nothing to hide from Master. If Master wants to know something, can you give me some hints?" Seeing that Lu Yi's expression did not seem to be fake, Xiaohua asked, "Think about it again. Did you see anything strange after arriving here?" "See." Hearing Xiaohua's words, Lu Yi thought of the ambush just now. How could someone as smart as Lu Yi not know that he had made a big mistake? He sucked in a breath of cold air and fell to his knees in front of Xiaohua with a plop and said, "Master, this disciple was wrong." AI. Xiaohua did not help Lu Yi up and sighed, "Do you know where you were wrong?" This disciple took things for granted. Lu Yi's face was filled with guilt as he answered, "When this disciple left the space that day, this disciple had a vague feeling that something was spying on my Fortune Gates disciples. However, this feeling was fleeting, and when this disciple checked again, it was gone, so this disciple did not pay much attention to it. After that, although there were some scattered feelings, this disciple was not sure. Later, this disciple discussed with Jianghu, and Jianghu felt that Master's magic power is incomparable. Whatever this disciple knows, Master must also know. Moreover, at that time, Master was busy assigning tasks to disciples, so this disciple, Confucian cultivators have a saying, what you know is what you know, what you don't know is what you know. Xiaohua said earnestly, there are many things that cannot be taken for granted. You can't rely on your own subjective assumptions and believe whatever you think is the truth. Didn't Master tell you clearly when I accepted you into the Fortune Gate? Everyone has their own cultivation path, and everyone has their own unique talent. This is something that others do not have. You may be able to sense this kind of warning, but Master may not be able to. If you had said it earlier, perhaps those Fortune Gates disciples who died in the lizard's mouth would not have to stay in their hometown. Lu Yi's eyes were brimming with tears as he kowtowed. This disciple understands, this is all this disciple's fault. AI, it may not be all your fault. Xiaohua helped Lu Yi up. Master was too careless, not understanding the situation on the desolate mainland, and rashly sending Fortune Gates disciples to the desolate mainland to teach. Master? Lu Yi hurriedly said. Master is not wrong. This disciple likes to help the desolate mainland's variant beasts, and this disciple knows that all Fortune Gates disciples also like to do this. Although we have encountered many difficulties along the way, and lost some disciples, these disciples did not have any complaints. They felt that everything they had sacrificed was worth it. That's right. Xiaohua raised his head, looking at the floating clouds in the sky. Your thoughts are very correct. Giving spiritual herbs to others, leaving a lingering fragrance in your hands, as long as you can help others, your heart will be at peace. This time, the virtue of teaching on the desolate mainland is not only for your Confucian martial uncle, but also for my Fortune Gates disciples. This will definitely play a very important role in your future cultivation. The heavens are kind, and will not let virtuous people like you suffer losses. Chapter 42-23. Disciple understands master's painstaking efforts, so we gladly agreed. Lu Yi bit his lower lip and nodded. Let's not talk about this. Xiaohua asked, let's talk about your warning signs. Yes, master understands. Lu Yi answered, other than when disciple first arrived at Shenhua mainland, I sensed something, but I have never encountered it again. At this point, Lu Yi hurriedly added, oh, about 10 days ago, I came with the black jade Qilin to look for Yuanya and master quenching bones. I seem to have this feeling again, but this feeling is too faint, I dare not be sure. In other words, Xiaohua pinched his chin, frowning as he said, this prying consciousness is not targeting you. It's targeting other people, which is why you are not sure. And it's definitely not targeting disciple, otherwise disciple would have sensed it. But it's definitely targeting Fortune Gate disciples, otherwise disciple would not have sensed it. Lu Yi nodded affirmatively. Disciple even feels that it's targeting Martial Uncle Yuanya. Martial Uncle Yuanya was always close to disciple. Martial Uncle Yuanya? Xiaohua asked curiously, if it's targeting him, when your martial uncle Tempered Bones went to rescue Martial Uncle Yuanya, wouldn't that prying consciousness have many opportunities? But the first time disciple sensed it, Martial Uncle Tempered Bones was not by disciple's side. Lu Yi shook his head and said, perhaps, that consciousness's target is master. In the beginning, master was by disciple's side, and disciple sensed that consciousness spying on master. And this time, the consciousness spied on us in order to set up a trap for master to fall into. But why is that consciousness spying on master? What's its goal? That consciousness's goal is the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua answered, master revealed the Kunlun mirror on the desolate mainland, so that consciousness might be interested in the Kunlun mirror, right? Hearing this, Lu Yi's face paled. He did not know about the secret of space and thought that Shenhua mainland was inside the Kunlun paradise. He hurriedly said, then master must be careful. Our Fortune Gate disciples are all inside the Kunlun mirror. Master naturally knows this, you can rest assured. Xiaohua chuckled. I'm afraid it's because that consciousness is spying on master, wanting to obtain the Kunlun mirror, and you, as a Fortune Gate disciple. At this point, Xiaohua suddenly froze. It was very simple. Lu Yi wasn't in the Kunlun mirror at all. Even if that consciousness wanted to seize the Kunlun mirror, it had nothing to do with Lu Yi. Lu Yi shouldn't have sensed that consciousness is prying. Could it be that consciousness wants to exterminate all Fortune Gate disciples? Xiaohua was baffled. But if that's the case, this Xiao should be terrified. Could it be that this Xiao's karma law formula didn't take the threat of this consciousness seriously? That's not right either. That Rotten is obviously a trap. To be able to control the Rotten, what kind of almighty being is that? How could this Xiao possibly be a match for him? Xiaohua scratched his head when he saw that the situation was getting more and more confusing. He looked at Lu Yi, who was also confused, and said with a smile, forget it, we don't know anyone except the Black Jade Qilin in this great desolate continent. It's useless to think about it any further. Why don't we deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo? Yes, master is right. Lu Yi nodded, then suggested, why don't this disciple follow master? Forget it. Xiaohua laughed. Master didn't notice it before, but now that master knows, do you think master won't notice it? You'd better return to Shenhua continent. Disciple will follow master's arrangement. Lu Yi didn't dare to say anything else and let Xiaohua put him into his space. His granny, something strange. Xiaohua grumbled as he looked around. He wanted to use his karma law formula to investigate, but thinking that there was a powerful enemy beside him, how could Xiaohua dare to use his karma law formula casually? Fellow Taoist. At this time, Green Robe Xiaohua's voice sounded, your disciple is looking for you. My disciple? Xiaohua answered casually, then came to a realization and said, fellow Taoist Green Robe, come out and talk. Oh? What's the matter? Green-robed Xiaohua flew out from Xiaohua's dantian and asked curiously, "Did fellow Taoist just return to Shenhua continent?" Xiaohua asked with a faint smile. Green-robed Xiaohua was surprised and answered, "Yes. I just went back to check on the Fortune Gate's disciples." "How did you enter the space?" Xiaohua asked. "How did I enter?" Green-robed Xiaohua was puzzled. "Just like that?" Green-robed Xiaohua's figure flickered and disappeared, but reappeared a moment later. "When can fellow Taoist enter and exit the space freely?" Xiaohua asked. Green-robed Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a moment, then answered with uncertainty, "It seems, before the heavenly demon's ambush? Or after? I can't remember clearly. I don't know when I can enter and exit the space freely." Then Xiaohua nodded. Green-robed Xiaohua had stayed in the space for the longest time, so it was normal that he could enter and exit the space the earliest. Since green-robed Xiaohua was like that, then Phoenix Body Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and other clones would be able to enter and exit the space freely sooner or later. "How can you enter the space?" Xiaohua thought of something and asked. "The earliest is from my danton." Green-robed Xiaohua didn't hesitate and immediately answered, "Right now, I can enter within 100 zhang from fellow Taoist." Good. Xiaohua smiled and said, "It seems that after a long time, fellow Taoist will be able to enter the space at any time from thousands of li away." "It should be possible." Green-robed Xiaohua nodded and answered. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this, because he had always been in the space since he had intelligence. In his impression, the space was his home, so wasn't it normal for him to be able to enter and exit the space? "Which disciple is looking for I?" Xiaohua didn't point it out and asked with a smile. "Wang Bianfei?" Green-robed Xiaohua rolled his eyes and replied, "This little guy has been looking a bit strange these days. He's been acting mysteriously." Hee. Xiaohua understood and asked, "Did you teach him that secret sound transmission technique?" Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. "That thing is quite difficult to comprehend. I had some gains and wanted to find someone to try it out. Wang Bianfei is quite suitable, so I told him a bit." "Why do you think he's suitable?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Green-robed Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "When I entered the space, Wang Bianfei was right in front of I, so I naturally felt that he was suitable." "Ai, it's fate." Xiaohua was helpless and could only use these two words to sum it up. Xiaohua pulled Wang Bianfei out of the space and asked, "Wang Bianfei, did you get any information from the Phoenix hairpin?" "Master." Wang Bianfei replied somewhat anxiously, "That female cultivator isn't inside the Phoenix hairpin. She's trapped somewhere in the great desolate continent. The Phoenix hairpin contains information about that place." "Give me the Phoenix hairpin," Xiaohua said with a stretch of his hand. "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei obediently gave the Phoenix hairpin to Xiaohua. Xiaohua probed for a moment, but still couldn't get anything from it, so he returned the Phoenix hairpin to Wang Bianfei and asked, "Where is that place? Do you know how to get there?" "Tongtan Peak." Wang Bianfei replied, "That place is millions of li northeast of Tongtian Peak. There's an extremely powerful forbidden technique." Tongtian Peak? Xiaohua was shocked. If Wang Bianfei said the path to that place, Xiaohua would suspect that there was something wrong with the Phoenix hairpin. After all, that female cultivator couldn't have known where the Phoenix hairpin would end up. She couldn't have said the specific path in advance. If other places were mentioned, Xiaohua might not believe it, but when it came to the names of places in the Great Desolate Continent, this Tongtian Peak was the first to bear the brunt. After all, he had a crystal stone, and it also had Tongtian Peak written on it. It seems that Tongtian Peak is very famous. Xiaohua sighed. Moreover, it's also fated with us. We have no choice but to go to Tongtian Peak. Wang Bianfei was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know what Xiaohua meant, but he still bit his lips, bowed and said, "Disciple doesn't dare to have extravagant hopes of forming a relationship with the so-called female immortal." However, since Disciple obtained this Phoenix hairpin and also received a sound transmission from that female, Disciple can't ignore it. I ask for Master's help. Hee. Xiaohua laughed and said, "Wang Bianfei, don't worry. Fujiwen's karma is shouldered by Master alone, so your karma is also shouldered by Master." Actually, while accomplishing your karma, Master also obtained quite a bit. Master also has some expectations. Don't know what kind of surprise this Tongtian Peak can bring to Master. Yes, Master. Wang Bianfei responded and stood at the side. Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the Kunlun mirror, taking out the ink jade qilin from the space, and said with a smile, "Let's go. You follow me to the depths of the great desolate continent, and also see where Tongtian Peak is." What? Master wants to go to Tongtian Peak? The ink jade qilin's expression changed greatly. Tongtian Peak is going, but it might not be within 100 years. Xiaohua said with a smile. Moreover, I also don't dare to have extravagant hopes of that so-called divine artifact. You can rest assured. That's good. The ink jade qilin nodded. This little one grew up in the great desolate continent and has never heard of Tongtian Peak's name. It must be a dangerous place. It's best if we don't go and join in the fun. Master, Wang Bianfei said from the side. Disciple's phoenix hairpin seems to be able to guide the way, but disciple doesn't know how to activate it. Don't think about it. Xiaohua waved his hand. If that thing doesn't have the divine ability of the immortal world, it's extremely difficult to activate. You and the phoenix hairpin are fated, otherwise, you won't even be able to see the primordial spirit projection inside. Yes. Hearing this, Wang Bianfei carefully hid the phoenix hairpin close to his body. Xiaohua said again, moreover, the phoenix hairpin has been wandering in the great desolate continent for who knows how many years. We don't need to be too anxious. First, we should focus on gaining experience and seeing the great desolate continent. If nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely be able to find Tongtian Peak on the way. I will listen to Master's arrangement. Wang Bianfei naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, Xiaohua put the green-robed Xiaohua and Wang Bianfei into the space, and himself sat on the back of the ink jade qilin, heading towards the depths of the great desolate continent. Chapter 42-24. The untainted land seemed to be boundless. It was far larger than what Xiaohua could see from the time turbulence. In the past few decades, Xiaohua had traveled to many places with the black jade qilin. He had seen many secret places in the untainted land and searched for many exotic flowers and herbs. Not to mention that Xiaohua couldn't identify these exotic flowers and herbs, he didn't even dare to casually touch the secret places in the untainted land. Because when encountering such a place, there would be an extremely dangerous aura coming from the secret land. Without waiting for Xiaohua to react, the ink jade qilin first retreated. Born in the wilderness, the ink jade qilin had an innate instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The ink jade qilin knew where it could go and where it couldn't. Encountering this kind of situation, Xiaohua generally didn't insist. He first let the ink jade qilin stay in place, and he himself probed deeper. However, the results were mostly the same. The ink jade qilin couldn't go deep into these secret lands, and Xiaohua also couldn't go deep. Often, under the pressure of that dangerous aura, Xiaohua had to give up. Although Xiaohua was clear that this kind of dangerous aura was the danger of the secret land itself, and there might not be any powerful opponents inside, his current strength was only around the 9th level of essence energy. Before the wilderness secret land, he couldn't even be considered an ant. Of course, merely probing wasn't useless. Xiaohua sharpened his mind and broadened his horizons. This was something that the Dawn Rain continent didn't have in the 3 continents. However, the decades of experience made Xiaohua more and more puzzled. Because he encountered many dangers, but most of them were from the secret land itself. They were naturally formed by heaven and earth, and he hadn't seen too many beasts in the wilderness. Even if there were beasts, they weren't much stronger than Xiaohua's strength. Strange existences like the mysterious sky thundervine were few and far between. This was too different from what Xiaohua thought, and it was also too different from what the ink jade qilin knew. Even the ink jade qilin was somewhat regretful. It should have come out earlier to take a look, maybe it already had some opportunity. While Xiaohua was puzzled, he also kept paying attention to the water element energy of heaven and earth. It wasn't out of his expectations. Wherever Xiaohua went, the water element energy of heaven and earth was scarce. Except for a few mysterious ice, there were almost no water droplets, let alone rivers and lakes. Of course, these places were not suitable for the human race to live in. Perhaps, this great desolate continent is a fragment? The green-robed Xiao Hua's thoughts were the most active. He was the first to speak to Xiao Hua. At this time, Xiao Hua had just left a secret area. The back of his Taoist robe still had a hole in it. He had been injured by a dangerous situation in the secret area. Xiao Hua took a medicinal pill and urged his magic power to repair his body. When some lightning surged on his back, he said, "I'm afraid that's the case. Otherwise, why was there only water element among the 5 elements in the world? Also, there are very few prehistoric beasts on this continent." No. The green-robed Xiao Hua said, "There are many low-level primordial mutant beasts, and they can be found everywhere. However, there are too few mutant beasts with extraordinary strength. The fact that there aren't too many powerful beasts means that the primeval continent isn't complete." Xiao Hua frowned and said, "This also explains the time turbulence that we saw before we entered the primeval continent. It's not necessarily true that there aren't any powerful exotic beasts. Perhaps they're hiding behind these dangerous secret plains? It's just that we haven't seen them yet." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua had already come out of seclusion a few years ago. At this time, he said, "Besides, the primeval continent is really too big. We haven't been to many places in the past few decades. If we only use what we saw in these places to generalize about the entire primeval continent, then we're blinded by a single leaf." He, scholarly fellow Immortal, has a lot of idioms. Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua said with a smile, "No wonder the human race can prosper in the 3 continents, but my dragon race can't. It's because my dragon race has never attached importance to education. Tiaskadise, fellow Taoists, take a look. The power of education is crazier than any other power. We've been traveling the primeval continent for several decades and have also witnessed the education of the primeval continent for several decades. Since these low-level primeval mutant beasts have already been enlightened, I presume that it won't be long before experts that even we have to look up to appear, right? Fellow Taoist dragon bloodline, there's no need to envy the human race." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said with a smile, "The dragon race is born to be strong. This is something that the human race can't compare to. This kind of education is useful for low-level primeval mutant beasts, but it's useless for high-level ones. You might as well ask fellow Taoist Phoenix Body whether or not he needs education." That's right. Phoenix Body Xiao Hua also said, "Every race has its own reason for reproduction. If they're all the same, this primeval continent is unavoidably too boring." "Then what about I?" Bone-honing Xiao Hua's bell-like voice sounded from within his body. "I extremely like the aura of this primeval continent, but why can't I's strength improve?" Xiao Hua naturally knew that bone-honing Xiao Hua was besieged by those lizards and then defeated by the profound sky thundervine. He had always been brooding in his heart. He answered with a smile, "Although those primeval mutant beasts have innate divine abilities, their potential is limited, and their achievements are even more limited. Fellow Taoists' current divine abilities are limited, but they're all from your own cultivation. Each step is very solid, and your future achievements are limitless. This is something that other primeval mutant beasts can't even envy." Very good, very good." Bone-honing Xiao Hua didn't think much, and after hearing Xiao Hua's consolation, he was very happy. However, when Phoenix Body Xiao Hua heard this, the corners of his mouth secretly revealed an indescribable smile. Although this kind of consolation couldn't be considered as self-deception, it wasn't a universal truth. Phoenix Body Xiao Hua didn't think that an ordinary hen could cultivate to his level. Several decades. After all, it's still a short time. It's difficult for us to see the entire primeval continent clearly. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the distant dawn. The previously blurry starry sky was increasingly expanding, as if there was a blurry mirror covering that place. He reminded in a low voice, "However, there's not much time left for us to wait. Although this Xiao doesn't know what that warning sign is, but this warning sign is far stronger than before." At this point, Xiao Hua asked again, "Fellow Taoist soul cultivator, is there Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua said somewhat unhappily, "Fellow Taoist, you've already asked this over 10,000 times, right? If there's any unusual movement, presumably you'll know, so why do you have to ask?" Alas. Xiaohua sighed. This Xiao is also somewhat helpless. If it weren't for this indescribable warning sign, we could freely cultivate in this primeval continent. It wouldn't matter if we returned to the hidden immortal continent or not, Master. At this moment, the ink jade Qilin beneath Xiaohua sent a voice transmission. There seems to be some unusual movement tens of thousands of miles ahead. This little one can't see clearly, but that aura is piercingly cold. This little one doesn't dare to move forward. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Previously, when they encountered dangerous places in the primeval continent, the ink jade Qilin would also warn him, but it wasn't so serious. Generally, it would only speak when it was right in front of him. It had never warned him in advance from tens of thousands of miles away like this. However, when Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw everything in the distance, his brows raised again, and he said curiously, "What's going on? Could it be that there are primeval beasts fighting here?" Then, Xiaohua put the ink jade Qilin into the space, and his figure turned into the wind and flew towards the distance. This was a place that was tens of thousands of miles in size, and this place was completely different from the primeval continent that Xiaohua had seen. Not only was the ground in this place 1,000 feet deep, but there were also numerous large and small cracks that cut the ground into countless small pieces at the depths of the pit. These cracks were similarly extremely deep, and one couldn't see the bottom at a glance, and they were filled with a kind of vicious aura. When Xiaohua flew to this place, a fierce wind was blowing, and the entire heaven and earth was covered by earthen yellow sand. When the fierce wind blew past the cracks on the ground, it emitted a shrill howl that wasn't inferior to the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Moreover, this shrill howl had already formed a kind of sound attack, and various kinds of fluctuations drifted in the air. Xiaohua fell into it, and only by urging the brilliance around his body could he barely resist it. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and when the fierce wind passed through the cracks on the ground, it formed a kind of very subtle wind blade. This wind blade cut Xiaohua's divine sense to the extreme, and it scared Xiaohua to hastily withdraw his divine sense. His figure didn't dare to stay here for too long, and he flew towards another direction. Xiaohua's figure had just landed when the hurricane expanded again, forcing Xiaohua to fly another 1,000 miles, and stand on a mountain peak. Only then was he able to avoid it. Xiaohua stood on top of a mountain rock, and lowered his head to look at the huge mountain rock. The rock that was commonly seen in the primeval continent was covered with deep lines, as if they were engraved. It must have been caused by the hurricane for many years. Looking at the chaotic flying sand and rocks in the distance again, it was like a huge restriction that sealed off this place for tens of thousands of miles. Xiaohua's heart unconsciously moved, and he thought to himself, "This Xiao has been to so many places, but I have never seen such a strange phenomenon in the primeval continent. This strange phenomenon is completely different from the dangerous place from before. Rather than saying it was natural, it's better to say it was man-made. Could it be that this is the immortal world's forbidden technique that Wang Bianfei mentioned?" Of course, the hurricane at this moment was too powerful, so Xiaohua didn't dare to let Wang Bianfei out of the space. Thus, he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, slowly released his divine sense, and carefully sensed the havoc of the hurricane. Sure enough, in just a few breaths, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth revealed a smile. The hurricane here had already weakened, and the wind blades inside were no longer enough to cut through Xiaohua's divine sense. Moreover, within the wind blades, Xiaohua had already sensed a faint magic power fluctuation. Of course, this magic power fluctuation was different from what Xiaohua usually saw, and it was also different from the ruin's restrictions. It wasn't something that Xiaohua could comprehend and break with his current cultivation. However, this fluctuation gave Xiaohua a very faint and familiar feeling. Xiaohua was already sure that this was the Dao Sect's forbidden technique without a doubt. Thus, Xiaohua's spirit shook, and he hurriedly released his domain, enveloping the surrounding 10 miles. When the wind blades fell into this domain, their speed immediately slowed down, and the fluctuations within the wind blades also emitted a faint brilliance, beginning to resist Xiaohua's domain. This was not outside of Xiaohua's expectations. Under the wind blades, Xiaohua's domain quickly began to collapse, but Xiaohua was not alarmed and instead was happy. While urging his magic power to maintain his domain, he carefully sensed the fluctuations of the forbidden technique. Chapter 42-25. Although Xiaohua couldn't figure out whether this forbidden technique was the immortal world's forbidden technique or the so-called primitive world's forbidden technique, it was rare for him to see it. It was also a subtle opportunity for him to comprehend the forbidden technique and come into contact with the immortal world's cultivation methods. This comprehension lasted for over a few months. Xiaohua's figure was originally seated cross-legged on the mountain, but once the forbidden technique and violent gales restrained slightly, he simply urged his figure to descend to the edge of the gales, and he allowed the forbidden technique to tear apart his domain piece by piece. In the end, when the gales weakened to a certain extent, Xiaohua simply withdrew his domain and allowed the forbidden technique to descend directly onto his body. And he was more like a falling flower in the wind, slowly drifting down with the storm. Good. When Xiaohua's feet landed on the collapsed ground, the hurricane in the entire forbidden technique completely disappeared. Even the whistling between the cracks in the ground was faintly inaudible. Xiaohua opened his eyes and praised. Confucian cultivators have a saying, "Pay attention to everything and learn." It's really like this. This Xiao didn't think that the forbidden technique of the immortal world could actually allow this Xiao to comprehend so much. As he spoke, Xiaohua's divine sense swept around, roughly looking around, then pulled Wang Bianfei out of the space. "Greetings, master." Wang Bianfei first respectfully saluted, then swept the surroundings with his divine sense. He immediately understood Xiaohua's meaning and said with some surprise, "Master, is this where the fairy is imprisoned?" However, after a moment, he was bewildered and asked curiously, "What about the forbidden technique of the immortal world?" "He," Xiaohua said with a smile, "this place is already somewhat different from the sound transmission in the Phoenix hairpin. The forbidden technique of the immortal world may have already been destroyed. Previously, when I came here, the forbidden technique was still very powerful, even I didn't dare to approach it. But now, the forbidden technique has actually weakened and disappeared. I'm afraid the fairy has already escaped?" When Wang Bianfei heard this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He looked around and said, That's the best. This is just my guess. The real situation may not necessarily be the case." Xiaohua said, "Maybe the fairy is still waiting for you somewhere. Disciple, take out the Phoenix hairpin and take a look. If there is any reaction, wouldn't it save you and me a lot of trouble?" "Yes, master." Wang Yifei hurriedly took out the Phoenix hairpin. Sure enough, without waiting for Wang Bianfei to activate any magic power, the Phoenix hairpin immediately emitted a fluctuation that was extremely similar to the one in the hurricane from before. Then, the entire Phoenix hairpin emitted a four-colored light. Within the light, the Phoenix hairpin gracefully took shape and flew towards the center of the sunken earth. "Let's go!" Xiaohua rolled up his big sleeves and followed behind Feng Chai with Wang Bianfei. The Phoenix hairpin flew for half an hour and directly rushed into a huge crack, flying towards the ground. However, after flying for half the time of a meal, the Phoenix hairpin pierced through the mountain rocks and directly hit the ground. "Oh!" Xiaohua's eyes lit up when he saw the Phoenix hairpin pierce through the mountain rocks that even the hurricane couldn't destroy. He knew that this Phoenix hairpin was definitely not an ordinary item. After he used the Earth Escape technique and followed the Phoenix hairpin underground for another 2 hours, his eyes lit up even more. A bottomless abyss appeared in front of him. Hiss hiss. The Phoenix hairpin entered the abyss, circled in the air for a moment, and then flew towards a large rock. While flying, the Phoenix hairpin also produced a strange sound, as if it was crying in disappointment. Boom! The Phoenix hairpin fell into the large rock, and the large rock immediately emitted a resplendent light. Hundreds of patterns flew out from the light, and those patterns flew into the air and turned into a vague figure. This figure was obviously a woman, but her appearance was unclear. A pleasant voice transmitted over, "Fellow Taoist is considerate. Xuanzi thanks you." I'll leave this here as a memento. When the time comes, Mingzhan will sweep the bed. With just a few words, the figure turned into a firefly and fell into the phoenix hairpin that stopped in the air. Looking at the large rock just now, it had now turned into a jade box. The jade box was half closed, and Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. Hee. Xiaohua rolled up his Taoist robe and sent Wang Bianfei to the front of the jade box. He said with a smile, "Quickly go, this is what Fairy Xuanzi left for you." Wang Bianfei responded and waved his hand, wanting to pick up the jade box. However, with his magic power, the jade box was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. It was not something Wang Bianfei could pick up. "Master?" Wang Bianfei was somewhat discouraged. Just as he was about to ask Xiaohua to help, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He saw Wang Bianfei fly in front of the mountain rock, first holding the phoenix hairpin in his hand, then placing both hands on the jade box. The phoenix hairpin emitted a multicolored light, and the jade box and the phoenix hairpin resonated with each other. Wang Bianfei's hand lightened, and he effortlessly picked up the jade box. "Disciple, quickly see if there's anything good inside." Xiaohua flew over with a smile and reminded, "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei held the jade box with one hand and opened it with the other. Inside the jade box, there was an antique-looking scroll, and next to the scroll, there was a colored pen. The color of the colored pen was gorgeous, and the end of the pen was inlaid with a thumb-sized jade. "Damn it, I really want to use it as a souvenir." Seeing that there was no cultivation technique or immortal artifact inside the jade box, Xiaohua could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, looking at Wang Bianfei's sparkling eyes, he seemed to be extremely satisfied. Just as Xiaohua was about to say something, he suddenly heard a loud boom in his ears, and the entire earth shook. Woo-woo. Whistling sounds came from the abyss, and waves of chaotic fluctuations mixed with wind blades began to rush towards Xiaohua and Wang Bei. "Not good." Xiaohua was shocked and shouted, "The restrictive spell here is about to activate again. Disciple, you should return to Shenhua continent." Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to agree, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He pretended to wave it in midair, and his mind had already swept Wang Bianfei and sent him into space. "Go!" Xiaohua roared and urged his magic power. His entire body twisted, and in a few breaths, he teleported out of the abyss. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had only teleported a few thousand feet when the restrictive spell of the entire collapsed land began to activate. Xiaohua's teleportation was already ineffective. Xiaohua had no choice but to use the earth escape and wind escape techniques to escape towards the ground. More than an hour later, a hurricane gushed out from the cracks like a fountain. Xiaohua also soared into the sky, straight into the sky. However, Xiaohua had only rushed out a few thousand feet when there was another loud bang and the earth shook again. It was exactly the same as the previous tremor. At the same time, a huge impact force pushed over from a direction. Xiaohua's body was unable to dodge in time, and he was swept several thousand feet away in an instant. Xiaohua originally wanted to escape from the restrictive spell of the collapsed land. Seeing that help was sent over, how could he not know how to use it? Under the urging of his magic power, lightning surged around his body, and he quickly rushed out along with the impact force. Seeing that the space behind him was once again enveloped by the restrictive spell of the immortal world, and his domain was torn apart by the wind blades, Xiaohua let out a long breath. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the source of the impact force. Wang Bianfei previously said that the immortal was imprisoned in the northeast direction of Tongtian Peak, and the impact force this time was coming from the southwest direction. If Wang Bianfei's location was correct, then that place should be where Tongtian Peak was located. Could it be? Xiaohua pondered, the divine weapon of Tongtian Peak has appeared? Thinking of Tongtian Peak, Xiaohua naturally thought of the crystal from Chao Tianke. There was a sentence inside, in 100 years at the peak of Tongtian Peak, the divine weapon will appear. Xiaohua had a lot of magic weapons in his space, and he himself did not lack magic weapons. Therefore, Xiaohua did not take this sentence seriously. He even threw the crystal to the ink jade Qilin and let it go to Tongtian Peak. And during these days of searching for Tongtian Peak, Xiaohua had some doubts. The first question that came to mind was who had left this crystal behind. Actually, if it was related to Chao Tianke, Xiaohua could easily think that it must be the crystal left behind by the person or beast who built Chao Tianke. Xiaohua's heart was as clear as a mirror about the scale of Chao Tianke and what kind of power it had. That restrictive spell seemed to be more powerful than the one that trapped the immortal world's immortal in front of him. With Xiaohua's strength, even if he cultivated for 10,000 years, he would not be able to set it up. What was the purpose of such a person or beast leaving behind a divine weapon in Tongtian Peak? Xiaohua could not help but think about it. Moreover, Xiaohua had also asked Swallowing Heaven and Ink Jade Qilin. Weapons would appear in Chao Tianke every once in a while, and along with the weapons, this kind of crystal would appear. Inside the crystal, there was also this sentence, but the timing was somewhat different. In other words, the arrangement in Chao Tian Pavilion was for the divine weapon of Tongtian Peak. It was to let the prehistoric beasts who could enter Chao Tianke go to Tongtian Peak to snatch the divine weapon. Those who could enter Chao Tianke were naturally the elites of prehistoric continent, and all of them had outstanding strength. That person or beast gathered these prehistoric beasts at Tongtian Peak just to snatch the divine weapon? Divine weapon? Xiaohua admitted that if he had a divine weapon, he would absolutely not take it out to let others snatch it. Unless he had other thoughts. However, the Black Jade Qilin made it clear that no other prehistoric beasts had ever appeared near Chaotian Tower. None of the prehistoric beasts that had entered Chaotian Tower had ever seen a human or prehistoric beast controlling Chaotian Tower. Of course, Ink Jade Qilin's strength was especially high. If there was a prehistoric beast controlling Chaotianke, Ink Jade Qilin might not be able to detect it. Of course, besides these doubts, Xiaohua previously thought that there were many prehistoric beasts on Chaotianke that were far more powerful than him. These prehistoric beasts would go to Tongtian Peak to snatch the divine weapon, and with his strength, it would be very difficult to succeed. Therefore, Xiaohua did not care about the so-called divine weapon. After dozens of years of experience, Xiaohua suddenly discovered that this eldritch continent was not a complete eldritch continent. Not only was the heaven and earth yuan qi incomplete, even the eldritch beasts were not complete. He did not even see a single eldritch master, and he did not even feel their auras. Facing such a situation, Xiaohua felt that he might have a chance. Chapter 42-26. Thinking of this, Xiaohua released the Ink Jade Qilin and smiled as he pointed towards the southwest direction. This place is millions of miles away from Tongtian Peak. If you want to go, you still have a chance. The Ink Jade Qilin looked at the terrifying restrictive spell in front of him and was shocked. He shook his head and transmitted his voice. Master, don't joke with me. Didn't I already say that I can't go? This isn't Tongtian Peak. Xiaohua looked at the Ink Jade Qilin meaningfully and replied, This is where you sensed the terrifying aura earlier. Tongtian Peak is 1,000,000 miles away. I just want to ask you, since we're here, do you want to go and take a look? Hee. The Ink Jade Qilin's eyes also shone with a crafty light. Almost without thinking, he replied, If Master wants to go, I'll accompany Master to take a look. Let's just say that we're only going to take a look. Seeing the Ink Jade Qilin like this, how could Xiaohua not know that it had the same thoughts as him? Okay. Xiaohua sat on the Ink Jade Qilin's back and smiled. Let's go take a look and see what kind of divine weapon is at the peak of Tongtian Peak. The Ink Jade Qilin raised its head and roared. Auspicious clouds appeared under its feet and carried Xiaohua around the collapsed area's restrictive spell and flew towards Tongtian Peak. Boom! After flying for half a day, before the Ink Jade Qilin could bypass the forbidden hurricane technique, another wave of impact came from the direction of the heaven-connecting peak. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by lightning, covering himself and the Ink Jade Qilin. The force of the impact was very strange. It actually tore the lightning to pieces, and even blew the flames on the Ink Jade Qilin's body until they swayed. Another few days passed. Looking at the place where the scorching sun hung high in the sky, among the golden sand, a pitch-black pillar was erected between heaven and earth. It was so eye-catching and also so frightening. Xiaohua understood that this was the heaven-connecting peak. Hiss! Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense in order to not attract the attention of other ancient beasts. However, when he saw the pitch-black pillar inserted into the ground and the other end inserted into the sky, he still sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in disbelief. Damn, this Tongtian peak can't really be connected to heaven and earth, right? Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly release his divine sense. He wanted to see the true spirit of Tongtian peak. However, Xiaohua's essence had only spread out for 1,000 miles and hadn't even touched the heaven-piercing peak's hair. From the side, another ferocious essence swept over. The moment it touched Xiaohua's essence it immediately launched an attack. That essence was like the beak of a large bird, instantly tearing apart Xiaohua's essence Damn it! Xiaohua was caught somewhat unprepared and cursed under his breath. His origin force immediately condensed into a hammer and smashed towards the direction of the other origin force. Boom! The two elemental intents collided in midair and a huge shockwave was generated, tearing the clouds in midair into pieces. Xiaohua's figure shook slightly as a fierce expression flashed within his eyes. He circulated his magic energy, causing lightning to surge around his body as he tore through the sky and pounced towards the distance. At the same time, at the place where Xiaohua was flying towards, the cry of an eagle suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a large expanse of dark clouds covered the horizon, and an eagle-shaped exotic beast several thousand meters in size flew toward Xiaohua at a speed even faster than a meteor. While the eagle beast was flying, its two sharp claws grabbed forward, and two phantoms flew out. They crossed 1,000 miles in an instant and appeared in front of Xiaohua. The two phantoms condensed together and covered the space within a few miles. The power contained within the phantoms was astonishing. Even a demonic tool would be crushed by them. Feeling the space being imprisoned, Xiaohua's figure stopped, and then patted his head. Boom! 5-colored true qi flew out, and condensed into the shape of a big hand in midair. Woo! Although the hand was slow, the wind was biting cold, and it crushed the shackles of the bird's claw. At the same time the space within a few miles collapsed, the hand crossed the distance and grabbed the bird's claw. Bang! Not only did Xiaohua's hand crush the two bird's claw phantoms, it even condensed the heaven and earth origin qi within a few miles into a faint crystal ball. It's impolite not to reciprocate, Xiaohua shouted loudly. He didn't care whether the eagle beast could understand him or not. He waved his hand and smashed it towards the exotic beast that was flying towards him. When the eagle beast saw its claw image being crushed by Xiaohua, it was shocked and enraged at the same time. It spread its wings, and the sound of wind and thunder came from them. Then, lightning surged towards Xiaohua like a tide. Strange. Xiaohua was bewildered when he saw the lightning that tore the space apart. Why are the lightning beasts so common on the primitive continent? What's special is that almost every primitive beast has some lightning magical ability. The origin energy crystal ball condensed in Xiaohua's large hand was naturally much more powerful than the fireball talisman. The instant that the eagle-shaped beast's lightning annihilated the origin energy crystal ball, the origin energy crystal ball exploded. Rumble. The air trembled, and the ground also shook. The surging lightning was scattered by the origin energy crystal ball, and could no longer pose a threat to Xiaohua. At this time, the eagle beast had already seen Xiaohua's appearance. It raised its head and roared. It really despised this ant-like thing. As the eagle-shaped beast flapped its wings fiercely, thunderbolts appeared once again like stormy waves. Moreover, the eagle-shaped beast raised its claws again, and the space around Xiaohua was immediately filled with strange light and shadows. Countless huge eagle claws appeared in the light and shadows, completely sealing the space around Xiaohua. Furthermore, the eagle-shaped beast opened its mouth, and a scarlet-green beam of light mixed with destructive fluctuations shot toward Xiaohua's chest in a flash, disregarding the distance of several thousand kilometers. The red and green light beam was so big that instead of saying it was aimed at Xiaohua's chest, it was better to say that it wanted to grind Xiaohua's body into minced meat. Seeing how ferocious the eagle-like beast was, Xiaohua was enraged. He raised both of his hands and rubbed his 10 fingers together. Countless fluctuations flew out, and a dark green brilliance also surged between his eyebrows. Waves of ghostly green seal script sounds were emitted. Rumble! Above the head of the eagle-shaped strange beast in the distance, the 9 heavens' divine thunder poured down like a heavenly river that had broken its dike. And under the eagle beast's body, a dark green sphere of lightning several zhang in size had already formed, and was pressing towards the eagle beast's abdomen. Moreover, at this time, Xiaohua also opened his mouth. Pooh! After that, a thumb-sized 5-colored true qi shot out. At the core of this 5-colored true qi, strands of literary star power emitted mottled splendor, and directly pierced into the light beam shot out by the eagle beast. Literary star power, gods and ghosts can be easily destroyed. When the 5-colored true qi came in contact with the eagle beast's light beam, it drilled into the light beam, and after the literary star power crashed into the light beam, the 5-colored true qi smashed the light beam with irresistible force. When the light beam had just collapsed by 40%, Xiaohua's 9 heavens divine thunder and 3 corpses yin thunder had already arrived in front of the strange beast. That strange beast was shocked. At the same time, it continuously shot out light beams from its mouth to fight and hurriedly flapped its wings, urging the waves of lightning to attack the 9 heavens divine thunder and 3 corpses yin thunder. Rumble! The sky within 1,000 li was full of lightning and smoke. The exploding fire snakes and various colors of brilliance had stolen the brilliance of the scorching sun. Gee! In the midst of the flames, the eagle beast's cry was quite miserable, and then a pitch-black figure rushed out in a sorry state. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and he couldn't help but sneer, because the feathers on the strange beast's thousands of zhang long wings were all standing up, and the brilliance on them was completely restrained. Wisps of smoke were emitted from the feathers, and the entire sky was filled with the smell of barbecued meat. This was still nothing. The eagle beast's beak was now bent and burst, and the originally proud feathers on its head had now disappeared, revealing a red sarcoma several zhang in size. That eagle beast flapped its wings a few times, and its figure quickly retreated 100 li. Its sword-like eyes swept over Xiaohua, and in addition to fear, there was even more shame and anger. The eagle beast opened its beak again, and let out a low cry. This low cry had a hint of indiscriminate destruction, and following the low cry, the eagle beast's mouth dripped with blood. Immediately, a strange gale rolled up around the eagle beast's body, and this gale caused the strange beast's figure to be abnormally distorted, as if a large hand had thrown this eagle beast into a turbid lake. Just as the gale blew, a cool breeze brushed against Xiaohua's face, and this originally warm flow actually carried a faint smell of blood. Wind escape. Xiaohua's originally slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and those eyes were filled with a kind of fiery passion. Sure enough, a powerful aura emerged from the void where the wind blew. Looking at the distorted eagle-shaped beast in the distance, it had already turned into an illusory shadow. The strange beast that was tens of thousands of feet in size arrived with the wind. Come on! Xiaohua cheered, and his right hand slapped the top of his head. Rumble! A pillar of lightning flew out from the top of his head, and the Confucian cultivator's 5 qi righteous thunder flickered, and an awe-inspiring aura enveloped the void within 1,000 li. Immediately after, Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and the 9 heavens divine thunder roared out again, covering the land within 1,000 li, and the surging tide of thunder was even more devastating than a flood. The eagle beast's long cry was like a soul sword, incomparably sharp as it pierced through space, and turned into a faint blood color that fell between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Sure enough, there's still a backup. How could Xiaohua be afraid of a soul technique attack? The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and a layer of dark green color surged between his eyebrows again, and one after another, green seal characters exploded, and countless 3 corpses yin thunder with unfathomable power came from the 9 underworlds. Not only did it scatter the blood color of the soul sword, it also sealed the eagle beast's left side. Boom! At this time, the strange beast's figure had already appeared, and its huge figure enveloped the entire space. That originally disheveled eagle head was now dripping with blood, and its dark eyes were bloodshot. Wind and thunder roared under the strange beast's wings, and the entire space fluctuated sporadically, and countless hurricanes completely controlled this space. Chapter 42:27. The eagle beast's blood-red eyes swept over Xiaohua, and its entire body trembled slightly. As it trembled, numerous enormous wind and lightning phantoms suddenly appeared and madly pounced toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua's expression was calm as water. He indifferently looked at the eagle beast's domain and softly shouted, "Break!" Rumble. In an instant, the three thunderbolts simultaneously displayed their might. The 5 righteous lightning was like a boulder that suppressed the entire space. Lightning bolts fell with incomparable might, instantly causing the entire space to collapse. The dozen wind and lightning phantoms also began to tremble. The might of the 9 heavens' divine lightning was the greatest. It swept from bottom to top, and similarly, it completely destroyed the beast's space in a few breaths of time. After the seemingly awe-inspiring wind and lightning phantoms were annihilated by the 9 heavens' divine lightning, there was no longer any movement. As for the 3 corpses in lightning, it rumbled as it fell into the shattered space. It even entered the eagle beast's body, causing its entire body to tumble within the space. Seeing this, the eagle beast turned pale with fright. How could it not understand that Xiaohua's lightning drawing technique was merely a test, a form of tolerance? It actually didn't know when to advance or retreat, and instead staked everything on a single throw to kill Xiaohua. While the eagle beast was filled with regret, its figure swiftly flashed. A strange wind suddenly rose, and an afterimage appeared. The eagle beast flew towards its right. At this moment, a trace of a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Xiaohua's mouth. After that, he lightly waved his left hand, and a faint demonic aura surged out from his left hand. Within the demonic aura were numerous silver-black thunderbolts that flickered with an indescribable bloody aura that blocked the eagle beast's right. Wasn't this the devil race's dark nether devil lightning? Seeing that it was yet another mutated devil lightning, and that the devil lightning had condensed into threads of lightning, an indescribable shock and fear rose from the bottom of the eagle's heart. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission to call for help. Unfortunately, it was still too late. As soon as the dark nether devil lightning appeared, an extremely mysterious fluctuation appeared in the entire space. When this fluctuation entered the eagle beast's body, it immediately annihilated all of its lightning. At the same time, the 5 righteous lightning, 9 heavens divine lightning, 3 corpses in lightning, and dark nether devil lightning simultaneously surged into the space within 1,000 li. As the lightning wreaked havoc in the surroundings, the eagle beast's huge body violently trembled within the lightning. "Quick!" Seeing that the beast was about to be killed, Xiaohua urged. Soul cultivator Xiaohua turned into a streak of light and entered the eagle beast's head as he raised his left hand. Several strands of his soul turned into crystal. The eagle-shaped beast was stunned at first. Then, its eyes flashed with determination, and its body suddenly trembled. Rumble! A series of muffled, thunderous sounds came from the beast's body, and its body, which was tens of thousands of feet in size, began to rapidly explode. Do you want to die? At this point, whether you want to die or not, it's not up to you to decide. As he spoke, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua waved his hands and unleashed a strange soul technique. The crystal strands that had penetrated the beast's head were raised up like fishing hooks, and at the end of the hook was a faint soul of the strange beast. Crack crack! Seeing that the soul of the strange beast was about to come out of its body, the eagle beast's head exploded again, and the strange beast's soul shattered along with the eagle's head. Damn it! Soul Cultivator Xiaohua roars in anger. Both of his hands hastily clenched together. Swish! Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's soul, which was only 30% intact, was condensed into a soul bead. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua then opens his mouth, causing the soul bead to draw an arc in the air and fall into his mouth. Good! Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. He had been looking for the wind escape technique for a long time, but had never found it. He didn't expect that before he even reached Tongtian Peak, an ancient strange beast would deliver it to his door. Soul cultivator Xiaohua flew to Xiaohua's side and cupped his hands. This beast's counterattack at death's door tore its own soul to pieces. I'm afraid this wind escape technique is not complete, and looking at the strength of this ancient strange beast, the memories in its soul may not be complete, so fellow Taoist shouldn't have too much hope. Xiaohua smiled. I know, I only need to know some tricks of the wind escape technique, and let the stagnant cultivation begin. I understand. Soul cultivator Xiaohua nodded, and winked slightly at Xiaohua, then said, by the way, I still have some things to ask Lu Yi. Can you call him out of the Kunlun mirror? But Xiaohua didn't say anything else, grabbed Lu Yi out of the Kunlun mirror, and threw him to soul cultivator Xiaohua. At this time, the lightning in the entire space was still wreaking havoc, shattering the body of the eagle's strange beast inch by inch. When Lu Yi came out, he was quite surprised, but in just a moment his face changed greatly, and he opened his mouth to say something. Soul cultivator Xiaohua smiled slightly and asked, Lu Yi, I have something to ask you, you have to answer truthfully. Lu Yi was stunned and hurriedly bowed. Martial uncle, please speak, disciple will definitely answer truthfully. Good, come with I. Soul cultivator Xiaohua brought Lu Yi a few hundred zhang away, and said something to Lu. Xiaohua's expression didn't change, and he looked at the flickering lightning, then flicked his sleeve, and under the urging of his magic power, the lightning within 1,000 li was instantly extinguished. Looking at the eagle's strange beast's body, which was thousands of zhang in size, it was now less than 10,000 zhang in size. The evils brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and with a wave of his sleeve, put away the eagle's strange beast's remains, and then released his divine sense, sweeping through the space within tens of thousands of li. Some of the nearby strange beasts who were paying attention to this place saw this and scattered. Let's go! Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense, and waved his hand to call out to soul cultivator Xiaohua and Lu Yi, and the three of them flew towards the heaven-connecting peak. After the three of them left, faint spatial patterns appeared in the clear sky, and these patterns condensed into a huge eye, looking at the lightning that still looked like wisps of fire snakes descending from the sky, and then at the backs of Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua and the others didn't fly fast, and could even be said to be slow, as if they were considering whether to continue forward. After the time it took to eat a meal, the three of them arrived in front of a mountain. Xiaohua landed first, took out the Kunlun mirror, put away the soul cultivator Xiaohua and Lu Yi, and sat cross-legged there. Xiaohua's mind entered the space and turned into Jade Archive Xiaohua's appearance. He didn't directly appear in front of Lu Yi. Instead, he stood in midair and raised his head. He looked straight at the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. After the time it took to eat a meal, his figure flashed, and he turned into his original appearance, and landed in front of Lu Yi. Martial uncle. Lu Yi couldn't distinguish between Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua, and thought it was the green-robed Xiaohua coming over, so he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Please tell Disciple's master that Disciple felt someone spying on us as soon as Disciple came out of the Kunlun Wonderland. I know. Xiaohua nodded. Your master asked I to ask you, this spying, do you think it's directed at you? Or directed at your master? Lu Yi almost didn't hesitate and said, it must be directed at Disciple. Otherwise, Disciple definitely wouldn't have sensed it. Then, Xiaohua asked again, once you entered Shenhua continent, you couldn't sense it, right? Lu Yi answered affirmatively. Is there anything else you want to tell your master? Xiaohua asked. Lu Yi thought for a moment, and shook his head slightly. Seems like there's nothing else. However, Martial Uncle, please tell Master that this kind of hostile spying seems to be like the power of heaven and earth. Disciple had a feeling of collapse just now. Collapse? What do you mean? Xiaohua was a little puzzled and asked. Lu Yi explained. Disciple has never encountered this kind of feeling before. It's like a kind of inevitable ending, a kind of powerlessness that Disciple can't resist. You have a 7th grade essence force, right? Xiaohua's gaze swept across Lu Yi, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Yes, Martial Uncle. Disciple's essence force is at the upper 7th grade. Lu Yi nodded. I broke through during the bloody battle in the ruins. A Grandmaster at the upper 7th grade essence force actually didn't have the power to resist? Xiaohua was truly shocked. Lu Yi smiled bitterly. This is Disciple's feeling, it may not be true. Martial uncle, please report to Master and let Master decide. Alright. Xiaohua nodded. Go and cultivate. After Lu Yi left, ripples appeared on Xiaohua's body, and he disappeared in midair. Then, his entire body turned into a brilliant star and landed in the starry sky. Although Xiaohua couldn't control the entire space at this moment, if he wanted, he could know most of the things that happened in the space. He was like a ruler overlooking the entire space, and when he saw all living things flourishing and thriving, a sense of pride spontaneously arose from the bottom of his heart. There were millions of cultivators in the world, and millions of magic treasures in the world, but how many cultivators like Xiaohua were there? And how many mystical existences like the space could there be? When the heavens gave Xiaohua a great responsibility, it would first make his mind suffer, his muscles and bones toil, his body starve, his body empty, and his actions disrupted. Therefore, his heart was moved and his nature was improved. Only in this way could Xiaohua obtain great magical powers and become an unprecedented great sage. The jade archive Xiaohua hovered in the starry sky for a moment, and his figure quietly left the space again. However, he didn't leave his physical body, and instead stood inside, passing on everything he knew to his clones. The clones were all silent, and no one knew what to say. Among the clones, the most powerful one was the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Relying on the power of enlightenment, he had already entered the realm of refined void harmonization. However, even so, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was only at the lower level of the 9th grade of origin energy. Of course, in terms of battle strength, Wen Xing, who was at the upper 9th grade essence force, might not be a match for the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. However, the key was that even Lu Yi, who was at the upper 7th grade essence force, felt that he couldn't face the warning sign, so how could the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua resist? After a moment, the green-robed Xiaohua opened his mouth. His tone was somewhat heavy as he asked, "Fellow Taoist, Lu Yi has a warning sign, what about you?" Chapter 42:28. No. I haven't had any warning signs yet. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Just now, this humble Taoist rashly released the 3 corpse in lightning, 5 qi righteous lightning, 9 heavens divine lightning, and netherworld demonic lightning precisely because this humble Taoist wanted to attract the attention of that unknown existence. This humble Taoist wanted to use this opportunity to see if this humble Taoist would become vigilant. Moreover, in order not to disturb that existence, I didn't dare to release my divine sense, Buddhist awareness, and so on. I didn't even use my illusion breaker eye. When fellow Taoist just arrived at the Great Wasteland continent, didn't you have a big warning sign? Soul cultivator Xiaohua reminded, are these two the same thing? Hiss. Xiaohua slightly took a breath and somewhat woke up. Fellow Taoist means that our real warning sign isn't in the sky, but here? The distorted starry sky outside the sky is just a kind of appearance? Did I make a mistake? From what Lu Yi said, that seems to be the case. Soul cultivator Xiaohua sighed. Our cultivation bases are still too shallow. We've already fallen into the trap, and we still don't know it. Damn it, it's not that we're weak. It's that the enemy is too strong. Bone-honing Xiaohua shouted, fellow Taoists, haven't you thought about it? What kind of enemy have we encountered since we left the heavenly prison? Devil Emperor, heavenly demon, great wasteland beast, and now there's an enemy that we can't even detect. This is an enemy that absolutely can't be encountered on the hidden immortal continent. Hee, isn't that so? A profound sky thundervine can entangle fellow Taoist bone-honing. If this great wasteland continent wasn't incomplete, I'm afraid it would really be difficult for us to move an inch. Phoenix body Xiaohua laughed. His tone was not without ridicule, but bone-honing Xiaohua was still unlikely to understand, so he could only nod his head vigorously at the side. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua said, fellow Taoist, don't forget, Namo Mithria, cough, cough, Jianghu's previous life also appeared here. Why did he reincarnate and cultivate again? Why did he reincarnate from here to the Dawn Rain continent? That must be he fell here. What about his enemy? How can we be a match for an opponent who could kill Jianghu in his previous life? Hearing this, Xiaohua was a little sad. Thinking of Buddha Bodhi who hadn't spoken yet, he raised his head and asked, "Master, what do you think?" Namo Maitreya. Subhuti chanted a Buddhist mantra. This humble monk does not know to what extent Namo Maitreya has reached in this place. However, this is the upper realm. For Lu to be able to come here in his past life, he must have been at least at the Golden Body 7th transformation. The supernatural powers of the Golden Body 7th transformation are far beyond what I can imagine now. His opponent. Only such a mighty being from the upper realm can make Lu Yi feel like he's unstoppable. Bonehoning Xiaohua said hurriedly. The problem has arisen again. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua said, "Who is Namo Maitreya's opponent?" The Buddha Lord's opponent is naturally the devil. Xiaohua also took the opportunity to speak. Little brat Mo Ling, do you feel anything? Dragon Vein Xiaohua said disdainfully. Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "To be honest, big brothers, I really don't feel anything. If I did, I would have told you long ago." Soul Cultivator Xiaohua nodded and said, "Little brat Mo Ling devoured the devil spirit of the devil formation, and his strength increased greatly. As long as it's the aura of the devil race, he can definitely sense it. Therefore, this opponent, I'm afraid it's not the devil race. Moreover, if it's the devil race, I really can't think of any devil race that can beat Namo Maitreya into samsara. A devil race that can beat Namo Maitreya into samsara, how can little brat Mo Ling detect it?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua was even more disdainful. "Does fellow Taoist have any other thoughts?" Xiaohua asked Dragon Vein Xiaohua curiously. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said with a smile, "Could it be that fellow Taoist doesn't feel it? There's no dragon race in this primordial continent? But the stone giants are divided into two factions. One faction worships Namo Maitreya's Buddha statue, and the other faction worships the dragon god statue. Although I don't know who the dragon god statue is, it's obvious that Namo Maitreya's opponent is the dragon god. Oh, when Jianghu was attacked by the lizards on the primordial continent, didn't those lizards also not dare to attack Jianghu?" "That's right." Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua added, "When the Fortune Gate's disciples were educating the variant beasts, they also discovered this situation. It's fine if there are no opposing races, but whenever there are opposing races, they either worship Namo Maitreya's Buddha statue or a dragon statue." Xiaohua was surprised. He had a different guess in his heart, which was why he didn't connect these two statues together. Moreover, he wasn't directly involved in educating the variant beasts, so he didn't know as much as Dragon Vein Xiaohua. But that's all in the past. The green-robed Xiaohua said proudly, "Now, wherever the Fortune Gate's disciples go, they leave behind Taoist Zhao's statue. Maybe they won't change it now, but it won't be long before they all change to Taoist Xiao." Nonsense. Xiaohua helplessly shook his head and reprimanded, "The power of faith doesn't need to be on the surface. Since the variant beasts on the primordial continent worship Namo Maitreya and the dragon god, we will take their place to educate them. The merit of educating and the power of faith will belong to us. Making those superficial statues is really superfluous. Moreover, if this Xiao's guess is right, the statues left behind by the Fortune Gate's disciples will soon be changed to Namo Maitreya and the dragon god. It can't be, right?" The green-robed Xiaohua was surprised. He blinked several times but didn't know what to say. In the end, he shrugged his shoulders and mocked himself, "Human nature is fickle, ah." What does this have to do with human nature? Dragon Vein Xiaohua mocked. "Now, let's talk about who our opponent is." Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then raised his head and smiled wryly. "If it really is that senior dragon god, what qualifications do we have to be his opponent? Whatever that senior wants to do, we'll just have to wait and see. However, I have another guess. If there is such a possibility, then perhaps we still have a way to survive." With that, Xiaohua sent a private message to Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. Xiaohua's expression was one of confusion. Eventually, Xiaohua said helplessly, this humble Taoist always believed that we would be able to extricate ourselves from this matter and wait for the right opportunity to arrive. Once we're done, we'll just brush our sleeves and leave. We'll be chivalrous heroes who hide our accomplishments and fame. Unfortunately, even if it's the heaven-connecting peak, since we're already here, we can't not participate. Only by fighting with all our might can we win a slim chance of survival. Variant Bisa. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua sighed. All of them are experts. We're asking a tiger for its skin. Asking a tiger for its skin is the tiger's skin. It has nothing to do with us. Green-robed Xiaohua laughed. When it comes to us, it'll be too late. Fellow Taoists. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, it's time to fight again. For our survival, I hope that all of you will work together to get through this crisis. Good. All the doppelgangers agreed, only Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist name didn't come out. Xiaohua raised his head, looked at the location of his Naiwan palace, frowned, and then came out of his body. Xiaohua opened his eyes, his gaze slightly raised, looked around, took out the Kunlun mirror, released the ink jade qilin and said, follow me to the heaven-connecting peak. Yes, master, please. The ink jade qilin respectfully bowed and invited Xiaohua to sit. Xiaohua shook his head and said, no need, today's variant beasts of the primitive continent, besides you, the primitive 5 little ones will also be interested in coming, let's fly together. Many thanks, master. The ink jade qilin was very grateful, agreed, and flew beside Xiaohua. The road to the heaven-connecting peak wasn't very smooth. In addition to the eagle-like variant beast they met earlier, Xiaohua also met ox-headed stone man, 2-winged fish, fiery brocade meng, and other strange variant beasts. These variant beasts of the primitive continent were relatively strong. Even that fiery brocade meng was 30% stronger than the profound sky thundervine. Facing these strange variant beasts, although the ink jade qilin was somewhat afraid, it still braced itself to fight. Although the ink jade qilin's methods couldn't compare to these variant beasts of the primitive continent, behind it was Xiaohua. Xiaohua's strength wasn't much stronger than the ink jade qilin's, but he had a lot of methods. Every time he was unpredictable, he could use the ink jade qilin's magic to defeat the enemy. As the ink jade qilin's admiration for Xiaohua became more and more intense, the enemy became more and more fearful. After all, variant beasts of the primitive continent who could come to the heaven-connecting peak to compete for the mystical treasures weren't fools. As they moved forward, they also paid attention to their surroundings. Almost all of the variant beasts of the primitive continent listed Xiaohua and the ink jade qilin as irresistible opponents. Not to mention Xiaohua's plan, the ink jade qilin increasingly had a plan in its heart. Previously, when it was talking to Xiaohua, it had described the primitive continent as an extremely dangerous place where experts gathered. However, when it was actually experiencing the world, it discovered that what it had encountered was far different from what it knew, and at this time, the opponents it encountered were similar to what it had experienced. There were no particularly powerful opponents at all. Therefore, the ink jade qilin had a trace of hope for that divine tool. Xiaohua already knew that there was something fishy about it, but he still couldn't see anything. He just followed his thoughts to deal with the provocative opponents. In this way, in a few days' time, they once again arrived in front of the heaven-connecting peak. Facing the heaven-connecting peak, Xiaohua couldn't help but open his mouth in astonishment. What kind of miracle was this? The bottom of the mountain was several thousand li in size, and the top was several hundred li in size. Its entire body was dark purple, and within this dark purple, there were strange textures. The textures were like swimming fish, wantonly overflowing within an area of several tens of zhang. Moreover, every time it overflowed, there would be some indescribable fluctuations emitted. These fluctuations didn't rush out from the surface of the mountain, but rather brewed within the entire mountain, like the tranquility before the eruption of magma. Chapter 42-29. In addition to those strange textures, what shocked Xiaohua the most was the body of the Tongtian Peak. The entire Tongtian Peak pierced through the heavens and the earth. It really pierced through the earth and the sky. The highest point had already disappeared into the clouds and could not be seen with the naked eye. Even when Xiaohua released his divine sense, He still could not see the end of the Tongtian Peak. This Tongtian Peak could really connect the heavens. It really lived up to its name. It can't be! Xiaohua cried out in shock. This Tongtian Peak, is it really a Tongtian Peak? I'm afraid so. The ink jade Qilin also lowered its arrogant head in front of the unparalleled aura of the peak and replied with fear and trepidation. This little one has never seen or heard of such a magnificent peak. No. Xiaohua explained. What this old man means is this really a peak formed by the heavens and the earth? No matter how this old man looks at it, I feel that this is the work of a great magical power? But the ink jade Qilin looked up at the peak that directly pierced the sky and said with some disbelief, "Who has such a great magical power? Who has the ability to move mountains and create seas, and build such a huge peak? What is the purpose of this senior building this peak?" "Who knows?" Xiaohua replied meaningfully. His gaze was once again directed towards the horizon. At this time, the horizon was different from before. Dense clouds had already covered the sky, and the scorching sun that had always protected the primitive wasteland continent was now hidden behind the clouds. A kind of colorful color sprinkled across the sky of the primitive wasteland continent, a rare auspicious sign. Xiaohua retracted his gaze from the sky and fell on the Tongtian Peak. At this time, in Xiaohua's eyes, the Tongtian Peak was not so much a mountain that was several hundred li in size, but rather a magic tool similar to the wishful staff. Xiaohua was almost certain that if his wishful staff of the 5 elements was truly refined, it would definitely be this powerful. What kind of power was that? It was comparable to all the peaks of the primitive wasteland continent. The aura that wanted to compete with the sky suppressed all the primitive beasts that came to the Tongtian Peak. Although the heavens connecting peak did not have the energy waves of a magical artifact, the indescribable vastness of it was 100 times more powerful than any energy wave. The majestic image of it was directly imprinted in the minds of all the primitive beasts. Woo! At this moment, there was another flash of brilliance on the heavens link peak. This brilliance descended from the sky and instantly fell to the ground from hundreds of thousands of feet above. At the same time, an aura that resembled a dragon's roar came from the heavens link peak. Following this inexplicable roar that directly entered one's soul, an incomparable force came from the peak and spread across the entire primitive continent. It was like a declaration that would envelop the entire primitive wastelands. Roar! Just as the momentum of the heaven-connecting peak passed, a figure that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared in the void. This figure looked like a black ape. On its huge head, 2 eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Its long arms that were tens of thousands of feet long drooped down slightly and directly reached its knees. Every single strand of hair on the beast's body was standing straight up, with bolts of lightning coiling around each strand. The moment the black ape appeared in the void, it immediately let out a long roar. A ferocious aura gushed out in all directions like a mountain torrent. Immediately after, the black ape looked at the primitive beasts in front of the heavens link peak with disdain. It lifted its feet that were several times larger than ordinary mountains and stepped towards the heavens link peak as if there were stairs in the air. Woo-woo! The momentum of the heavens link peak not only attracted the black ape, it also forced the primitive beasts that were hiding in the surroundings to reveal themselves. However, the momentum of the heavens link peak only forced the hundreds of primitive beasts to reveal themselves, while the black ape ignited the wildfire in the hearts of the primitive beasts. Seeing the black ape stepping on the void and approaching the heavens link peak, the majority of the primitive beasts couldn't suppress the restlessness in their hearts. One after another, they used their methods and flew towards the heavens link peak. Seeing the primitive beasts fly up one after another, Xiaohua didn't panic at all. He put his hands behind his back and looked on coldly. He didn't make any movements at all. "Master?" The black jade Qilin was clearly forced into a corner and reminded in a low voice, "We should also go, otherwise what?" Xiaohua asked indifferently. "Otherwise, wouldn't the divine weapon be snatched by them?" If the divine weapon was so easy to be snatched by them, would it still be called a divine weapon? Xiaohua asked back. The black jade Qilin was somewhat speechless. However, although he didn't know how to refute, his eyes were still filled with joy. Xiaohua sighed. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a joyful sound transmission from the left. "Stinky donkey, why are you here?" Xiaohua turned his head and saw the golden toad, black sky white tiger, and the other primitive four little beasts coming together. When they saw the black jade Qilin, they all smiled and flew over. "If you can come, why can't I?" Seeing the primitive four little beasts, the black jade Qilin immediately became angry and shouted as he flew over. However, the primitive four little beasts were still respectful and didn't dare to slight Xiaohua. They all saluted and transmitted their greetings to Xiaohua. "All of you get up." Xiaohua smiled and said to these primitive beasts that weren't bad in quality but had been spoiled by the primitive continent. "Master, are you still not going to make a move?" The golden toad seemed to have heard the black jade Qilin's transmission and hurriedly asked. The black sky white tiger also instigated, "If Master doesn't make a move now, won't you fall behind the other beasts?" "I'm not in a hurry." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm not interested in some divine weapon, but somewhere else." "What kind of weapon does Master want? Could it be that there are weapons more powerful than divine weapons here?" The five-colored phoenix asked puzzledly. Xiaohua thought for a moment and looked at the black jade Qilin. "If you want to go, you can go with them. You primitive five little beasts have always advanced and retreated together. Now, I don't want to restrict you." Although the black jade Qilin didn't understand the ways of the world, he already felt that Xiaohua was giving him a choice, just like in the imperial court. "Let's go." The black tortoise and the black tortoise had always been quiet. At this moment, they also raised their heads and looked at the black ape beast that had already rushed out 1,000 feet. They hurriedly said, "If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't even be able to touch its fur." "Master?" The black jade Qilin still wanted to say something, but Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "You can go by yourself." "Yes, Master." The black jade Qilin smiled and said, "If this little one obtains a divine weapon, I'll definitely give it to Master." Hee. Xiaohua only smiled and didn't say anything else. Then, the black jade Qilin nodded at Xiaohua and followed the primitive four little beasts up the Tongtian Peak. Seeing that the primitive five little beasts had left, Xiaohua released his divine sense. However, Xiaohua's divine sense could only extend for 100 or so li. He couldn't see the entire Tongtian Peak in detail. Xiaohua simply urged his body to slowly circle around the Tongtian Peak. His gaze fell on the Tongtian Peak and carefully looked at it. After flying for more than 1,000 li, he only saw 30% of the Tongtian Peak. However, Xiaohua was aghast in his heart. Not only was there an indescribable restriction on the Tongtian Peak that Xiaohua couldn't see clearly with his naked eyes and divine sense, but there was also a strange aura emitted from the Tongtian Peak. This aura seemed to be suppressing all things, but also seemed to be devouring all things. In short, there was a kind of solitary feeling, which made Xiaohua feel quite disgusted. Kachacha! Before Xiaohua could see the entire heaven-connecting peak clearly, he saw another bolt of lightning fall from the sky. This bolt of lightning was different from the one Xiaohua had seen before. Not only was it 9-colored, it even turned into a huge ring that fell from the top of the heaven-connecting peak. Whoosh! Almost in an instant, the ring-shaped thunderbolt fell halfway up the mountain. A destructive aura swept down from the thunderbolt. Xiaohua was 100 li away from the Tongtian Peak, but that aura also submerged Xiaohua. As the thunderbolt fell, countless textures appeared on the surface of the Tongtian Peak. Those textures seemed to have eaten spiritual pills. Not only did they emit a dazzling brilliance, but they also collided with each other and emitted powerful fluctuations outside the Tongtian Peak. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly urged his body to fly out of the Tongtian Peak. At the same time, he looked towards the middle of the mountain. At this time, Xiaohua had just walked more than half of the Tongtian Peak. As far as his eyes could see, the black jade Qilin, the golden toad, and the other four little ones were climbing the Tongtian Peak. However, seeing that the 5 little ones were flying very slowly, it seemed that there were some other restrictions on the Tongtian Peak. Around the 5 little ones, there were also more than 10 strange beasts flashing with multicolored light, which decorated the Tongtian peak. At this time, the huge ring-shaped thunderbolt had already fallen above the heads of the 5 little ones. Xiaohua, who was so far away, felt the power of the thunderbolt, but the 5 little ones didn't have any reaction. Xiaohua was shocked. He looked at the other strange beasts around the 5 little ones and found that they also turned a deaf ear to the thunderbolt and were only desperately climbing. What the hell is going on? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. However, at this time, he couldn't warn the black jade qilin. Just as Xiaohua was worried, the 5 little ones suddenly stopped. Then, the 5 little ones' bodies suddenly emitted a brilliance. This brilliance was the same as what Xiaohua saw in the imperial palace. It rapidly expanded, and then the brilliance of the 5 little ones connected together, forming a 5-colored halo. This halo was very eye-catching among the strange beasts in the surroundings that were somewhat panicking. At this time, the ring-shaped thunderbolt had already fallen. Rumble! The ring-shaped thunderbolt slid down the Tongtian peak. It didn't stop at all when it passed by the 5 little ones and other strange beasts. There were only some rumbling sounds that sounded like waves. After the thunderbolt passed, the 5 little ones' halo disappeared, and the brilliance around them dimmed a lot. However, it seemed that the 5 little ones weren't injured by the thunderbolt. The 5 little ones escaped a calamity, but the strange beasts around them were in a bad situation. The power of this thunderbolt was extremely great. Out of hundreds of strange beasts, 30% of them had already been killed by this layer of thunderbolt. Xiaohua saw clearly from afar that over 100 strange beasts fell along with the thunderbolt. They didn't even let out a mournful cry, let alone a corpse. Chapter 42:30. That bolt of lightning struck the ground fiercely. With a loud bang, Xiaohua's familiar impact rose from the ground and spread out in all directions. That impact passed through the place where Xiaohua was standing, and it blew away the light protecting Xiaohua's body until it became somewhat dim. Woo-woo! As soon as the impact passed, dozens of primeval beasts soared into the sky from the surroundings of Heaven Connecting Peak. Each of them used their divine abilities and flew towards the peak of the mountain. These primeval beasts flew in different trajectories, and even their flying methods were different. Some directly flew up, some flew in a spiral, and some even teleported, appearing and disappearing in the sky for a while. Some primeval beasts spread their wings, some stepped on clouds, and some were like the black ape from before, stepping into the sky step by step. Of course, there were also a few sword cultivators that seemed to be humans. Their figures turned into bright lights and shot straight into the sky, wanting to overtake the black ape that stepped into the restriction first. Xiaohua still didn't move. His gaze swept past the primeval beasts that had just moved, and he thought to himself, the several hundred primeval beasts from before were similar in strength to the black jade qilin, but these primeval beasts now are similar in strength to me. If it's just these primeval beasts, then I have a great chance of obtaining the so-called divine artifact. Unfortunately, Heaven Connecting Peak has just appeared, and no one knows what other primeval beasts are coming. Moreover, divine sense can't be used around Heaven Connecting Peak. Perhaps there are primeval beasts that are stronger than me hiding nearby. Swoosh! Right at this moment, something that looked like a bamboo shoot suddenly emerged from the ground a few hundred kilometers away from Xiaohua. After that, the bamboo shoot started to grow taller and taller towards Heaven Link Peak, and it only took a short moment for it to grow to a height of over 3 kilometers. Then, more bamboo shoots emerged from the surroundings of this bamboo shoot and followed it into the sky. Xiaohua was secretly shocked when he saw the faint lightning markings on the surface of the bamboo shoot and the faint sparkling between the markings. He understood in his heart that this was the thunder amplification bamboo of the primitive continent. Like the dark sky thunder rotten, it was a monster that was born from lightning. If one didn't have the means to restrain it, then it was even more powerful than ordinary primeval beasts. What he didn't expect was that this wood-born monster was also interested in the divine artifact. Moreover, what happened next made Xiaohua's eyes pop out. In just a few breaths of time, he saw that near the thunder-amplifying bamboo, dozens of spiritual trees of various colors suddenly popped out. These spiritual trees were either in the shape of vines, trees, or plants, and so on. However, their spirit of wanting to compete with the heavens really scared Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at the vines that were as sturdy as a monster and as fierce as a human, and then looked at the Tongtian peak that pierced straight into the clouds. He almost cried out involuntarily, "Motherfucker!" However, the development of the situation once again made Xiaohua blush with shame. After the time it took to finish a meal, rumble? Lightning once again descended from the peak. Just like before, these lightning bolts once again annihilated dozens of beasts. These plants have really gained sentience. Xiaohua was absent-minded, but at the same time he had some understanding. Their element is wood, and their natural nemesis is metal. When the lightning strikes the plants, it can't really harm them. These plants have an advantage over the ancient beasts on the heavens connecting peak. While Xiaohua was pondering, those vines were growing extremely quickly. The earliest bamboo was already close to the last flying beast. Clang! When the prehistoric beast closest to the bamboo looked down, its eyes were already filled with ferocity. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. It was even sharper than a flying sword when it struck the bamboo. Although the bamboo was not afraid of lightning, when the beam of light landed on the bamboo, it was truly unstoppable. The bamboo that was thousands of feet long was destroyed in a few breaths of time. In fact, the light didn't even slow down. It turned into a thumb-sized crystal thread and pierced towards the center of the bamboo. Boom! The bamboo naturally had its own defensive means. Seeing that the crystal thread was about to pierce through, clusters of lightning appeared on the surface of the bamboo that wasn't destroyed. The lightning entered the bamboo and let out a low rumble, drowning the crystal thread. Not only that, but the lightning also shot out from the bamboo and pounced towards the ancient beasts in the air. Even the other bamboos in the surroundings went crazy. Every single one of them grew crazily and stabbed towards the ancient beasts' bodies. The ancient beasts seemed to have already planned this. They weren't afraid of the bamboo's attack at all. They suddenly flew horizontally and flew towards the other side of the heavens connecting peak. At this moment, the difference between the ancient beasts and the ancient beasts could be distinguished. Although the bamboos stretched out and chased after the ancient beasts, after thousands of feet, the bamboos seemed to have reached their limit. After twisting for a moment, they had no choice but to give up the chase and once again stab towards the heavens connecting peak. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't delay any longer. His figure flew towards the heavens connecting peak like lightning. However, after flying for only a few dozen miles, Xiaohua felt a boulder-like pressure above his head, preventing him from flying high. Moreover, as he urged his magic power, the boulder became heavier and heavier. Xiaohua naturally understood that this was the heavens connecting peak's restriction. It restricted the ancient beasts outside the range of the heavens connecting peak from approaching the peak. Therefore, he changed his direction and flew towards the heavens connecting peak. Once again, he flew towards the sky. At this time, the boulder-like weight disappeared again. However, Xiaohua's smooth journey stopped at 100 miles, which was also where Xiaohua saw the ancient beast's body slow down. At this time, the air seemed to be filled with sludge. Not only did it entangle Xiaohua's body, it also gradually imprisoned his magic power, divine sense, and Buddhist consciousness. Xiaohua had no choice but to urge his magic power with all his might to barely maintain the momentum of flying. Boom! Another thunderous sound came from the top of the heavens connecting peak. The ring of lightning once again descended. Just as Xiaohua saw before, within the heavens connecting peak's restriction, Xiaohua couldn't hear the sound of the ring of lightning. Only when the lightning fell on the top of his head did Xiaohua become aware of it. However, Xiaohua naturally didn't fear this kind of lightning power. Lightning surged around his body, wanting to cleverly disperse the power of the lightning power. Unfortunately, the lightning of the heavens connecting peak was really strange. When it fell into Xiaohua's lightning, it instantly swallowed the lightning. Xiaohua had no choice but to urge the golden light protecting his body to contend with this lightning. Just one layer of lightning consumed a lot of Xiaohua's magic power. Xiaohua couldn't help but continuously descend. Looking at the heavens connecting peak, he pondered in his heart. After all, the heavens connecting peak was extremely high. From the bottom to the top, who knew how many rings of lightning one would encounter? If one didn't have any special methods, one would inevitably end up with one's magic power exhausted. At that time, not to mention obtaining a divine tool, even one's own life would be difficult to protect. Xiaohua looked at the broken body falling down again. His gaze fell on the rattan, bamboo, and other bodies. Soon after, he faintly smiled. Not only did his body not fly up, it instead fell down like a falling stone. Wang Wang. At the same time Xiaohua was flying down, 100 li to his left, another strange desolate beast appeared from the void. This strange desolate beast's body was at least 1,000 zhang long. Its entire body was covered in hairs. The tips of these hairs emitted a blue brilliance. It looked both sharp and poisonous. Its wings, which were several hundred zhang long, were almost transparent. There were some lightning marks on them. When the wings flapped, some thunderous sounds came from these marks. The strange desolate beast's eyes were extremely large, almost covering the entire head. Moreover, these eyes didn't have any pupils. Instead, they were protruding and pitch black. Moreover, these eyes were divided by tens of thousands of fine lines. At first glance, it looked like there were tens of thousands of small eyes in the lightning with a strange expression. When Xiaohua's gaze fell on the two antennae on the strange desolate beast's head that were even longer than its body, he couldn't help but involuntarily cry out, "Damn, what a big bee!" Of course, on the strange desolate beast's tail, there was a crimson-red needle hidden in the yellow stripes that looked like a whirlpool. Wasn't this the stinger of a bee's tail? And wasn't the strange desolate beast's entire outline a bee that had expanded who knows how many times? That bee-like strange desolate beast heard Xiaohua's astonishment. Its huge eyes swept over Xiaohua, and a cool feeling that seemed to have been penetrated was born from Xiaohua's body. "See?" Xiaohua was startled. "Seriously, don't treat a bee as a strange desolate beast. This guy's strength isn't any worse than this Xiao's." Seeing Xiaohua's figure fly to the ground, that bee-like strange desolate beast's gaze swept over, then it no longer paid attention to him and flew to the top of Tongtian Peak. Heh! Xiaohua's figure landed. He wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. Instead, he carefully examined the part of Tongtian Peak that was inserted into the ground. He saw that Tongtian Peak was different from ordinary mountain ridges. Even the ground within several hundred li of Tongtian Peak was different from ordinary. That reddish-purple color was like a long robe. Not only did it cover Tongtian Peak, it even covered the ground. Only, what made Xiaohua puzzled was that although this Tongtian Peak was tightly connected to the ground without any gaps at all, no matter if it was the mountain peak or the ground, there wasn't any fluctuation of magic power. Even the fine lines that were commonly seen in the upper realm didn't exist. Xiaohua pinched his chin, looked at the ground, and secretly pondered. That expression didn't look like a human cultivator who came to Tongtian Peak to seize a divine artifact. Even if the desolate continent is more desolate, even if it's the upper realm, it's impossible for it to have a natural mountain that directly connects heaven and earth. This is definitely the work of some existence. Damn, this kind of existence with strength. What exactly is it planning? A group of 9th level elemental energy? Oh, even if it's 10th or 11th level elemental energy, they actually want to seize a divine artifact. Isn't this just making fun of us? Chapter 4231. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then looked at the situation around him. He knew that he had already fallen into the trap. However, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. He was afraid that he would not be able to easily find the truth of the whole thing. Immediately, Xiaohua no longer thought about it. With a wave of his hand, he took out a few rattans from the space. These rattans were the sky-soaring rattans he obtained in the ink-black forest. They had been left in the space without much use. Now that he saw the appearance of the mysterious sky-thunder rattans and thunder-amplifying bamboo, he immediately thought of the sky-soaring rattans. Although the sky-soaring rattans were an ordinary species, they had been separated by yin and yang in the Xiaoyu continent. Even if they did not have intelligence, they should not be worse than the mysterious sky thunder rattans in terms of growth. Xiaohua did not want to reveal too much of his strength. If he wanted to easily rush up the Tongtian peak, he could only rely on the sky-soaring rattans. Xiaohua sprinkled the sky-soaring rattans on the ground, but the reddish-purple color was the same as the ordinary ground. There was no reaction. Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hands and struck the sky-soaring vine with a series of hand seals. Xiaohua had obtained the origin of wood, so his physical body's attribute was already inclined towards wood attribute. Thus, he was able to use wood attribute hand seals with ease. Weng. The sky-soaring rattans emitted an emerald green brilliance under the symbols. In the space of a few miles, fist-sized runes also rolled out. Under these runes, several sky-soaring rattans made a roaring sound. One of them drilled into the ground, and the other stopped in the air and shook violently. In just a short moment, Xiaohua felt the ground beneath his feet tremble as if 10,000 horses were galloping. The sky-soaring vine that was originally swaying in the air suddenly went berserk. Ooh! It let out a whistling sound. Not only did it soar into the sky, countless branches and leaves also extended from the left side of the sky-soaring vine. Good? Xiaohua was overjoyed. His figure shrank slightly, and he stepped on a vine that stretched out. His figure rushed up the Tongtian peak along with the sky-soaring rattans. Although the sky-soaring vine was not as powerful as the profound sky thunder vine and the thunder-amplifying bamboo, its growth speed was several times faster. That huge vine passed through layer upon layer of strange restrictions, growing at an incomparably fast speed. Xiaohua stepped on the vine, the wind whistling in his ears. He actually had the feeling of riding on a flying boat. Half a meal later, the sky-jumping vine caught up with a mutant that looked like a withered tree. That mutant withered tree did not attack the sky-jumping vine like the other prehistoric beasts. Instead, it waved vigorously in the air, as if it was greeting the sky-jumping vine. Unfortunately, the sky-scuttling vine turned a blind eye and continued to crazily shoot up into the sky. At this time, another ring-shaped thunderbolt fell from the sky. This thunderbolt was much more powerful than the previous one. Dozens of the several hundred prehistoric beasts were struck down by the thunderbolt. However, the strength of this batch of beasts was relatively stronger, so only a dozen or so were killed. The other beasts were still able to fly down with great difficulty. Within the thunderbolt, the mutant of the wood element had a great advantage. When the thunderbolt fell on the sky-scuttling vine, the vines of the sky-scuttling vine immediately twisted together, forming a strange posture. And all the vines gathered together, like a rune. At the place where the thunderbolt fell, the rune formed by the vines absorbed the energy of heaven and earth from the nearby space, producing even finer runes to resist the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt that could kill a 7th or 8th stage prehistoric beast was actually dodged by the sky-scuttling vine just like that. Evildoer, evildoer, Xiaohua stood on top of the vine, his whole body also emitting a similar wood element rune. His heart unconsciously trembled. Vines, withered trees, thunder-amplifying bamboo, and so on, although they can naturally avoid thunder and lightning, but this thunderbolt that can kill prehistoric beasts absolutely cannot be avoided so easily, right? How can those prehistoric beasts endure this? Could it be that in the end, the ones who can seize the divine artifact are these strange plants? Soon after, the sky-scuttling vine once again shot up several thousand li towards the Tongtian peak. But looking at the sky above, there was still no end in sight. And at this time, the time was already close to noon. Rumble, rumble. When the scorching sun shone down directly at the end of the Tongtian peak, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came out. The entire Tongtian peak was shaking. After shaking no less than 9 times, in the sky above the Tongtian peak, 9 huge thunderbolts that were like scorching suns struck down. Damn it! The thunderballs had not yet landed, but their might was already like a gale blowing everything to bend. Xiaohua was proficient in the art of thunder, so he had already sensed the might of these thunderballs from the might of these thunderballs. His complexion unconsciously changed. These thunderballs are simply not something that we can resist. Could it be that existence wants to kill all the prehistoric beasts here? Xiaohua hurriedly stomped his foot, and the sky-scuttling vine immediately stopped. The vines that had already spread for hundreds of li began to leisurely dance in the air. Ka. Fortunately, the 9 thunderballs landed halfway up the mountain and suddenly stopped. The 9 thunderballs cracked like colored glass, and countless thunderbolts intertwined and fused together, actually condensing into a platform of thunderbolts above the heads of the prehistoric beasts. And below this platform, the black ape that had rushed up the Tongtian Peak the earliest was already less than 10 li away from this platform. That black ape was stunned at first, but soon after, a wisp of thunderbolts appeared on the platform he was on. The thunderbolts struck the black ape's head with lightning speed, and the black ape's huge body trembled. Suddenly, its eyes became bloodshot, and it waved its arms in the air, pouncing towards the nearest prehistoric beast. That prehistoric beast was in the shape of a flying deer. Previously, it had already been injured by the thunderbolts. Now that it suddenly saw the black ape charging towards it, it couldn't help but panic. Multicolored light shone from its antlers, covering the space, and its 4 hooves frantically stomped out. Waves of biting cold wind whistled, bringing with them wind blades that could tear the void apart, enveloping the space within dozens of li. The smell of blood also gradually assailed the nostrils in the midst of this gale. The black ape let out a furious roar and landed in front of the space. Its arms suddenly smashed into the space, and after a series of whooshing sounds, blood and black light immediately appeared on the black ape's arms. Pieces of flesh were torn apart by the wind blades. Roar, roar! The black ape howled and fell into the space around it. It opened its mouth, and a crimson-black beam of light shot out, instantly splitting the space around the wind blades into 2. Cracks immediately appeared on the flying deer's antlers. The flying deer was shocked. It hurriedly flapped the wings on its back, looking like it was about to retreat. But at this moment, a furry ape arm suddenly appeared from the void above its back. Boom! The ape arm fell, and it really hit the flying deer's wings. Gotcha! The wings were broken from the roots. Oh! The flying deer howled in pain. Before it could do anything else, the ape's arm suddenly grabbed the flying deer's wings. Crack! Black chi appeared on the ape's arm, and with a slight increase in strength, it actually tore off the wings. As blood splattered everywhere, the flying deer no longer had the strength to attack. Its body flickered with multicolored light as it retreated a few li, wanting to escape. Alas, the black ape had no intention of letting it go. Its figure flickered, and it appeared in front of the flying deer's head again, smashing its arms down on the flying deer's head. At this moment, the flying deer was also resisting stubbornly. It stuck out its antlers. Although the antlers were dripping with blood, they were still glowing tenaciously, wanting to fight to the death. Alas, the flying deer was already heavily injured. How could it possibly survive after crashing into the hands of the black ape that had gone berserk? Boom! With a loud bang, the huge fist came down. Not only did it extinguish the brilliance of the antlers, it even cut them off. Not only that, the fist didn't lose any momentum and landed on the flying deer's head. The flying deer's head shook a few times, and its entire body fell to the ground. Everything happened so suddenly that the nearby exotic beasts were caught off guard and hurriedly flew away. Even Xiaohua, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but be taken aback at this moment. He didn't understand what had happened to that black ape exotic beast. The black ape exotic beast, who had already gained the upper hand, did not give up. Its body flew once again and chased after the flying deer's falling body. Its right arm suddenly pierced towards the flying deer's neck. Piv! A pillar of blood shot out from the flying deer's body, instantly splattering several thousand feet around it. The smell of blood in the air grew even stronger. While Xiaohua was frowning slightly, the other exotic beasts didn't make any strange movements. After all, most of the fights between exotic beasts were life and death. It would be strange if the black ape only knocked the flying deer unconscious and didn't kill it. Ayo! The black ape that killed the flying deer raised its head and roared loudly. Its blood-stained arms waved crazily in the air, as if it was showing off and demonstrating its power. Oh no, it's going to be a mess. Seeing that the black ape wasn't in a hurry to fly to the platform, Xiaohua's heart thumped. He knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, after the black ape roared, its figure flashed once more, and it pounced towards another primeval cosmos beast. That beast wasn't afraid either. It also roared and met the black ape head-on. Just like that, it began to fight with the black ape. Moreover, as more and more exotic beasts of the untainted land approached the platform, more and more exotic beasts of the untainted land joined the battle, including the 5 little beasts of the untainted land. Damn it! Xiaohua, who was already used to the selection rules of the human race, knew that this fight was the prelude to entering the Heaven's Link Peak. He cursed in his heart and didn't move forward. He only waited at the bottom of the Heaven's Link Peak for the development of the situation. Unfortunately, the tree may wish to remain calm, but the wind will not stop. Xiaohua simply did not have time to dodge. The bee-like beast that had charged into the Heaven's connecting peak earlier turned around and headed straight for Xiaohua's head. It was as if a huge yellow cloud was pressing down on him. However, what made Xiaohua feel strange was that although the bamboos, withered trees, and other wood-type beasts near the Heaven's Link vine were already close to the platform, they didn't make any movements. However, the bamboo's momentum was blocked by the lightning, and they couldn't advance even half an inch. Chapter 42-32. Xiaohua retracted his gaze from the distance and coldly looked at the bee-like beast. Boom! Without waiting for the bee-like beast to get close, an indescribable wave rushed over like a stormy sea and landed on Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would naturally be flustered. After all, this was the innate ability of the bee-like beast, innately restraining the human race. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, this method was like child's play. Green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. One by one, green seal characters fell in the air and combined with each other. Finally, they turned into a huge green seal character and whistled in the air. Ooh! A strange wind blew over. The space of several li was filled with layers of green marks. The bee-like beast's wave immediately turned into nothingness when it touched the green marks. It was simply unable to pose a threat to Xiaohua. And what made Xiaohua laugh the most was that the bee-like beast seemed to be blind in the space filled with green marks. The tentacles on its head swung around randomly. The stings on its abdomen pierced through the air while exuding strange bee venom. This bee venom was as sweet as a dream. When Xiaohua breathed in a mouthful, an illusion immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Xiaohua was so scared that he hastily waved his sleeves to disperse the bee venom. The bee-like exotic beast was flustered for a while, but it didn't seem to have any effect. It flapped its transparent wings fiercely, and layers of lightning fell from the fine patterns on its wings. Not only that, the ring-shaped patterns around the bee-like exotic beast started trembling as well, forming illusions in the air and spreading out in all directions. It was a very strange sight. Although Xiaohua's soul technique was effective, the space began to gradually collapse in the midst of the lightning and shadow. The green marks had just faded away when the bee-like beast's figure immediately passed through the air. A stinger sharper than a spear stabbed in front of Xiaohua. Layers of illusions were born along with the sweet fragrance. Seeing the bee venom corroding the space, Xiaohua faintly smiled. He formed a seal with both hands and 2 dark green seeds appeared in his hands. The seeds expanded with the wind and blocked in front of Xiaohua like 2 huge vines. On the vines there were also thumb-sized green dots. The bee-like exotic beast was stunned, as if it didn't understand why the vines had appeared. However, the stinger still shot out, and a ring of light appeared on its abdomen. When the ring of light landed on the stinger, the tip of the stinger actually became mottled with 5 colors. Explode! Following Xiaohua's calm command, the green dots on the vines suddenly exploded. The green dots turned into emerald green flowers, and the explosive force drove away the bee venom from the stings. It even blasted the light of the bee-like beast into pieces. A flower bud that was thousands of feet in size bloomed beautifully at the spot where the needle was. Piff! The entire flower bud trembled where the needle landed. The trembling petals were like a beauty frowning in pain, causing one's heart to ache. The venom on the stinger fell on the flower bud, corroding the petals and even the space around the petals. Rings of spatial cracks appeared, and the gray-white patterns swallowed the petals. A moment later, a huge vortex appeared in the air. However, the bee-like exotic beast's stinger had also turned pale white, and the sweet fragrance had already disappeared. Coil. Xiaohua smiled faintly, like a Buddha picking flowers. He flicked his hands, and the vines under the petals danced nimbly, rolling towards the bee-like exotic beast. Huff! The bee-like exotic beast was somewhat anxious. Its two antennae made the sound of wind and whipped towards the vines. Ka-ka-ka! Wherever the antennae went, the vines were split into two halves. Moreover, just as Xiaohua was about to use his magic power again with a frown, the antennae suddenly turned around and attacked Xiaohua from the left and right. The antennae were so swift and violent that Xiaohua, who had always wanted to use this bee-like exotic beast to practice his wood attribute magic, was absolutely caught unprepared. Squeak squeak. A teeth-numbing sound came from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's protective light disappeared where the tentacles fell. His body, which had been tempered thousands of times, was pierced by the tentacles. An indescribable pain drilled into Xiaohua's heart. Damn it! Why is it so powerful? Xiaohua was shocked. He never expected that while he was underestimating the bee-like exotic beast, the bee-like exotic beast was also numbing him. The bee-like exotic beast's real trump card wasn't its stinger, but the antennae above its head. The antennae didn't move at all during the previous battle. Even in Xiaohua's knowledge, he never thought that the seemingly dispensable antennae of the bee-like exotic beast would be so powerful. Xiaohua said somewhat regretfully, "This Xiao was wrong. This isn't a bee that this Xiao has seen before. This is a prehistoric exotic beast." Xiaohua roared. His figure swayed, wanting to teleport away. However, even though shadows appeared one after another, Xiaohua's figure was still in place, unable to move. Obviously, the space around Heaven's connecting peak had been sealed long ago, and he couldn't teleport. Seeing that the antennae's strength had increased sharply and were about to drill into his body, Xiaohua's body overflowed with lightning, and he wanted to borrow the lightning to fly away. "Taoist master, don't be anxious." Suddenly, a voice came from below Xiaohua. Xiaohua lowered his head slightly and saw Devouring Heaven holding the nine-toothed rake, flying up with difficulty. It was several hundred li away from him. Xiaohua's heart warmed, but he still cursed, "Damn it, by the time you came up, the cucumber would have already turned cold." While speaking, Xiaohua had already turned into lightning and fell in the direction of Devouring Heaven. Unexpectedly, although the bee-like exotic beast's figure wasn't as fast as Xiaohua, its antennae were like maggots in tarsal bones, piercing into Xiaohua's body as he fell. Shua! Xiaohua raised his hand slightly, and the Tengjiao shears turned into a golden light and fell. King. Two golden lights struck the antennae at the same time. What shocked Xiaohua even more was that the place where the golden light landed actually produced a metallic sound, and the incomparably sharp Tengjiao shears actually couldn't cut off the antennae. In fact, not even a crack appeared. Is this still the bee that I teased? Xiaohua was really going crazy. After teasing for half a day, the one who was truly teased was actually himself. Go! Xiaohua's figure fell rapidly. While he put away the Tengjiao shears, he also used the seal of overturning the sea. Boom boom. The seal of overturning the sea let out a rumbling sound, and in an instant, the bee-like exotic beast was sent tumbling in the air. But even so, the antennae pierced a few inches into his body. Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. He suddenly raised his arm, tightly grasping the two antennae with both hands, and roared, "Rise, Weng Weng." The antennae actually let out a rumbling sound, but they were only pulled out about 2 inches, and the antennae fell again. Moreover, in this 2-inch distance, the sharp thorns on the antennae simply didn't come out of Xiaohua's flesh. Xiaohua really didn't dare to believe that this unremarkable bee-like exotic beast had such great strength on its antennae. What should I do? Xiaohua was somewhat at his wit's end. His hands tightly grasped the two antennae that were even more dangerous than a fierce snake, not knowing what to do with them. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Almost without thinking, he loosened his hands, and the fine crystalline light between his 5 fingers fell onto his arms. Whoosh! Just like a spring breeze blowing through the night, Xiaohua's arms were covered with thumb-sized petals. Even the places where he was injured by the bee-like exotic beast just now were suffused with layers of green light. Tender buds smaller than mung beans covered the entire wound, and thousands upon thousands of thin buds gushed out, wrapping around the bee-like exotic beast's antennae. The antennae originally had some extremely thin thorns, and they had already pierced deeply into Xiaohua's flesh. At this time, with the emergence of the buds, a rich life force spread between the thorns and his flesh. Not only did it block the thorns, it even hastened the rapid healing of his flesh. The thorns of the antennae left his flesh for only a moment, but the bee-like exotic beast immediately sensed that something was wrong. The roots of its antennae suddenly surged with strange fluctuations, wanting to pierce again. What Xiaohua needed was precisely this moment. Just as the buds blocked the thorns, Xiaohua's figure immediately turned into the wind, and the bee-like exotic beast's antennae fell again. The thorns pierced only the shadow of Xiaohua's figure. Damn it, damn it, damn it! As soon as Xiaohua broke free from the bee-like exotic beast's clutches, he roared 3 times in a row. He slapped his head, and his true qi surged. The heavenly law's embodiment technique was displayed, and the wishful steel staff was also in his hand. He danced and fought with the exotic beast. Boom, 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 boom. The roaring sound was incessant in the air. The bee-like exotic beast's antennae were like soft whips, blocking Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. The battle between the man and the beast was very lively. Taoist master, I'll help you. At this time, the heaven-devouring beast rushed over, and the 9-toothed rake was lifted towards the sky and smashed down fiercely. Be careful! Xiaohua saw that the heaven-devouring beast was so reckless and hurriedly reminded, this thing is extremely powerful. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's reminder was too late. The bee-like exotic beast's roar suddenly sounded, and invisible fluctuations suddenly overturned the heaven-devouring beast. Even the afterimage of the antennae swept past, and the heaven-devouring beast was thrown high into the sky. Xiaohua helplessly waved his hand and caught the heaven-devouring beast. He looked around and placed it on the leaves of the sky-soaring vine in the distance. The heaven-devouring beast's body was huge, and the branches and leaves of the sky-soaring vine trembled for a long time before it could support the heaven-devouring beast's body. Fight! After a moment of fighting, Xiaohua suddenly abandoned the wishful steel staff. His hands formed a seal, and the power of the stars and moons surged out like a wave. Boom! The bee-like exotic beast was immediately hit by Xiaohua's sneak attack, and its whole body flew upside down. However, the 2 antennae did not forget to stab Xiaohua's abdomen. I can't always fight with this thing. Xiaohua raised his eyes slightly and looked around, but did not find anything unusual. He muttered in his heart, in that case, I'll take out some means first. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could come up with any means, he saw that behind the bee-like exotic beast's body, a bamboo suddenly protruded. This bamboo was inserted straight into the bee-like exotic beast's abdomen, and it felt like a spark from a flint. The bee-like exotic beast was shocked, and without thinking, it raised the stinger on its abdomen and stabbed at the bamboo. Chapter 42-33. Ka. With a crisp sound, the bee needle easily pierced into the bamboo. However, at this moment, golden lightning appeared on the surface of the bamboo. This lightning not only dispelled the poison on the bee needle, but also firmly imprisoned the bee needle in an instant. Wang wang. The bee-like beast flapped its wings, and the ring-shaped yellow light around its body surged and fell on the bamboo. It tried its best to pull the bee needle out of the bamboo, but the lightning on the bamboo flickered and easily extinguished the yellow light. Boo! The 2 antennae of the bee-like beast moved and attacked the body of the thunder-amplifying bamboo with all its might. Boom boom. At that moment, Xiaohua moved. His golden silhouette abruptly flew out and grabbed the tentacle with its hands. Immediately after, Xiaohua's silhouette rumbled as he flew towards the peak of the sky-connecting mountain. Seeing this, the thunder-amplifying bamboo suddenly retracted towards the ground. Woo-woo. The bee-like beast let out an inexplicable cry. Its body was stretched extremely long. Finally, when the bamboo fell several thousand zhang, the bee-like beast's antennae were stretched to the limit. Pa! With a light sound, a cluster of blood spurted out from the bee-like beast's abdomen. The bee needle was pulled out by the thunder-amplifying bamboo, and along with it, a large amount of blood-red organs and other things came out. The bee-like beast's body flew towards Xiaohua's golden body as its antennae retracted. Poo-pew! There was no need for Xiaohua to make a move. The withered tree not far from the thunder-amplifying bamboo suddenly stretched out its withered branches and easily pierced the bee-like beast's body. Looking at Xiaohua again, he didn't let go of his hands. He was very clear in his heart that the most precious parts of the bee-like beast's body were these two antennae. Now that he had them in his hands, how could he let go? Xiaohua opened his mouth, and with a piu sound, a sword light spurted out. It fell on the head of the bee-like beast and chopped off its head. The headless bee-like beast's body fell into the withered tree. The thunder-amplifying bamboo and other wood-type bee-like beast all stretched out their branches and tore the bee-like beast's body to pieces in a few breaths. Xiaohua shook his hands, and layers of brilliance appeared on his antennae. That brilliance flowed through the antennae and into the bee-like beast's skull. When the skull's flesh fell, the two intact antennae appeared in Xiaohua's hands. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, these two antennae were connected inside the bee-like beast's body. In other words, the two antennae, they were actually one. Good. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh, and then he placed the tentacle into his space with a sweep of his mind before he said in his heart, "This thing can be refined into a spirit treasure, and it would surely possess the might of an immortal artifact when utilized." What are these things? The sky-devouring beast's trembling voice could be heard. His face was filled with terror as he watched the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree devour the bee-like beast's body. It didn't care, Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled faintly and transmitted, "What you see is naturally what it is." But they... Sky-devouring was tongue-tied, as if it did not know what to say. Then he was suddenly shocked and jumped out from the leaves of the sky-soaring vine, as if he was afraid of being swallowed by the sky-soaring vine. He cried out in shock, "Why didn't they kill you?" The thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree had already stopped swallowing. They surrounded the sky-soaring vine and waved their branches and leaves, as if communicating with the sky-soaring vine. Xiaohua already understood. Although he wasn't a wood-type mutant, his body had just merged with the wood origin. Moreover, he had just used wood-type magic. That rich life force had already made these mutants treat him as one of them. Moreover, he was standing on the sky-soaring vine, so they couldn't distinguish him. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't explain. He smiled and replied, "Nothing else, this old man's moral quality is good." Moral quality? Xiaohua clearly didn't understand what moral quality was, but he still replied, "I understand, Taoist's moral quality is too good." Yes, that's it. This old man's moral quality is too good. Xiaohua was grinning from ear to ear. He stood on the sky-soaring vine with his hands behind his back and looked at the bloody battle in the distance. "Why you here? Are you here for that divine artifact? Seems, with your strength, you can't get it at all. Why can't I come?" Xiaohua stomped. "You can come, so can Black Jade Donkey, Golden Toad, Five Colors Stupid Chicken, Black and White Stinky Bastard, and Little White Stinky Cat. Why can't I come?" Insatiable greed. Xiaohua smiled. "This old man gave you a weapon. How long has it been and you're already disdaining it? Can't I come to take a look?" Xiaohua was like a defeated rooster. His face carried a faint shame, but his neck was still very stiff. The sky-soaring peak and divine artifact are now crazily spreading in the primitive wasteland continent. If other mutant beasts can come, why can't I? Do whatever you want. Xiaohua was a bit gloomy. He waved his hand and casually said a few words, still looking into the distance. At this moment, the fighting on the heavens connecting peak had come to an end. Less than a tenth of the exotic beasts were left standing in the air. Their scarlet blood spilled on the heavens connecting peak, covering its original purplish color. The bloodstains that flowed along the peak looked like tears of blood left behind by the peak, making it look rather miserable. What's more, the remains of some exotic beasts that had been smashed into pieces were hanging on the peak, swaying in the wind as if they were laughing at something. The air was filled with the smell of blood, which didn't disperse for a long time. However, where Xiaohua stood, many wood-type mutant beasts and sky-soaring vines clustered together, as if they were united against a common enemy. No other mutant beast dared to provoke them. Xiaohua sighed, then his gaze fell on the primitive 5 little ones. At this moment, the 5 little ones could no longer form a battle formation. Their so-called halos had been broken, and the brilliance around them had long since dimmed. Even one of the profound sky white tiger's wings was broken. As for the golden toad, the black and white tortoise, they were all covered in wounds of varying severity. Fortunately, they were still alive. The primitive 5 little ones were already stealing glances at the lightning platform above their heads, which had already begun to crack. Roar! On the other side of sky-soaring peak, where Xiaohua's gaze couldn't reach, there was a mournful howl. A horned horse ruthlessly stabbed its horn into the body of a huge stone-horned beast. The stone-horned beast howled and fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning platform let out a rumbling sound and completely split open. The cracks once again turned into thunderbolts falling down. Go! Xiaohua's heart stirred. He used his foot to step on the sky-soaring vine. The vine produced a whistling sound and carried Xiaohua straight to the lightning platform's previous location. Seeing the sky-soaring vine move, the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree hurriedly chased after it. As for the sky-swallowing beast, it saw clusters of branches and leaves flash before its eyes. It finally couldn't bear it anymore and urged its body to follow the sky-soaring vine into the sky. After all, Xiaohua wasn't close to the platform. When he was still dozens of li away from the platform, the primitive 5 little ones had already crossed the platform. Sure enough, there were no more restrictions there. The primitive strange beasts safely passed through. Strange. Xiaohua had just flown past the platform with the sky-soaring vine when he suddenly felt relaxed. He couldn't help but release his divine sense. To his surprise, he discovered that his divine sense could already be used. Moreover, the previous restrictions on the sky-soaring peak seemed to have disappeared. Xiaohua urged his body to move again and immediately teleported away. Since Xiaohua discovered something strange, the other primitive strange beasts naturally also discovered it. One by one, the strange beasts urged their bodies. Some stepped into the void, some turned into flowing light, and some used strange escape techniques. They all rushed into the sky not much slower than Xiaohua. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, the sky above their heads became increasingly blue. The wisps of white clouds were already under their feet. However, there was still no end to the sky-soaring peak. Xiaohua's divine sense also couldn't see any divine weapons. Taoist. At this moment, the sky-swallowing beast was somewhat surprised. It pointed at a place and shouted, "Quickly take a look. Is that a divine weapon?" Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly raised his head to look. Sure enough, on one side of the sky-soaring peak, there was something that looked like an axe hanging there. Since his divine sense couldn't see it, but it could also be seen by the naked eye, Xiaohua immediately came to a conclusion. He whispered, "Yes, that's a divine weapon." "Damn it, that's impossible." The sky-swallowing beast swallowed its saliva and shouted, "This isn't the peak of the sky-soaring peak. How can there be a divine weapon? Isn't this different from what was said in the crystal? Moreover, this weapon looks so shabby and doesn't have any aura. How can it be a divine weapon?" That's true. It was rare for Xiaohua to agree with the sky-swallowing beast's point of view. After all the magic weapons he had seen before, as long as they were slightly powerful, they would have some aura. Since this so-called axe was called a divine weapon, it should be much more powerful than a magic weapon, right? Could it be a gimmick? Xiaohua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. However, after pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and patted his forehead. The delusion breaker Dharma eye opened. Ouch! What surprised Xiaohua was that as soon as his delusion breaker Dharma eye opened, An unusually dazzling nine-colored light immediately appeared before his eyes. This colorful light was like a steel needle piercing into his Dharma eye. Xiaohua cried out in pain and hurriedly closed his Dharma eye. A kind of terror that he had never experienced before emerged from his Dharma eye. Taoist. The sky-swallowing beast didn't understand why Xiaohua was crying out in pain. Just as it was about to speak, "Divine weapon," Xiaohua groaned in a low voice. The magic power in his body was activated, and the power of his domain was crazily activated. His figure teleported to the top of the sky-soaring peak. If Xiaohua could see the divine weapon on the sky-soaring peak, how could the other exotic beasts not know? Boom, boom, boom. Huge rumbling sounds rang out one after another on the sky-soaring peak. The group of exotic beasts all released their domains. The strength of these exotic beasts who passed the selection wasn't particularly different. Therefore, when their domains collided with each other, powerful fluctuations were produced. Qi waves, splendor, and multicolored lights completely covered half of the sky-soaring peak. That powerful power formed a barrier, blocking the advance of all the exotic beasts.